walk into the room with your pencil in your hand. You see somebody naked and you say, who is that man? You try so hard, but you just don't understand just what you're gonna say when you get home. Something's happening and you don't know what it is. Do you, Mr. Jones? You raise up your head, you ask, is this where it is? And somebody points to you and says, it's his. You say, what's mine? And somebody else says, well, what is? And you say, oh my God, am I here all alone? Something is happening, but you don't know what it is. Do you, Mr. Brown? You hand in your ticket and you go watch the geek, who immediately walks up to you and hears you speak and says, how does it feel to be such a freak? And you say, impossible, as he hands you a bone. Something is happening, but you don't know what it is. Do you, Mr. Jones? You have many contacts among the lumberjacks to get your facts when someone attacks your imagination. Nobody has any respect. Anyway, they already expect you to just give a check to tax-deductible charity organizations. You've been with the professors and they all like your looks. With great lawyers you've discussed lepers and crooks. You've been through all of F. Scott Fitzgerald's books. Now you are very well read. It's well known. Something is happening, but you don't know what it is. Do you, Mr. Jones? So root swallower, he comes up to you, then he kneels, he crosses himself, and then he clicks his high heel. Without further notice, he asks you how it feels, and he says, here is your throat back, thanks for the loan. Something is happening and you don't know what it is. Do you, Mr. Jones? Now you see the one-eyed midget. You're shouting the word now. And you say, for what reason? He says, how? And you say, what does this mean? And he screams back, you're a cow. And says, give me some milk or else go home. Something is happening here and you don't know what it is. Do you, Mr. Jones? You walk into the room like a camel, then you frown. You put your eyes in your pocket and your nose to the ground. There ought to be a law against you coming around. You should be made to wear earphones. Something is happening, yeah. Something is happening. Something is happening, but you don't know what it is. Do you, Mr. Jones? Greetings, friends. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones is a mysterious figure, like Sergeant Pepper is a mysterious figure, like the Rain Man. All these mysterious figures that are known well to some, and left to the rest of us to figure out what the fuck is going on. I hope I'm coming through okay. Hope that came out okay. That was Bob Dylan, Ballad of a Thin Man. Any Bob Dylan fans out there? I'm sure you've heard that song before and you've wondered, what the fuck is that about? Well, it's once I tell you, you'll go, shit, how come I didn't recognize that? It's all about homosexuality, gayness, Ballad of a Thin Man, you know, all different names we give to our little pecker. You walk into the room with your pencil in your hand. You know, once you understand that connotation there, then, you know, it all becomes clear. You see somebody naked and you say, who is that man? You know what I mean? So it goes all the way through it. But Mr. Jones, yeah, so who is Mr. Jones? Davy Jones Locker. David Bowie. Another connection there, Mr. Jones. But, yeah, all of these questions are pertinent, and again, known to some, the Rain Man. The Rain Man plays a role in everything, of course. He's mentioned everywhere. So who is the Rain Man? What's that about? But yeah, I hope you enjoyed that. Great song, excellent. I mean, you can imagine that. You can imagine that with 5 or 6 different musical instruments contributing, and proper sounds and proper levels of motivation and intoxication. Great. So let me just go on. Live chat. Let's see what's going down. BJ's live. Nice. Feels dead sometimes, but yeah, nice. I have no sound dial. Live chat. Oh, there you go. I think the sound is coming through cool. Let's see what's going down. BJ's live. Nice. Nice. So I'm dead sometimes, but yeah, nice. I have no sound dial. No, that sounds good, man. So I hope that, let me just go back and hear that music a little. Yeah, that's coming through good. I don't mind those volume levels. Cool. I don't like anything too loud, you know. It's just the way I am. I never really played with any bands, you know, 4 or 5 piece bands, even though I've obviously seen quite a few, and local bands more than anything else. But it would have been a different type of experience, but never really did that, you know. So it was always just me and my guitar. So I don't mind just little folk, soft, low volume sort of stuff, you know what I mean? Whereas I know, of course, other people are not quite into the same thing. I'm never really into big heavy metal songs. Any of the sort of Metallica songs, let's say, to take the extreme. I was always more attracted to the slower songs, you know, the minor songs, the sadder songs, if you will. And maybe it's just a part and parcel of me. But howdy doody, friends. I'd say Nice to see you all, whoever's listening, and I hope everyone is in fair to middling spirits. It's not a bad place if you can reach that level. Just drinking my canned coffee at the minute. It's a spoon of coffee or so, spoon of honey if you have it, 2 spoons of coconut oil if you have it, nice drop of hot water, the most important ingredient, a nice little sprinkle of Mary Jane, and you have a canned coffee. So a canned coffee, just what the doctor didn't order. So feel free to join me. Anyone who fancies a chat, well, if you're in the mood for a chat, obviously more than welcome. A friend or anyone, mum, fancy coming on? Great. Arwen. Great stuff. I know there's a few things going on tonight, isn't there? So this is just whatever, you know, just a little chat. The music, maybe I'll play a few more songs, and yeah, as I said, feel free to entrez-vous. Let me put the link into. Okay, let me put the link into the chat for Del. Me and Del haven't had a chat in ages, man. This is going to be a great chat. Wait till you see this. Not that the forum is too good, but no, it'd be good to talk to Joe now. And there's a difference when me and Joe talk as well. We're on the same sort of level in a lot of things, you know, stuff that I would talk about on these type of hangouts or whatever, cause a lot of controversy, even the basic, to me, and I know to Joe as well, the basic things, you know, the things that people should have known and should know by now. You have to argue your way through them, and this ends up in a mess, you know, it really ends up in a mess. And yeah, me and Joe don't have those barriers. We've done the research. And I suppose we've sort of moved on from it. You know, once you accept, for the most part, once you make the call, then you move on from it. You accept that this is the case. You've proved, you don't want to be lying to yourself, so you don't want to be sort of like misled. So you investigate something, you make the call, and then you move on, because I think everything else is connected as well. It's all connected, and you have to see through the fog in a big way. If you don't see through the fog, you're flailing. You know, you're blind man's buff. You don't know what you're doing. And it's what I was talking to Haunted House Jonathan today. I had a fair enough chat, but yeah, something's not right. You know, there's a lot of lightweight conspiracy minds around on flat Earth. You know, and like that. We take this shit seriously, like, you know. So when you're having trouble with, I see my camera's a bit high here, so I'll turn it down. When you're having trouble with the basics, like Manchester hoax, clearest one yet, you know what I mean? So when you're having trouble with the basics, or people say, well, I don't really push about looking into that, that's fine and dandy, but we can't say that looking into it isn't important. You know, we can't say that there shouldn't be an onus on us to look into it and declare it to ourselves for what it is, whether that is a real event or whether it is a faked event. But to say that it's almost taboo to talk about these things is not right. And I don't tell anyone anything as well. I mean, I'm just pretty sure that anyone looking into the same things that I look into can only but come to the same conclusion. So it's all about truth, isn't it? For me, there's nothing that we can't talk about. There's a time and place for everything, of course, but again, it seems to be so controversial for most of the time that you know, you get bogged down in these things that you really had no intention of being bogged down in, and then of course you get labeled, and then you get you get blacklisted, if you want to call it that. But that's fine. You know, let's hang on, let me fix my camera. Just looking at my t-shirt there, if you can see my t-shirt. It's bought this, I don't know how many years ago, 4, 5, 6 years ago. But I never realized it's the French cockerel. So I didn't go out after the Dodo thing and buy this. But isn't it funny, like, you know, and we have the FFF, the French Football Federation at the bottom. This is FFF 666. I was going, fucking hell, man. And look at it as well. I can even see the Dodo. I can see the Dodo. So the cockerel is sort of a literal, again, it's a literal taking of the Gleason's map, the Gleason, right? So there's trickery and jokery involved here. For me, this is all my point of view. So the cockerel is sort of a literal representation of it, whereas actually, the Dodo is the actual interpretation of it. So we have to look deeper than the surface. But yeah, FFF 666 is the sun, and I think the 6 represents the spirals. So the sun travels in certain spirally fashion. So this is where that comes in, I think. But yeah, yeah, the French Football Federation. It's, you know, I had the T-shirt ages long before I ever knew any or thought I knew any of this stuff. Anyway, so
how are you, Pete?
Ah, Jesus, hey, Joe, how you doing, buddy?
All right, and yourself, man.
Yeah, it's been a while, Joe. Good to hear you, man. Good to welcome to Strawberry Fields, I think.
Congratulations on your Strawberry Fields.
Yeah. I think that's going to be a sort of a running theme, because that's, of course, exactly where we're in Strawberry Fields. I think they were compared to the heroin fields or the poppy fields. You know what I mean? As in, you know, La La Land. You go in there and sort of take a trip away from reality. What do you reckon?
Well, sure. Didn't Dorothy and the rest of them fall asleep on the field?
There you go, man. Who's to say that they actually woke up from that dream? Was it just within a dream within the dream? But
They were taking a break on their path on the
Yellow Brick Road. I mean, that's all of these different movies take on a different significance, I think, that as we go through the days and the weeks and the months, you know. I definitely associate the Oz now with the North Pole Center, you know. Mm-hmm. And this is the path we must you know, prove ourselves on. You know, we have the 3 characters who are looking for things. What is that? A heart, a brain, and courage. And I suppose it's only with these qualities that we can seek out our own Oz, I guess, you know, and follow that yellow brick road. But
that's the one.
Yeah. How are you doing anyway, Del? I mean, we haven't spoken in a good while.
What, about a week and a half, I think, was it? 2?
A little bit more, I suppose.
Yeah. I was going to say, so I don't know, a bit of a headline today just flashed by when I was flicking through the headlines here on the computer.
Mm.
And I can't find it now. It seems to have gone. I don't know if you heard anything about it, but I was thinking of you when I saw it.
Go on.
It was some sort of thing in I think it was in London today, some sort of Sergeant Pepper thing.
Right.
Some sort of a festival thing, and there's something about Sergeant Pepper had, you know, the focus.
No, Del, someone mentioned that to me. We don't have the BBC here, but I don't watch the television too much. But someone mentioned that to me. There was a big thing about Sergeant. Isn't that funny now, Del? This is all about Sergeant Pepper. This is all about the clues that are laid out for us, I think. So the timing of these presentations are not incidental or, you know, random, I think. But that's very interesting. Are you going to watch that or what?
No, I won't. For, you know me, I don't watch telly anyway. But I tell you what I have been doing. I've been listening to Roger Waters' new album. His first album out in 25 years, since Amused to Death.
Right. Well, how did it hit you, man?
I'm still in the listening phase. You know, it's just a second. Yeah. I sit down and listen to it. I haven't had a chance, and I actually blew the dust and cobwebs off Outside Radio today and took over live. Just having the auto DJ playing the same old stuff, you know. Lovely.
As you see, I'm just finding my feet down. So once I suppose you have to sort of think about some sort of a format. But at the minute, I'm not too pushed. Like, so just a little bit of a chat or a little bit of music or is grand. You know, so there's no pressure in it. And of course, you know about a few of the different things that we're thinking about these days, and we're not shy to mention them as well. But yeah, I was talking to Jonathan today, Haunted House, who you definitely probably came across him. But that was an interesting chat, and I was thinking to myself, and I was even saying it to him, you know, he being in New York, Del, not to go on about this now or anything, but just to mention it, that he'd been in New York and been a witness to the towers falling. You should imagine that he'd be more interested in finding or researching the possibility of hoaxery or fakery, you know what I mean? Especially when he thinks there's no planes and he seems to be down the Judy Wood pathway. That would seem clear and obvious to me that, you know, someone who's a direct witness would investigate all avenues. What do you think?
Oh man, of course, you know, and
Yeah.
I've noticed that there's like since the internet even started, or since the whole 9/11 truth thing started, there's people there all the time. I remember anyway when I started this search, and there was always these people with the first hand. They were there, you know, and then yet when challenged on it a bit or go into detail a bit, well, all of a sudden they had to start backpedaling, you know.
Yeah.
A lot of people like that, and they're just put there, you know, because that is one big thing that they have to gatekeep, you know. It's the same flat Earth as well. They're just they've certain people assigned to the different things, you know.
It seems like
that's what I think. That's just my opinion.
yeah. I'm with you, Dad, and it seems like any sort of conspiracy talk is bad these days. I mean, we take it for granted now that Manchester was a hoax, and when you look into, I haven't looked, you know the story, Dad. We don't need to look into it. I looked into it a bit, just saw the usual signs, and you know, don't need to go any further than that because we've been there before. But it seems like it's taboo to talk about these things, you know. Don't mention media fakery in any sense. Don't mention fake victims because you'll be ostracized. You'll be accused of stirring the pot or, you know, pushing your views down on someone else. Whereas to me, it's an alien thought because, first of all, I'm not out to sort of tell anyone anything. It's just all about truth. And if we are being tricked, and especially your children are being tricked at this level, and then especially when it's been made so apparent and obvious as well, you know, when we didn't take great digging to uncover these hoaxes, then what the fuck are you supposed to do? You know, you're not supposed to say anything about it. You're supposed to go along as if, you know, the official story is good enough, or it's not something that's part and parcel of flat Earth in some way. We can talk for 8 hours about anything, but not anything not flat Earth. That's not how it works, or that's not how I see it working anyway.
Well, the way I've, you know, the past while anyway, I've just sort of stood way back, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, because I don't, well, I've never really liked the way this I don't like to see the way things have gone over the past few years.
Yeah.
Getting worse. And then over the past while, they've just even gotten more ridiculous, you know. Whereas the point, where the thing is now, there's very few flat Earth channels that I'm even subscribed to, never mind watch, you know.
Yeah.
Seem to carry on of them all, you know. Tit for tat, back and forth, trolling each other, looking for money, bullshitting, like you were saying, for 8 hours about basically nothing. Very hostile towards, you know, the obvious stuff that's going on. Well, obvious enough to us. I don't know.
We're being corralled, aren't we? We're being torn, actually. This is what I had it out with Antonio Subarats about. We're being torn, and, you know, our minds are sort of been manipulated in a big sense, and we're walking on eggshells, I think. Again, if it's not regarding some of the stuff that's thrown at us, like the whole Antonio and Patricia stuff, it's stuff that we are sort of self-censoring, I guess, for fear that we might upset some sensibilities. That doesn't wash with me, man. That doesn't go down well. And I guess I'm seeing that now. I guess, of course, I've always seen that. I've always faced resistance, but yeah, this is the way I'm seeing it as well. We're being corralled and controlled, and we want to snap out of it. I think, you know, there's no leaders on flat Earth. We're all individuals, and we need to realize that.
Pete, have you ever seen that company called Crisis Cast? Ever come across that?
I probably go on, Del, expand. I've definitely heard of a few crisis companies. Is that an English-based company?
It is, yeah. I was just happened to look at it there the other day again, and their clients even, you know, if you see the list, and they basically, that's what they say. They manage crisis stuff. They've all their actors are psychologically trained. They're fucking all this bullshit they boasted, and yet there's people in the chat box and they just dismiss that. They go, "Oh, crisis actors," you know. Oh, it's a false flag. It was a false flag, you know, but people died, you know, and they would, you know, refuse to look at that kind of information.
It's, I don't know what's going on, Del. It seems that they're official story adherents, you know. And we can understand the likes of Jem Panda and Mark Taylor, who are clearly agents of deception, you know. But when it comes to flat earthers, why there shouldn't be this awareness? I mean, I was thinking myself, look at all the work that has been put into 9/11 conspiracy research. Thousands upon thousands of hours by thousands upon thousands of people, you know what I mean? So obviously there was a feeling, there was a need to put in this work to try and sort of garner some truth regarding the whole thing. But of course we know that was all co-opted from the start. But yeah, do we think that these things are not worth the effort of investigating anymore? Again, it's been said and we're being said and led, and we've been followed down a path, and I don't like it anyway. I'm glad I have this little place here. Like, you know, obviously anything goes here. We can speak about anything, but I don't like the thoughts of someone shutting down someone else's thought process. And of course, you know it as well, Del. When we say some of these things, this is not the ultimate point we're trying to make. We just want to make these points in passing because we know it's truth, and then move on to make a bigger point maybe. But we're always reeled back into 9/11 and having to sort of go about explaining or rationalizing, you know, the statements that we make, or the reason for the statements that we make. And it's tiring, of course. Yeah. I'm sure you're like me, Del, and you haven't put much attention into 9/11 in maybe 3 or 4 years at this stage, you know.
Yeah, it's just in conversations then with people, you get reminded, you know, or the likes of you on a hangout or whatever, and then it's still, you know, you're repeating, you know, it's kind of like boiling our cabbage twice just for the next part. Okay,
did you say repeating? Okay, yeah. As if one Pete isn't enough to.
It's a repetition.
Well, I mean, yeah, it seems clear to me that there sort of battle lines are being drawn, and a few different ways to look at things, I guess. I mean, I noticed on Ali's hangout today, he had Jed Skeptic wrenched, you know. So that would be pretty much unheard of in flat earth terms, you know. We know these people are time wasters and just antagonists.
Yeah, they're all in it together behind it all. I don't care what anyone says. And I'm talking about so-called flat earth people as well. They're all tit for tat, and it's a one big fucking script.
Yeah.
Right? It really is. And it's people, you know, I feel sorry for the people who are genuine. They've been fucking heard it here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you know, I guess it's like anything else as well. Like the other steps that we've taken along the way, Del, you have to know when to leave certain aspects aside and move on, you know, leave the actors behind. And I think in a big part that's what's happening as well. It is the individual search, and if you're interested in the puzzle itself, I guess, if you're interested in finding out truth, then you will have learned a lot of discernment along the way, you know. And yeah, here's the thing, Dal, as well, is people are at different stages, you know what I mean? We were all new to Clues Forum at one stage, Dal. Do you remember that? We'd be glued to, I was glued to it because all of this information was new. Whereas if someone came in now, tomorrow, and joined Clues Forum, you know, I'd obviously be much more in advance just based on the time and research and experience I have there. So yeah, there are many different people at different stages of their awakening in one sense. So we have to bear that in mind. But yeah. But again, Del, I think it's like Manchester. I'm sure you're listening. I haven't spoken to you, I don't think, about Manchester, but it's sort of on the surface hoaxery, isn't it? You don't have to dig too deep to see that we're being screwed left, right, and center.
You don't need. You remember a few years back, you had the so-called hoaxing community on YouTube, FC and all that, and then the big Transasian bullshit and all that, right? You don't need. There's only so many people saw stuff, right? There's Sandy Hook and everything else. It's gone to the stage now. You look, another one. You know what? Why do we have to go and investigate that? It's just the same fucking shit from the same people who bring us the same shit. And why can't people just see that? How come it's like each day it's refresh and it's a new day, and then the news comes on and people believe it, or they'll automatically say it's oh, there's something fishy about it, but we'll wait and see. What? Wait and see what else the liars tell us to put the picture together? You know, it's all
I
red.
know, it's crazy, Dad, isn't it?
Fucking
It's
annoying, man. It is. It's pissing me off now at this stage. You know, that's why I'd be fucking better off just.
I know, tune it out. Yeah, I mean, in a sense, you're right. I'm with going over these battlegrounds again and again. I mean, it was like, I don't know if you're listening to Jamie Brown, and listen, I'm far from perfect, and I know a lot of the stuff I say is pretty controversial. And you know, if you were genuine and you hadn't come across the information, then I could understand why you would take me a certain way, you know. But yeah, I don't know what to make of it, Dal. I don't know. I really don't. I think, oh gosh, it's ultimately it's an individual's journey. That's what I'm realizing more and more. You know what I mean? And there's very few collection points where you can go to and have an open and free discussion. You know, the one thing I will say about myself is I'm open to all types of opinions, but if I think you're wrong about something, you know what I mean, I will say that as well. But this is the nature of these type of discussions as well. And when you throw into the mix then actors and dishonesty and sort of paid divergences being thrown into the mix, like Mark Taylor, for instance, what, you don't care about the death of poor innocent children, these sort of comments, you know, you have a lot to sort of juggle and contend with. Yeah, it proves difficult.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I think we have to take it with a pinch of salt as well, Dal, and that's what I certainly do. When I'm calling out actors, I'm doing, again, it's not the person. We don't know anything about the ultimate motivations, what's really going on here, you know. But we just still have to fucking say the obvious, you know, or still have to be free to say the obvious. That's why I think Jamie's hangout is, yeah, it's a bit dangerous because there's no restriction, you know what I mean? And what I do see now is restrictions being imposed, and I don't like that, certainly, because I think Jamie is genuine. And
see, there isn't anybody out there, if they put flat earth in their title, or even if they're just a known quantity, and they're only new or whatever, you can see the same fucking people come straight in, start fucking directionalizing everything.
Yeah,
I've seen it with my own eyes, so maybe.
But I mean, I don't think I've spoken to you since. Now I've made myself clear on this matter. Chris F.E. Jackson is Paper Explanator, is Evil Edna, is Psyopticon to me. For me, there's no doubt. It's not just the voice similarities, it's the laugh, it's the little idiosyncrasies, etc. You know, have you any thoughts on that yourself? Because I know you have encountered, of course, Evil Edna before.
Went back and even revisited some of the. In fact, I posted some of it. I edited up, you know, some certain segments of the conversation you had with Evil Edna in way back in the fake audio, right? And I put it's up on the channel, you know, and even listening back to it, when I saw himself and yourself interacting on the thing, even listening to the voice and everything, you know, the way you imagine someone when you don't know what they look like, and then you fucking see their face.
And you say, I know, Del. And I'm saying to myself, man, now that I know it, that face is so familiar, you know? So I can't think I've seen it before, but maybe I have. But yeah.
Familiar. And you know, at first sight, he reminded me of another guy who was floating around in the flat earth, but he was another level of it, an American guy, Lift the Veil or something like that. He reminded me of him, his mannerisms.
Fuck, man, these people are all you're satisfied that Chris F.E. is Paper.
I'd go 95%, Pete.
Oh, that's pretty high, Joe.
I don't want to like I'll be honest about it, you know what I mean? But I have to say, it is that fucking high, man. You know,
It's pretty high. That's almost a certainty, like, you know. And I'm glad to hear that, Joe, because
I was really firm. You know, he even said it a couple of times. That Peter.
Yes. Yeah.
Do you remember the way it says that now? Peter. Now, you're probably in Coleraine or somewhere. He couldn't say Coleraine, but he's saying Coleraine. You know, you're in Coleraine in a military base, Peter.
I think he was. Do you know what I think? And I remember this from Eva Edna as well. But isn't it funny, when Chris came on, the first two counties he mentioned in Ireland were Limerick and Clare. Mm-hmm. And of course, that's where I'm in Limerick now, and I was in Clare. Yeah, he was. I suspect he was in the north, in the army, the military, in '97 with Mark Taylor, Dell, and they were stationed up there. So I think that. But as regards to.
Probably organising, doing whatever they do, the street theatre for the past 30 years.
There you go.
They'd agitate all the shit with street theatre. I'm not saying the real people didn't get fucking kneecapped and all the shit, because they sort of let a Wild West type attitude prevail there. And in the meantime, agitating and fucking doing all their street theatre with, you know, the famous stuff, the crazy bombings and stuff like that, you know.
I know, and I mean, and that's another question. To what extent? We know there was definitely a lot of fakery, but to what extent was there fakery? I was even questioning Bloody Sunday itself, Del, because I saw a clip of a program where this coroner was on, and he was looking into Elvis's autopsy, but he'd also participated in the autopsies of people at 9/11. Princess Diana's autopsy, and then they mentioned Bloody Sunday. Now we know about Princess Diana and 9/11. So Bloody Sunday, that's a tough one though, because it's so close to home, Dad, isn't it?
Home, but listen, go back. About 6 months ago, I just happened across on YouTube some old footage of it. You know, the actual, you know.
Right.
Go back and look at it, Pete. Just look at it. You can see it. I could nearly hear the director going, "All right, everyone take their marks and action." And the famous capture, the money shot of the priest walking out, waving a bloody handkerchief. You know, it was orchestrated. Well, that footage was anyway. You go back and look at it, man.
Yeah.
Even if you want to screen share and look at a bit of it.
Oh God. Oh, that's again. Oh, is there anything sacred at all? Is there any death and destruction sacred at all, Dale?
The way I look upon it is, it doesn't matter how close home. We're telling people fucking the real scenario, well, as close as the truth as we can get for the 9/11, and people in New York who were probably sitting in watching their telly the same as everybody else. Mm-hmm. You know, it's very close to them, very close to home to them. So I take no difference between 9/11 and Bloody Sunday or Warrington.
Or Easter 1916, yeah.
Every one of them we were getting all the fucking propaganda at the time, man. There wasn't one fucking night on the news that they didn't have, if it wasn't the first thing that'd be, the headline would be something happened up the north, or what happened today now, you know? And then the usual stuff, even with that crazy, what was that regulation they brought in where Jerry Adams couldn't fucking be heard? They couldn't hear Jerry Adams' voice because he was the leader of the terrorists.
All right. I remember that.
They employed actors to do the talk over. So you'd see Jerry Adams on the news talking, and his voice would be overdubbed by some other guy doing the talking. It got the farce, man. If you think about the whole peace process, it was a dance of farceness, complete with fucking Clinton, and he's a fucking hero over here in Ireland, you know. He's like one of the biggest fucking buffoon actor criminals that we know, and he's a hero because of the peace process. You know?
Man, but again, it just shows you this stuff is forced down our throats so much when we were children, you know, and that's when it was ingrained into us. So again, not really ever questioned Bloody Sunday and whether it was a real or a faked event before, but should have known, should have known. I knew the Brighton bombings, definite hoax, There was even a witness. I spoke to a witness or someone who said he was out early cycling that morning. The whole place was barred up, and the usual, Del. But yeah, it comes so close to home. I mean, even we have to question everything then. Look back at pretty much everything.
I'm convinced now at this stage, well, to whatever extent I can be, 95%. But if you go back even the past 20 years here in Ireland, right, with our own sort of version of the so-called war on drugs, and how every week in the Sunday paper, the Sunday World, there was always an expose of one of the gangster criminal family members up in Dublin or Limerick, right? And they had the most ridiculous names, like the Penguin, the General. Well, they made movies about the General. There was the Penguin. There was like all these fucking crazy fucking gangster characters, right? And there was the one guy who used to write about them all the time. I just can't think of his name now at the minute, but in the papers. But then he also had the books, so he brought out a lot of the true crime novel.
Donald something, is it? Not maybe it's
Paul Williams.
Paul Williams, that's it.
That's him, right? So he had all these different books out. Then there was Veronica Guerin.
Right.
That was that was Ireland's 9/11 in the sense that it changed lots of laws. It brought in the Criminal Assets Bureau. It brought in all this shit, which, by the way, has been just used on people now. You didn't see any of these big guys, right? It was a continuous, ongoing process. But there you go. Her death, right? She's connected to Charlie Haughey, who's the Prime Minister of the Taoiseach, but the Prime Minister of Ireland for all the foreign people listening. And she connections to the party and all that kind of stuff, right? And then this one's the one that was mingling with the likes of the Penguin and the fucking General and all this and getting all the information. And then what happens? She gets shot down right just up the road here from me because she happened to be in the town here that morning in court because of some traffic speeding ticket. And she got her, her fine, and off she was driving back to Dublin, and she was stopped at the traffic lights up there at Newlands Cross. That's where it happened. Apparently, some guy comes up on a motorcycle. I think at this stage it was street theatre. And extended the street theatre back down to here because I remember there was a phone box beside the courthouse up the town here, right? And because apparently one of the guys was supposed to be watching out for her waiting, and he was supposed to be in there making phone calls, And so they literally took the phone box, man. I saw this with my own eyes. They had this little fucking little crane thing on a truck, and it just lifted up the fucking phone box, disconnected it, and put it on the back of the truck, covered it with a evidence fucking tarpaulin, and off to Dublin with it. I think all that they had so much. When you think back to the legislation they brought in after that, after a very quick debate about it and all that, what Veronica Guerin fucking thing, and they had a movie out like that. There was there was two movies they made. There was a movie out before she was even fucking cold. In fact,
it's like Ireland's Jill Dando down.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking hell, man.
I mean, did her death lead to such draconian fucking laws being brought in, given the Gardaí power and all that? You see, that's what I think that was all about.
This is what it all comes down to, Del, isn't it? All of these different hoaxes that, okay, we can say that they're fake all we like, but they do bring in new legislation which further restricts the legal name, I guess, if you're going to put it like that.
Yeah.
But, oh gosh, I mean, there's nothing sacred then, there's nothing that shouldn't be investigated. But I think obviously there's a clear sort of trend there as well. As you go further back, the hoaxes and the psyops are done to a much more professional degree, if you will, and much more convincing. Whereas now we only have to look at Manchester for 5 minutes really and realize it, and we're not special, Del. I mean, this doesn't take any genius to work out. So there's something going on. There's a greater, I think it's like NASA as well. I mean, their fakery has just been made more and more transparent and clear. So rather than it be, some people are still thinking that this is just something that slipped by the editors or something, but that's a ridiculous notion to me. Something else is going on.
And don't forget, like the European Space Agency, the fucking Russians, they're the Chinese. So, like, no matter what anyone wants to say about fucking so-called countries, they're all controlled from the top and by whoever, whatever. The thing is, they're all coordinated, and all these little, the grand chessboard we see and all the machinations, all orchestrated. And how it's not too impossible to even imagine once you get your head around the initial basics, and it's.
Well, I mean,
more I can say about it other than just look at it.
Well, I mean, we all have ingrained in us this sort of vague notion, anyway, of the evolution of countries. We're told somewhat about our own past and how, it was a certain way and then developed into a different way. But I mean, again, this is all for the most part nonsense as well. It has no bearing on reality. So it depends where we're coming from or where we think we're coming from. As you know, Del, I'm close enough to believing or understanding that all our history, all our fabricated history, is only a few hundred years old, man. You know it yourself. You have the 1649 book there, but I'm thinking there's some reality to that. But that's not to say there was nothing beforehand. There's a whole different realm beforehand. But
they're feeding us, or the system that has been constructed. And all of the history that pertains to that is this guy's idea of the 1649-ish. Purely because when you do check, there is nothing going back further than that represents. Like, people will wax lyrical about all sorts of things, about ancient Greece or Rome. Go back and see where all that information is initially sort of pops up, or the first time, like, say, an elephant is mentioned, or the first time anything like that is mentioned. They're all around 1649-ish. That's why you call the book 1649-ish, in and around that,
And I mean, so let's, for instance, Leonardo da Vinci, he was before that period, but obviously a famous artist. But so there's no prime source material that can validate his existence, really, then.
Well, I don't know, I don't know everybody's, the history of everything, but just so much as that I can get from this guy's book, fucking Nico Haupt,
Nico Haupt, yeah. I mean, he must have gone through all that, Del, and again, even his whole, I remember it from Clues Forum, his whole writing style was very scattered, and sort of hard to follow, hard to keep up with, and I'm sure that book isn't the easiest one to make your way through.
It's not, because it is like that. It's and you see, German is his first language as well.
Yeah.
He lives in America. He lives in New York, I think, for a long time. But definitely German beats, and that's where he's getting all the roots of a lot of this stuff. I don't know whether I'd agree with his total findings and all that, but he reckons that, he goes into some crazy stuff as well, but he reckons that it all was sort of started by German people, right? They were the first to sort of gather it together and start it off and, get a city going and get another one going and spread out. And he says that this is how, and they started faking stuff. They started being, inventing ideas and concepts.
Right.
Even stuff like beer and wine and stuff like that. There's sort of the first mention of beers and wines and things are around 1649-ish,
Wow.
It's like that, the first breweries. He goes into showing where they originate. And of course, Germans are very famous for their beers and all that, and or Bavaria or whatever. And it's, that's what I get from it anyway, man,
And it seems all the evidence is lining up as well for sort of fabrication of, especially the ancient Middle East. This is what I'm thinking as well. This is what the Bible is about: is to give credence to an ancient Middle East where in actuality it didn't exist, you know, in a real sense. And I think also, Del, it's a lot of it's to take away focus and attention from the North Center, which plays a big prominent role in so many mythologies and legends. You know what I mean? So it's a fascinating area. And fucking hell, did you think the rabbit hole was this deep? Like, it's
Fucking hell, man. You know,
I think there's more to come as well, man. What do you reckon?
Nothing surprised me anymore. You know, just when you think, you know, you couldn't be fucking, yeah, it's gone.
Honestly, Dal, I think we've just almost barely scratched the surface. I think it's going to get more and more weird and ridiculous in the next year. I think, and as well, the reason why I'm thinking that is because, well, all of the old has to be exposed. You know, we're seeing different structures being collapsed before us, i.e., NASA. NASA is the big one. You know, I'm always wary of people who are just solely about bringing down NASA, Del, because I think they're already under a sort of a self-destruction. You know, when they won't delve beyond that, I'm kind of going, no, that doesn't sound quite right. But yeah, I think a lot of the old establishments are being brought down, and I think, you know, in my more optimistic times, that we're getting back to a time of truth, I guess, back to a time of times past.
Yeah.
But weird as fuck.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking of there now. No, it's gonna great. It'll come back.
No, don't worry about it, Dal. In your own time. What's it all about? You were talking about the Germans having a central role, and again, yeah, we look. We have no kind of solid ground to start upon. We don't know where we can go back to and know for certain that this existed. Martin Leakey was talking about something that I had considered before, after looking at Dave Johnson and Jungle Surfer, that the American Civil War was a fucking staged affair as well. You know, this is crazy talk for us to entertain, but yet the evidence is there. What are we supposed to do, you know?
And when the first so-called photography, well, that we've been told about, when it was first sort of invented and developed, the first thing they started to do was make photoshops. You know, like,
yeah,
the exaggerated photograph of the Civil War, where you could see where they sort of repeatedly put the same sort of dead body and dead horse sort of, you know, into the foreground, the background, stuff like that. And then it turned out that a lot of the famous photographs from the American Civil War were taken by some French guy in his back fucking yard in France. Hear about that? Remember hearing that one on Hoaxbusters? Yeah.
I mean, this is fantastical stuff. And what's his name was mentioning something very interesting. Sergei. I mean, I think he's from Russia. I know he's from Russia, but he has great information. And I think the Russians in general have great information that we're not privy to. But there seems to have been a catastrophe, Del, sometime in the 1870s as well, which covered. We talked about this before as well, which covered many places and layers of dirt. And
was it the mud one, the mud flood?
Yeah.
I've seen some of that. You know.
Well, this has gone back just even to the 1870s, Del. So, you know what? It's again, there's no starting point. We the further we go back, the more we realize that we can cling to nothing. World War I, World War II, American Civil War, the Irish famine. You know, so we just really have no idea. The one thing that I find amazing, and another thought, is that all of this sort of present civilization, if you will, might only be just a few hundred years old. That's a crazy thought.
Yeah. But it also plays into the numbers game, Pete. That's what I was trying to think earlier. This population, this overpopulation idea, that I'm convinced that it's not true. This whole the numbers they give us for the population of the earth. They lie about the shape. They lie about the very nature of where we are. They lie about everything, history and everything. Why wouldn't they lie about? There's too many of you, you know. Of course, they're going to lie about the population.
Yeah.
And I think that's what it is
And
too.
yeah, anything that can use to exercise controls, I guess. But I mean, I don't know as well how to look at it. Tal. These days, I'm looking at it that we are. I don't know. Maybe we've been protected from some sort of harsh truth. You know that we suffered in the not too distant past. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It's getting more and more strange. Like, you know, but I definitely agree.
Don't fucking have a clue either, but they know from the past or whatever that this X and Y happened there, so we can't go there. Fucking, you know, we go fucking north, and you know, we keep everyone away from there. I don't know. I really don't know. You know, they mightn't have a clue either. You know, who's to know?
I think they do. I think they know everything, Dell. I think once.
You think so, though, Pete? You think they would actually? They have an ongoing, unbroken chain from whenever that they would know everything. Yeah.
I think my thinking nowadays is there was a major inundation. If it was an attack or whatever, it involved, you know, the old realm did involve giant trees, Dell, and just a completely different realm, a completely different existence. There was an inundation, an attack. Maybe what I kind of learned, the dodo bird was also called the wallow bird, Dell, in remembrance of the damage that man can do to the environment. Which is the sort of the section I read, and I was thinking, you know, maybe this is all the fault of man. Maybe man reached a certain stage, and I've heard sort of rumors associated with Atlantis like that. You know, man took a different turn, then everything turned sour. So yeah, I do think all of the old ways were carried forward, you know, but rebuilding, restructuring had to go on. And this is where I think all the different countries, you know, I'm just looking at, can you see my, how come I'm not coming up there? Can you see me? Can you?
Yeah, you're pausing, but I can see you.
Okay, I can maybe, but my map, my T-shirt there, Del, from I bought it years ago. It's the French.
It's pretty dark though, but I can see it there now. Yeah.
Yeah, the French Football Federation. But there you have the cockerel, and again, it's the big star in the top, North Star, Del, North Star. But it's the cockerel. But I think it's really the cockerel is taking the Gleason's map literally, where it's not to be taken literally. It's sort of a clue, you know. It's one layer to be peeled back, but I can see a dodo here in the middle. But yeah, I think all of the different countries were planted at the very core, at the very beginning, you know, restructuring with people in places who know all the shit. I think everything is known. And yeah, that's the way I see it now. We're getting back to sort of maybe a time that we dwelt in previously, you know. But who knows? Again, it's all so wondrous, Dal. I mean, Jesus, if we had our time back again, would we just not bother with any of this and just prefer to go on? I don't know. It's a tough one, man. It changes everything, doesn't it?
Ignorance is bliss.
Oh gosh, but is it? I think we'll all find out eventually. Like, you know, I think that's the ultimate plan.
We still see the shit all around us, Pete. You know, at least we're getting some explanation, however small. We're getting some explanation of what's going on. You know,
right. And the one thing I've discovered is it's all so wondrous. Like in rare moments, I see the wonder of it all, and just the realm of possibilities that has opened up with flat Earth realization, or even conspiracy sort of investigation, is amazing to behold. And we're not in possession at the minute of the sort of the end game. We don't know where it's all leading. Yeah. So yeah, I think these are definitely the most interesting times in history, I suppose. Like if you want to consider our history to be brief enough. Before that, I'm sure there were far more interesting times, Dal, which incorporated everything that we would view as mythological now or fantastical.
Yeah, that's the old Chinese curse. May you live in interesting times.
Well, we're cursed. We're cursed to hell, Dal, as the bow fought to swell. But yeah, yeah, it's certainly a roller coaster ride, you know. And I think though the truths are out there, Dal. I think they're waiting for us to put the pieces together, you know. the dodo is still alive and kicking, Del, and but again, that's only a small part of it as well, you know. And it's like everything else. I was saying it to Haunted House today. I believe the flat Earth is an open secret. You know what I mean? I'm sure most Masons who fucking are worth their salt know the Earth is flat. You know, we as the general public have been given clues left, right, and center through the various media throughout the years. So yeah, this is one of the open secrets, and I'm pretty sure pretty much everything is known now. And look how far we've come in terms of our limited understanding as it is, but we've come a long way from the people we were beforehand. Anyway, you know.
Yeah.
It's the only problem is, I suppose, though, it's a very lonely kind of station, because in real life there's so few people you can relate to, and even on the internet here, it's a very limited sense you can sort of relate to people. I was asking the question earlier on, do you think where Ace McLeod was talking about, it's great YouTube to have a sort of gathering point, but I was asking him, do you think we're being corralled in a sense? Do you think we're being corralled at every step of the way?
Well, like I was saying earlier on, is there's plenty of fucking herders out there doing the corralling.
Corralling, yeah.
And it's not just confined to YouTube. It is everywhere. But like, there's other little outposts, like my own sort of blog, that I can just post stuff up there. People can take it or leave it, but you know, it's separate from YouTube. I was there, there prior to YouTube, and you know, I've got my radio, as I was saying, so I've got my own other little outlets. You know that that they're not corralled. I'm my own corral. It's only myself that would, you know, be the limit to what I would talk about, or you know.
Do you get many viewers there, Del, or what? Would you keep an eye on the figure?
I've a good few, yeah, I'll tell you. And that time I just got pissed off with everything, and I just stopped posting, you know, shows. I still listen to stuff, but I purely for my own entertainment, really, you know, and because you learn very little out of it, you know. But the thing was, I was sort of posting everything that I was listening. I was sharing it with people, and then when I did stop posting, I was getting a lot of people leaving messages and stuff saying, "Oh, please, will you just post the stuff again?" Because they found it handy. They just could go there instead of tracking down all the shit that I would be, you know, finding. Although people can do it if they wanted, but I suppose they just wanted somewhere where they could go and get, you know, their different fixes of stuff. So I started posting again there a while back, and I still posted. I post fakeologist stuff. I post hoaxbusters. I post occasional interesting stuff on flat earth. I post a bit of everything, you know. I convert some YouTube videos to audios. I upload them and make them available for download and listen, and just, you know, all for free, by the way. No paywalls, no fucking nothing, you know. It was basically my hobby and my way of spreading the truth as I thought at the time, you know. So it's just there. It's just a record of, you know, part of my journey, you know.
What's the last thing you posted today, Dal, or whenever?
I actually posted a couple of audio chats from fakeologists today, and there wasn't really much. And I posted Millennium Woes. He did this sort of, you know, a really long breakdown of With Nail and I, that crazy movie from the 80s, and it put it in the context of the alt-right and all that kind of thing, you know. So I thought it was interesting, so I posted that. But I posted another thing linking to that site I was asking you about earlier on, the crisis actor thing, because I think more that should be highlighted more to people, you know. And there's actually companies out there, and they're not afraid to advertise themselves on the internet, and they show their range of services, which is basically, you know, creating a complete.
They're telling you, for fuck's sake, they're telling you, you know.
Yeah.
And again, as we know, Del, all of these hoaxes are all taken care of legally speaking. You know, they're all done above board in the legal sense.
If I could show you for a second, Peter, maybe show the audience. If we share the screen, I'll show you my.
How do I give you powers, Del?
I don't think you need powers just to share your screen.
Oh, I have to go then. Whatever you want to do.
I see it here. It might tell me to feck off when I press it, but I'll tell you now. No, it's allowing me to do it.
Oh yeah, cool. So
Right. And I won't be sharing the link right because I'm going to a totally different browser. This is a handy way of doing it, Pete. You know, we're in Chrome, so I opened up what I want to show you in Firefox. So hopefully you'll be able to see this now.
Cool. I can see that. Yeah, with Nail and I.
Yeah, so you can see the bug, right? So I just want to scroll down to show you. And, right, this is the last thing I posted yesterday, right? See this, 22 eyes down in action. Let's play bingo.
Oh,
right, and there's a list of the different.
Look at that.
I don't know if you can read that.
I can indeed tell. The Norway attack, 22nd of the 7th, 2011.
Yeah.
Woolwich, 22nd of the 5th, 2013. Brussels attack, 22nd of the 3rd, 2016. Munich attack, 22nd of the 7th, 2016. London attack, 22nd of the 3rd, 2017. The Manchester attack, 22nd of the 5th, 2017. Bonus numbers 5, 3, and 7. Lovely. And 2.
All fake street theatre and scripted news done by the likes of these Muppets. Now, when you click on that link, right, and it brings you to this crowd.
Nice. Lovely CC there as well, Del, 33.
Yeah, you got your 33. You've got your fucking, man, it's just right ridiculous. But go to their clients. You see who their clients are, right? Deloitte, London City Airport.
Okay.
Right. Voluntary Services Overseas. Home Office, of course. Kent Police. And psychiatry role play mock exams.
They have it all covered, don't they? And of course, they have plausible deniability then, Del.
Crisis management role play. G4S, of course. The Good Governance Institute. What do you think of that? They like to give you good governance.
Yeah, that makes me feel all warm inside, Del.
Haberdasheries. They've even infiltrated the fucking haberdasheries.
What's a haberdasher again?
It's where tailors and sewing ladies go to get all their zips and their materials and
what's the one with all the sort of the tubs and the little storage things? What do you call that?
The Tupperware.
Tupperware. That's it. Tupperware. Yeah, not haberdashery. Okay, I have it. Yeah. Look at all. I mean, look. Obviously, some of these institutions would require training, but I mean, look at all of this. So again, when we suggest the idea of crisis actors, Del, you don't have to fucking stretch your imagination too far to see the reality.
Seen some pictures of these. There we go.
You're crazy basement dwelling conspiracy mold, Del.
Definitely. Like I put all this together. Look, here we go. Look at this.
Oh, look at that poor woman, Del.
Role play actors are psychologically trained in criminal and victim behavior.
Jesus. Oh man. Well, listen. Read this. Anyone in doubt? Read through this site and then go and look at the likes of.
Yeah, and then come back and bitch and moan at Pete the next time he's on a hangout. Yeah. I'm going to copy this link, man, and put it in the chat.
Yeah, that'd be cool, Del.
I'll do it when I'm finished sharing my screen.
Yeah, take your time there. Well, yeah, we know about this. Of course, they came to sort of crisis actors came to the fore with Boston, if I remember correctly, and you had all of these different exposures of different sites advertising for crisis actors. Yeah. But we don't get to see any of this, Del, by accident. It's a big
crisis cast team. Look, they even have their faces out there. Look, the lead producer. Business continuity, psychology. These people could be all invented as well, for all we know.
This is what I'm thinking, Del. How many of these people are real characters?
They're all Sims.
Right. Well, there you go. This is definitely a board for. Look at this. Look at that guy there. Go down a small bit.
Security
that looks completely fabricated.
You can't see him. He's Mr.
He's a black guy, yeah.
Mr. Black.
What's the guy above that? Above Dennis there. That looks fun.
David Wyman.
That looks like a sim to me, Dan.
Yeah. David Wyman. Carry on. actually reminds me of someone. She looks familiar.
Barbie McGill came to mind immediately, but look at a big square jaw as well, Del. I mean, we can't rule out even this might be a sim, but it might be a transgender sim, Del. I don't know if there's a word for that yet.
We're going into the transgender.
So that doesn't look real. Look, this doesn't look real as well. It's
look at the fuzzy hair, man. That's out of focus. It's really weird. You know, her hair is out of focus, but the bottom of her face is in focus, and the top of it is.
Again, another square jaw, and they're just the levels of fuckery. And again, people have this idea that governments are incompetent. This is a bad idea to carry around with you. This is maybe the illusion that they give you, but at the top levels, they're fucking confident enough, and they know their game, you know.
Yeah.
But
just looking at their events, I wonder did any of them coincide with?
No, that's an interesting. But isn't it interesting the 22nd as well, Del? Yeah, the 22nd.
Look at the 22nd here.
You know,
their events over the past. Well, no, they all seem to be around November.
Again, I haven't even looked. I was over to Clues Forum, just a brief look, and of course, they do the usual, Del, and take it apart, you know.
Yeah.
But beyond that, I'm not sure if anyone has put a hell of a lot of time into exposing Manchester. Again, I'm just bored by it at this stage, you know, and again frustrated as well that it's such an obnoxious notion to suggest fakery now. And as Mick was saying to me last night, you have to prove something. I said, well, what do you think? I thought it was staged. Well, what the hell? You're agreeing with me, but I can't prove it. You have to go and speak to the victims to prove it. Well, I mean, if you're talking about fakery in the first place, you're not going to be able to prove anything like that. But you know, I think we have to make a call at some stage, Del. I understand that and you look, you know it as well. We're sick of sort of saying we weren't there. You know, we can only go on the evidence that was presented to us and make our judgment, our call on that. But outside of that, we can't claim to know anything. You know, but yeah, we have to make the call at some stage and move on, I think. It's insulting in a sense to me, like to look. Let me just say about the Westminster thing, to look at the dummy underneath the bus style and you know, be sort of plugged, be censored in terms of saying that it's a dummy under a bus, and I'm calling hoaxery or fakery. You know, that's not right. That's sort of bizarre in a sense.
They won't let me post the link. It says, oops, remove any web address and try again. So you'll have to post that.
Oh yeah, well, how I can give you, I don't know how the chat is going, Del. I'm always talking about no wrenches on flat earth.
I was going to mention that to you as well. You could do with at least 1 or 2 wrenches to keep the likes of that peckers. Because I tell you, the last time you had a chat going, it was really obnoxious, you know.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? Well, let me give you, are you in the chat there? Let me give you the old crown there, because you've been a fellow Irishman. And
I recommend Denny there. He'd keep an eye on.
Then I have to give Mum a wrench.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Denny.
And then I have to sort of give more wrenches out. But I will give Mum a wrench. But I'll just ask you, Mum, only in sort of desperate, dire situations, will if that's all right, you know what I mean. So I'll just add moderator, is it, Del?
That's all, yeah.
Okay, there you go, Mum. You're good. So you know my stance on these things, Mum, free speech and all that sort of stuff. But if clearly people are just here to absolutely waste time, we know the people we're talking about. You can do your thing. But I have no power either. So Del, I'll do the same for you. If I make you a moderator.
Yeah, I'll be able to post it then.
Yeah. Okay, so I see you here. Okay. There you go, bud.
Right, thanks, man.
But again, I have no power, and I don't like wrenches on flat earth. But yeah.
It's for what do you call it?
Yeah, it's all right. we know the arena we're in, Del. They are needed. Mark Taylor, were you?
Guess who's in the chat, man? Announce a
Nice.
salt per day.
Nice.
Frank, how's it going, Frank?
Frank, how you doing, man? How you doing? Good to see you, man. Hang on, I'm on the wrong chat. Actually, I'm after losing.
You've lost the page, have you?
I think so. I have a lot of pages open now. Maybe I ended it tonight.
Yeah. Well, Frank's a good guy. Anything you need to know about salt and diet, he'll set you right.
Okay, I'm gonna have to load it again. Yeah, cool. Good. How you doing, Frank? I hope you're well, man, and I hope the salt is serving you well. Okay, how do I? Okay, sorry, just finding my feet. It's pretty easy actually to set up Dell, isn't it? I was surprised how easy it was to get going. So again, yeah, Frank, you're welcome if you want to come on, buddy. Absolutely. Just Dell has a connection with you. You can send him, if Frank is up for chat, you can send him a link, Dell, or anyone else who wants to come on. Mom, if you want to come on, buddy, say the word.
You see the little plus sign, man? You see where along the top you can see where add people. You should have a little thing where it says a plus sign with a little icon of people.
Yeah. No, I can't see that. Oh no, add apps. I don't see that.
No, you should have it beside where your microphone and camera and all that is. There should be a little add people to the call.
Oh yeah, invite people. There you go.
Yeah, so when you click on that, you can put in someone's, like, say, if you put in a call per day, you might see his avatar pop up. And by clicking it, it directly adds him to the call as opposed to sending out the link.
All right, nice.
You can do that like with me or with anyone else either, you know, like the next
cool.
time. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'd have to have the email address though, wouldn't I? It seems.
No, but if you don't have to type in the email. If you just type in announce assault the way he has it written altogether.
All right, it will come up automatically.
It should pop up if he's registered on Google. I don't know. Just try it.
I took a big amount of salt one day, Del. Wasn't an ounce now, but say about half an ounce. Would that be about right? Maybe. No, that's too much even, maybe. But a big fucking handful of it anyway. Oh man, I was ill after that.
No, too much of anything like that in one go would fucking make man, you know. But I started gradually increasing my salt intake over the past 2 years now it is, and it's grand, you know.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
And I noticed a lot of people in the past, man, and people who live to a ripe old age, they a lot of salt in their diet, you know.
That's yeah, exactly, Del. And yeah, people aren't living to a ripe old age anymore, are they? So definitely had a lot of truth in that, I'm sure.
What exactly is a ripe old age? Like, we only know what we can benchmark it to, you know.
Well,
which could be very young in the you know, the true state of affairs if they were allowed to, if we weren't not hindered at every fucking turn since our birth, you know.
Right. This is exactly it, Del. And I'm thinking, you know, a good few hundreds of years is no problem to us. And who knows as well, this is just might be an avatar, you know, Del, some sort of skin that we can shed and everything have an ultimately different meaning and different reality to it. That's where I'm leaning now. Like, you know, this all seems like a simulation to me as well, Del. You know, that's definitely something I'm entertaining because it's also fucking weird. It's also crazy, like, you know. That's the one thing about flat Earth. We've left the certainty of science behind, you know, but we've entered into a whole new realm of possibilities. And ultimately, all you could describe it as complete fantasy, like, you know, complete fantastical lands. And it's great. It's great in potential anyway. It's kind of shit in the minute living in the transitionary period is the way I look upon it. Like, but we every cloud has a silver lining, Del. What do you reckon?
Yeah. Pete, if you look in the chat, I think that's Frank the handle. If you type, I'd say if you type that in.
Does he want? Do you want to come in, Frank?
Or copy and paste it.
You want the link? No problem. I go coffee now.
Gosh. There's so many little catchphrases, isn't there?
Oh, well. I won't say anything bad about Vincent now, but
no, I'm not saying anything either.
You heard about, well, Pancho Pete said to me, I was in chat, and he said, apparently Vincent has you cut out as being a sort of, I don't know, backstabber or something like that. That I was in chat with Yvette, and I was slagging off flat earthers, which I wasn't, like, you know, outside of the fact that I always say flat earth is infiltrated, Del, you know what I mean? So apparently then that Pete feels free to say that if this is true, you're banned out of here, you know. So kind of putting everything that I've ever had to say or my whole character on the stake or on the word or something like that. And I never heard any proof being offered of anything. I did speak to via chat. Never spoke to any of these people personally, just via chat, speaking, communicating with Yvette briefly and Charlotte. Now the thing is, I never spoke to these people before, you know, really. I never spoke to them and rarely text or chatted with them in text. So what am I going to do? Judge everyone with the same brush, or take Vincent's and Pete's word for and just go, well, I can't touch these people? Because only a few weeks previously, they were all friends again, like, you know what I mean?
Man, you don't mind any of them, right? Because I've given up even trying to fucking comprehend them, and never mind anything else. There's such there's a transient phase. It's just people are dropped, people appear. It's just like it's a complete falseness anyway, man. It's not. It's internet.
That's it.
Fucking.
I stand over. Yeah.
So look, man. We don't need. Just need to use our own brains. We don't need anyone else to tell us who or what to think, or who or what to talk, or who to talk to, or this kind of thing. You know, if you're not in my gang, as far as I'm concerned, they're all fucking in it together, man. Because if A isn't picking on B, Y is attacking Z, and they regroup, and then and the bullshit. You want to talk about fucking the bullshit, the amount of bullshit we've seen. Even the thing with you and you see, I don't want to rehash all this stuff. I just would rather get away from it all. That's the best thing to do, you know. That's about the only true thing fucking Thomas Sheridan has ever fucking said is, you know, get away from the psychopathy. Just fucking blot them out of your life, you know. Just that's it, you know. So I don't really want to go on about it. So, this little click, and I'm not talking to you if you're talking blah blah blah. Fucking childhood stuff, you know. 53 years of age, man. I'm too old for that shit, you know. So,
yeah, you're right. And we see these sort of cliques happening, and what I see now is a sort of an amalgamation. It's sort of gone, a lot of the hangouts have gone back to where they were a year ago, you know, which was ball earthers and flat earthers mixing in chat with the usual. The ball earthers have never changed. They're tuned down.
Don't try to make sense of everything. Stick to, you know, the Earth's flat, and then we just stick to, you know, we'll go on about Judy Wood or some shit like that. Don't go try to really work too hard on finding out what's really going on, or if there's anything you can do to navigate through the bullshit and little solutions along the way. No, we won't talk about them. We'll talk bollocks, and we'll spy on people, and we'll accumulate fucking dossiers, and we'll expose the shills, and then we'll fucking all regroup, and then we'll be all friends again, and then we'll bollocks to all that, man. Come on, you know.
Yes, I'm with you, Del. Bollocks to all of that, and we're being played, like, and we should recognize that we're being played. Now, I think, again, it's an individual's journey, so we have to, as individuals, wake up to this. You know, we are being steered. Every conspiracy has a door waiting for you to enter with some, you know, guard, gatekeeper, you know, well prepared for you. You know,
that's the thing, man. It's like a fucking fairground, and there's there's the fucking enter at your peril, but it's called like the conspiracy world of YouTube, and you know.
I'm fucking stuck in the ghost train, Dal. Anyway, I broke down in the ghost train years ago.
In a ghost train, and at every fucking corner, someone that's either stab you in the back, or there might be someone to give you a hand or give you a pointer. Go down that way, or have a look in there. Right. There'll always be cross my palm with silver fucking merchants. There'll always be people looking for donations and all this bollocks, you know. And there'll be people debating over stuff, and there'll be people doing this, that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it is always the question: well, where does it go next? And yeah,
it's like the people who gave us all this in the first place aren't our friends. You know, DARPA, you know, fucking all that stuff. You know, one giant fucking social experiment for all I know, or you know, whatever. But to witness the different characters, the behaviors, the ideas, the concepts, the fucking, and I'm not just talking about YouTube. It isn't going back. Like, fuck's sake, man. You know, it's just beggars belief, really. You know, you do have to laugh. If you didn't laugh now and again, you'd definitely go nuts. You know.
That's for sure, man. That's for sure. And again, you have to sort of step outside, not get emotionally involved with the characters. I was a little not let down by Pete. Just to think that we had a sort of a certain relationship over the course of a year, but something like that, you wouldn't give me a chance to maybe defend myself, or if anything needed defending. But now that I see that it's all a necessary part of things as well, like, you know what I mean. This is an evolving arena, I guess, if you will. And yeah, I mean, I've certainly learned a whole hell of a lot. Even this time last year, or this time 6 months ago, I think I moved on to understand certain things that I had no chance of understanding this time last year. So the way I look upon it is that everything we go through is a necessary part of things to take you to where you are at this particular point now, you know. So don't get too emotionally involved in characters or personalities. And it's sort of like ultimately all about the information, you know. Because there are certainly lots of personalities around there, and that's the one thing as well. You know, I was this was misconstrued by Ali as well when I said it last night. But I think it's a sound way to sort of continue in one sense, anyway, for one type of investigator. When you're trying to discern who is or who isn't an actor or a character on the stage, you know what I mean? Because this is what we're all about. We don't want to be following people who are going to deceive us, you know, or we want to be able to discern that they are about deceiving us. So yeah, we can learn more from what people won't talk about than what they will. And I think you know what I mean by that as well. Their gatekeepers are set certain bounds and restrictions that they can't go beyond. So that's open to, and Ali didn't misconstrue what I said there, but I stand over saying that, like, you know, being aware. Again, it's all about being aware of the arena that we're in, you know.
I did hear Ali. It was in public domain. It was on Jamie's show the other night, and I heard him actually say he was giving out about you anyway, whatever, you know. But oh God, I was more than surprised when not really surprised, but kind of when he actually mentioned fakeologist.
Right, what did he say?
He was, well, I can't word for word, but I do have the audio of it. But he was saying whatever about giving out about you, right, with your idea of fakeology or whatever. And he goes, this fakeologist guy, and everything is fake. And that's all he said. He just brushed all that off. But he did mention fakeologist. And I'm thinking there is a sort of thing out there to sort of to gatekeep that, not even get people into going to have a look at fakeologist, you know, never mind anything else. Just brush it off with one fucking, you know. So I was kind of, so there's that's Ali for you. You know, he's the guy who still thinks they went to the moon and the famous blue marble shot was really taken, but they did cover it up because the Earth is so bigger or whatever, you know, whatever stuff.
This is nonsense, Dad, isn't it? This is
nonsense. This mixing fucking, that's kind of crazy stuff. But that, like that, if he's not there to just, that's just his own beliefs. Well, fair play to him, on with it, because if it is just his own belief, well, then he's obviously came up with this theory a long time ago, and then he's not going to let go of it. It's just like another example of someone letting go of a previous held opinion or whatever.
Well, or else there's something else going on, Del, and there's no one fools at this stage of the game. So I mean, all this information is out here. A dog with a mallet up his arse conceded the moon landings were hopes at this stage.
Yeah. It's people who are trying to stop you from even going to look at it. No, I've seen it in the reverse before we got into the flat earth, or when it came out first. The knee-jerk reaction on the fakeology side would say Kay Ham and the likes of even Simon Shack. You shouldn't even go look at it. You know what I mean? It was a psyop from day one. And, well, of course it's a psyop from day one, but that doesn't mean we can't go and have a look and see what it's about. It's the same as fucking 9/11 was a psyop from day one. It didn't stop Simon Shack making September clues.
Yeah.
That's, so there was people on that side, and to this day, they're like ballers, the classic baller. They might be able to put fakeology into one box, but then still fucking firmly believe that. I know that NASA's lying and all that, but then still firmly believe in this spin and ball concept and with it.
It's a little too transparent, isn't it, for some of us? And of course, Ali was talking about yesterday. I mean, I called him out as an actor before, and I do think he's acting his part. But that's not important. I mean, let's get over that. We can still have a conversation. But if we're going to have a conversation, let's be sincere about it, But he did admit that he is under the what do you call that? Official Secrets Act. And I said, well, how long? Because he worked at the Ministry of Defense or whatever. I said, how long does that last for? Well, it lasts for a lifetime.
He said he was a janitor or something. He cleaned. He was a cleaner. That's what he did.
So he says.
Of course, these would be the feckers who would have access to all the shit because they'd be cleaning the offices and all that kind of stuff.
Right. And, we can take that at face value. But there's definitely different things to be suspicious about. And I do right, I think, with my suspicions. I can't entertain and especially now I know that you can't land on the moon, Del. I think I know what the moon is, and no, you can't land on something that has no separate existence of its own, Yeah. So no matter how much we want to believe that, this is the Richard Hoagland thing, isn't it? It's sort of like, yeah, sure, they faked the moon landings, but they did it to conceal a real mission.
Yeah. Glass towers on the moon, and there's cities on the moon, and there's different kind of creatures on the moon. In fact, there's another guy out there who used to do the rounds on rents for years. He managed to he painted the moon, man. So there's actually forests on the moon, and there's lakes on the moon. You see that?
It's interesting.
Got his hands on fucking Photoshop when it started, back in XP days, and he started painting the moon and all this. Like the moon is, it's like a grand buffet, man. There's something for everybody, it really is.
Yeah, it's hilarious. And I was only noticing as well that, isn't it funny that there are so many seas, the Sea of Tranquility, etc. I'm hard pressed if I can think of any other seas actually, but there's loads of them around, and all the black areas, the translucent areas, are the sea areas, But isn't it funny that they're... well, there's nothing funny about it. To me, it makes absolute sense now why they called it the Apollo mission, first of all, and why all of these are designated to be seas. Because, well, we have a watery background, so wherever the moon is, you're going to have a watery background,
Yeah.
So it's amazing. But yeah, to think that you've come this far into flat Earth realization, and you realize the extent to which they faked or reality, to then give the moon landings a pass is crazy. There's something else going on there, and Ali is no fool. And look, it's like, did you see the way everyone attacked me when I called out Chris Evie, Del? I don't know if you saw that. I can understand it in a way. Apparently, they sort of had different interactions before that. I'm not saying anything in a sinister way. Paper is a very smooth operator, you know what I mean. So But they could be genuinely tricked. But I think maybe there's something else going on as well. But I'm not sure about that. But yeah, I just said to paper. We were off air and we still talked for about an hour with Jamie and whoever else was there. So I just said to paper, I'll relook at your first appearance with Jamie, and I'll come back and give you my final decision. I'm pretty sure at this stage it's you. So just to check. And then when I did come back the next time, that's all I said. I said, I know it's you. It's the shock to see your face at this stage in the game, and I won't take it any further because, of course, I have nothing to prove anymore, Del. We already did our proof regarding Edna and paper explanator. So now I know myself that this is the situation, and I don't care anymore. You know what I'm trying to say? I just moved beyond it. And I know that if I was to try and convince other people, I'd have to go through a whole heap of shit to do it. And I'm just not bothered. And at this stage, even though I saw Chris was on with Doomweaver last night, Chris Fe. So, I mean, I was thinking, should I leave a message saying this guy is paper explanator?
Well, that Doomweaver guy, I don't know, the plumber from fucking Antarctica, you know.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake, man.
It's terrible. We get a name for ourselves, Del, as being a conspiracy freak.
Well, look, we're just fucking, as far as I'm concerned, I'm out of it. We just fucking talk. We're just talking about stuff.
Yeah, we're not saying anything now that we wouldn't say to somebody who, if they were on air here, but how many look? There's only 7 looking anyway, Del, so that's cool. That's a fine number, but yeah, the way I see it, we have to call these things out, and I'm sort of gone beyond that anyway. Whatever game paper Chris is playing, I don't want to be part of it. You know, I've spotted it. I spotted his game. Remember the early days when Edna was on, Del, and he was droning on, and absolutely everything was a fake.
Yeah.
You know, and that's fine as well, but Jesus, sort of overkill in a sense. So I knew there was something not quite right. So from early days, we sort of exposed him, I suppose, and yeah, just every time he reappeared, I just spotted him. I just knew who he was, you know. We called him out. And we had, of course, the famous cancer thing, Del. I mean, that's, you know, and would you say 95% as well? I'm in the same boat as you. We can't swear to anything 100%, but you know, so this is the arena we know we're in, and to try and convince someone like Mick, you know, I'd have to go through a whole hell of a lot of stuff, and at the end of it, then what would I gain out of it? You know, this is between me and paper, and I let it be known on air that I know the story. This is a situation. You're an actor playing a role, and I don't need to go any deeper about it, you know. But you still need to say it rather than keep stum about it and say it to paper privately. What's the point in that, you know? Yeah, what's the point in that? But it's interesting that he's shown his face, Del. What do you think?
It was probably time for him to, you know, go all in, so to speak.
Yeah, I'm thinking we're in the final stages, and of course he always must have had this Chris Fe site, because he says he has. I haven't looked at it. He says he has his different videos going back years, as if that proves he wasn't Evil Edna, you know. You know, which is a bit silly, but yeah.
Even Evil Edna in his original format that we met him on, right? He even admittedly was also Psyopticon. That was just another one of his.
Yeah.
There's another sock account, but he'd call himself Psyopticon. But he would still admit that he was Evil Edna and Psyopticon, if you know what I mean.
That's right. That's right.
So he's not a stranger to just having complete. It'd be like me calling myself Delquois on one and just opening up another channel and calling myself Joe, and you'd know me as Joe or Delquois.
Right. Right. You'd make it clear that one was the other.
Yeah. So but like he didn't really make that clear at the time until he was really, you just caught, oh, that's him as well, you know. So, and having said that, you see, you'd wonder why they do this or what's their deal or whatever. This is just one opinion. My opinion is that if you notice, he's not just been assigned to YouTube and bumping into you. Like you'd be like Holmes and he's Moriarty going into different fucking right? But he was also assigned, like he got kicked out of Clues Forum in the end because he was even let back in at one stage and then got kicked back out again because he's antagonizing. He's an antagonizer,
He
and
is.
he did the same. And now he's still on Fakeologist. He sort of had the return of Psyopticon. Do you remember that? There was an odd.
I do. He's still around, isn't he? Yeah.
I've let him back in, so he's still working. You know.
Oh God, he's still doing the rounds. But I mean, listen, yeah, you move on, you know. So again, to see his face, that to me indicates a sort of we're definitely in the end game, and I don't think he's doing a great job at concealing the fact that he's Evil Edna, or you know, or that he's Paper Explanator. But again, I'm not bothered anyway. Just it's out there, and again, we have to be aware of the arena we're in, Del. You know,
that's it.
I think, and then we can review all information.
Give me a minute there, man. I'll be back in a second, right?
Yeah, take your time, man. Take your time.
Play a tune or something.
Yeah, I might play a tune. That's what I'll do. Yeah, and I'll bring up something interesting, Del, based on our last conversation. Remember, I said I had something interesting to show you.
Yeah, right. I know, but I have to go now. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, take your time. So take your time. Okay. Let me sing a song. I think is Del presenting there. Let me see. Okay. Okay, let me get Del off presenting there. Okay, that should be better now. How come it's not? Oh, there you go. Now that's back on me. Lovely. I just heard this song, Johnny Cash, but it's one I hadn't really heard of Johnny Cash, so I learned it. So it's a nice little soft song. I hope it comes through okay. I was a rover, and I walked alone. I hiked 100 highways. I never had a home. Even still, I'm happy. Brother, can't you see? Once in a while along the way, well, love's been good to me. There was a girl in Denver for the winter storm. Oh, her eyes were tender, oh, her lips were warm, and she could smile away the dark clouds, kiss away the rain. Oh, that was long ago, you won't hear me complain. I was a rover, and I walked alone. I hiked 100 highways, I never had a home. Even still, I'm happy. The reason is, you see, once in a while along the way, well, love's been good to me. There was a girl in Portland before the winter storm. We used to go a-courting along October Hill, and she could laugh away the darkness, kiss away the snow. Oh, that was long ago, along the road I'll go. I was a rover, and I walked alone. I hiked 100 highways, I never had a home. Even still, I'm happy. brother, can't you see? Once in a while along the way, well, once in a while along the way, well, once in a while along the way, well, love's been good to me. Sorry about my guitar, a bit out of tune again, but I can't remember who sang that first. I think Frank Sinatra did a version of that as well, but a lovely song, really slow ballad. Love's been good to me. So Del has just gone out for a little break.
I'm back, man.
Yeah. How you doing, Del?
I'm grand. A bit of a sneezing fit there.
Do you suffer from a hay fever or anything like that?
No, it's just I think it's like noses. It runs in the family. I know me granny. You know the way you'd sneeze once and you can't. You just keep fucking sneezing. You know.
Did you say noses run in your family, Del?
Yes, that was a joke, man. It's like.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking brave men run in my family.
Oh, they run away, do they?
That's Bob Hope joke, but yeah, he was a. Well, again, I was supposed to believe the likes of Kathy O'Brien, Bryce Taylor. I think there might be some truth to it, but he was a right bollocks by all accounts, Bob Hope.
Yeah, like Fatty Arbuckle. He was another one of
those.
those.
There's a nastiness there, Del. You know what I mean? Yeah. We try to look on the bright side, but again, there is real suffering and real horrors that do go on. I mean, we were just talking briefly about the North. Excuse me, and possible hoaxed events. Mountbatten is another prime candidate for a hoax.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But in all fairness, me and my brother Andrew were up in Galway just for a day or whatever, and we're having a drink in a pub, and we got talking to a couple from Northern Ireland, so they loved the trip down to Galway, but they had some stories to tell, Del, and they were definitely genuine in their telling, you know what I mean? This is the real shit that goes on the ground, you know what I mean?
What I was saying to you, though, Pete. That's exactly like the people on the ground. Like this kind of fucking stuff goes into a place, and it is, you know, that's what I said to you. They left it like a Wild West scenario. Yeah. They let the people, and you know, once it only takes one side to start a feud, and before you know it, then and they just had fucking ordinary people fighting against each other. The upper layers of these organizations were all fucking security forces. They were all MI5, MI6, military
stuff, Del, isn't it?
It is. And there was a lot. You see, this is the thing. This is how they fucking, it's a stick to beat the likes of us over the head with. They go, oh, everything's fake. Far from it, you know. What I'm saying anyway is that the catalysts that create the conditions that they unleash then on people, that's the fakery bit. It's so much easier to fucking do it if you've got an organized group of, they're like commandos, except instead of going in and shooting up the place, they go in and fucking create this fucking artistic show, for want of a better word, and it affects everything else, you know? Like, for example, the Boston bombing, or one of them, or even the one in Manchester, you know, the group goes in, they have their fucking their cues, their fucking and action. They do it. They have the smoke bomb, and they do this in the middle of a fucking arena full of just genuine people who will all swear the next day that yes, I was at a terrorist attack. See, that's how it works, and it's so effective. It's fucking mind blowing.
Isn't it? And you're spot on. And I remember talking on one of these hangouts, and I believe the guy was genuine. He said he was at the Boston bombings, and he was disputing the fakery of it all because he said he was there. So then I got to question him, and he admitted that he was about 200 yards away, something like that, and he heard a loud explosion. And the minute he heard it, this is what the minute he heard it, he upped and ran, Del. You know, So, I mean, for all intents and purposes, he's no witness at all.
Yeah.
You know.
As far as he's concerned, he was there.
Yeah. And he'll just parrot the official story then, and everyone he meets, he'll tell that, and this is how it works. I remember I've said it before, but I was in a pub in Limerick, the White House, it's a really small pub, and there was a little side garden for smokes, and there was about 5 people out there, but fucking every one of them knew someone who died on 9/11, Del. Every one of them. And you're going, what? Come on, you know what I mean? But this is our sort of desire as well to regarding storytelling. If something happened, if an event happened, a major event happened across the way from you, but you didn't quite see it, every subsequent story you told to somebody, especially if it made national news or whatever, you would include yourself as a direct witness to it because you were so close. We'll exaggerate the stories, and we always like to ameliorate or big up the stories. So yeah, we can see how it works.
Like telephone or Chinese whispers, as it's called. It gets embellished at each telling, and the fucking it's that's
And
what.
again,
And on top of that, man, I would have no problem in believing that you could go into any fucking pub in any town in Ireland or any big town, small town, and you'll find the same scenario because. As far as I'm concerned, this place is crawling with spooks from the CIA and the likes, because Ireland is just basically effectively some sort of aircraft carrier, airstrip 1 type scenario for America. It's controlled by the Crown, but in turn, America sort of has this, yourself in Shannon, you're down there. It's sort of like, they have a token controlled opposition to it. You don't just break into and smash up an American airplane and get and be caught and arrested. You just don't get in there in the first place, if you know what I mean.
Who was involved with that? Was that Mick Wallace, Del? Was that
was she some counselor or some?
Yeah, I remember the case. I was wondering, was Mick Wallace involved in it? Because he's another politician I wrote to Del, thinking that he's sort of outside the flock, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But no response from him. And I think what I think happens is all of these emails will go through a handler, if you will.
Yeah.
And, whether the people get to them or not. But of course, I said everything and what I had to say, but no interest. Who are you going to tell the Manchester bombings were fake, Dal? Who are you going to ring up and say it to?
It's the bottom line, isn't it? Who is the apart from us, each individual being our own author, our own authority?
Yeah.
What authority do you go to tell when the so-called authority is perpetrating all this shit?
Yeah. Well, I guess we put our faith in a higher authority as well, Del, and I think this is important in terms of flat Earth as well. I definitely do that. I know there's a greater game going on. I have found a creator, Del, and I have now. My creator is not the creator like MG Pillbox's creator. You know what I mean? Or knowledge scavengers creator. No, it's a different thing. It's a different thing that's going on altogether. And I understand that I have no hope of describing anything or naming anything. I just know something in my heart, you know what I mean? And this is what Flat Earth opens us up to, So we're not privy to a greater game, but that's certainly where I put my faith in to a big degree as well, that there is a greater game. And not that we'll be rewarded, but right will win. Goodness will win at the end of the day. It always will. It can always deceive, or it can always, combat deception and hatred and all of these other qualities that have been used, I guess, in ample amounts against us all our lives. You know what I mean? So, it's confounding to think of the scales of things. And again, there is no one to appeal to. But maybe this is all part of us waking up to our own, as you say, our own authority, Del. And look, you have been doing things a certain way, and you have seen the results. You know that you know who you are, and you know who you're dealing with. So by doing that in an appropriate manner, you've proven to yourself that this stuff is not just airy fairy nonsense.
It's not. It's
Yeah,
fucking. It's very real. It's, you know.
it is. It is.
When
There's,
we
yeah,
talk about how some of their tactics they use, it's fakery and deception, but it's not just the Israeli fucking armed forces that call themselves we do war by deception. That's the motto of the whole, you know,
yeah.
apparatus in the
It,
control grid, or, you know, the perceived control grid that we see, you know, which
and
is a
they
lot of
have,
in the mind too, man, because they cannot police everybody. They rely on us to police ourselves,
that's
you know,
it.
to a greater extent. And you see it manifesting then in the likes of YouTube, where people are fucking policing themselves, you know, I'll be walking on
Yeah,
eggshells.
I mentioned it, Del. I mentioned it, and this is why I called Antonio Subrats out as an actor. I mentioned it that, you know, in one particular chat, Patricia was in there, and obviously there's a big elephant in the room. You know what I mean? And next minute, Antonio jumped in. And you could just feel the tension, you know what I mean? And of course, the Shay didn't take any notice of this sort of stuff. You have to say stuff, and I just made a comment like, "Let's none of us mention the big elephant in the room," you know. But I think this is part of the plan, you know, to get people to, again, self-censorship, be on tender hooks or walking on eggshells in terms of what you think and what you can express. You know what I mean? And this is not the way we need to go. We need to go the complete opposite way.
You know, say what you see, like that fucking game show from years ago.
Yeah. But this is the thing then as well. If the people, the players, the actors have supporters, then the supporters will be brought in to diminish the naysayer, if you will. You know what I mean?
We've
And
seen
I
all
think,
that go on too.
what's that?
I said we've seen all that go on too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hence
Exactly.
your disdain for wrenches. You know, I know what you mean about that, because I've seen it. I've seen it in action. I've seen people just use and abuse their so-called sense of authority, or, you know, spanner power. You know, that kind of nonsense. So
Yeah, and it's
eh,
a there's no authority on flat Earth except ourselves, Dal, and
yeah,
this is the thing we all need to realize. And don't follow anybody. You know, take on board certain information and run with it, or whatever resonates with you. But don't follow any personalities, especially in this type of an arena. You know,
yeah,
all conspiracies are controlled, and this is only the biggest conspiracy ever. To think that there aren't people. That's what Haunted House was saying today. I don't think there are any agents in terms of 9/11 conspiracy. What the? That's what he couldn't understand what I was talking about. There's no agents of deception planted to sort of sway public opinion. What do you mean? This is giving your game away immediately, because these people, he's not a fool. Jonathan's not a fool.
very fucking naive to think that, right? Or maybe you're just new to the whole game, so to speak. But if you say something like that, well, even the fact that you say it has shown that you haven't fucking had one toe in the fucking pool of research into this shit, you know?
In the murky conspiracy pool, yeah. Whereas we're up to our fucking neck in the shit. But we'll do like what's his name, Andy Dufresne. He swam through a football field length worth of shit and came out clean the other side. You know.
Smelling his roses, huh?
Yeah. What I mean,
Oh.
again, this, not to dwell on this again, but it's use your brain, people. When we were dealing with Earth discussions, Del, what gave their game away was they all sang from the same hymn sheet. So every conspiracy, it was a non-conspiracy, and they all agreed sort of across the board. That's not how the things work, like in the real world, with genuine and honest people coming in to investigate and follow the truth, no matter where it takes you. So yeah, absolutely. Flat Earth is only the biggest well, it's not the biggest conspiracy, but it's right up there, and so it's going to be controlled. This is all about control of information, and there's plenty of motivation and motive, and plenty of cause, plenty of resources to pull off this deception, but yeah, they do need to control the information, and to think there are no agents is just a ludicrous idea.
Yeah, definitely, man.
But Yeah, I mean, look, that's what I'm saying. It's an individual's journey, and there's no telling anyone anything, Del. You know, at the end of the day, you can only point people in certain directions. I imagine that, um, you know, if someone said to me, again, I can only imagine if someone said to me, have you looked into the possibility of media fakery on 9/11? I said, no, no, I haven't. I'm stuck in I'm in the Dmitry Kalazov camp. Absolutely sure that this is going on. But if someone said to me, well, consider the possibility of media fakery, there's evidence out there to suggest, then I would go looking, you know. I wouldn't say, you're fucking crazy, man, you know, get out of here. You're just some disinformation agent to protect us from the Dmitry Kalazov truth. No, no, that would be completely unnatural for me to say something like that. So I can't understand it when other people do that, you know, Del. But again, when you're dealing with gatekeepers and controlling information, then this is all obviously part and parcel of it, you know, as you know well. But
did you send the link to Frank, by the way?
no, I didn't. But I don't think he wanted to come in, Del, did he?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe he didn't. I don't know.
I said to ask if he wants to come in. If you're there, I wasn't looking at the chat. So if anyone wants to come in, just give us a what do you call it in the chat? A little request, no problem. But yeah, Frank is still. I haven't spoken to Frank in ages, but he's still firmly in the flat Earth camp, Del, is he?
Oh yeah,
of course he is. Yeah.
Sure. He had a kind of a sort of a little famous encounter with Chris Kendall on the Hoaxbusters call.
Oh, that's an interesting one. Now, go on. How did that go, Del?
Well, he just basically, you know, laid it out there, you know, for Chris about the whole concept of curvature. Just leave it at that, you know. And
Chris's stance is very peculiar.
Yeah, it's like as if he got, you know, his latest script and went, oh shit, you know, I got to do this one. I know, I'm only joking, but what is it?
See, that's hard for us to say because we're so accustomed and we love Chris so much. Like, you know?
Yeah. No, he's done the. Well, why is he basing his straw man defeat of the flat Earth purely on what the so-called top brass are going on about? And then the only two times he has a so-called debate with anyone, it's journalism, you know. It's just even that whole concept of, well, come on, Chris, you're a pretty good researcher, and if you know, there's people that I don't rely on the so-called potato crew or anyone like that for my flat Earth stuff. When I started looking into this the first thing I ever posted on the blog and on Mammy Shit at the time, which caused great talk about trolling, you know, just try posting, you know, fucking stuff about flat Earth on a kind of a channel that was like sort of, you know, it's the Jews and white nationalists. Did I say it's the Jews and the Jews? But the Earth's flat. What are you fucking kidding me? I got trolled big time, you know. And I'm not talking about what passes for trolls on YouTube. These guys were definitely fucking, you know, serious.
When was that? I mean, obviously, it is a hot potato.
That was back in 2013, man.
Really?
I posted the Matt Powerland WikiLeaks. Remember that WikiLeaks NASA employer does a stand-up show, photo or painting. They're right back to basics. It's the first thing I posted on Mammies and on the blog at the time.
What's that about WikiLeaks?
Yeah, he probably just used the WikiLeaks because at the time WikiLeaks was the big popular.
Right. Oh, okay. I'm with you. Okay.
Have you not seen that where he does the stand-up routine?
I have seen that, but I didn't know that WikiLeaks were involved.
No, well, whether they were or not, it's in the title. It was in the title of the video.
Well, we know all about WikiLeaks.
I know exactly. That must be the same fucking. Sorry, what time is it, man? Because they generally do these on a timer. I had one on, and you just had one there, you know.
Quarter to one here, but yeah, those fucking annoying.
The 1 o'clock ambulance is early tonight. We have the fucking the lunchtime ambulance here goes through the town every fucking day, and then you have the 6 o'clock ambulance flies through the town.
Yeah. These are the new church bells, Del. They're letting you know that, you know, everyone has a certain thought when you hear a police car siren or an ambulance siren. You know, it sort of puts not the fear of God in you, but it gives you a little jolt anyway.
Gives you a jolt, and then at the same time, the fucking ambulance guy is rushing home for his fucking, you know, to end his shift or to, you know, go on his lunch break or whatever.
Oh, it's all a mess. It's all an absolute mess. But all right. Well, that was 2013 for you as well. Yeah. So yeah. Well, Matt Powerland is clearly an actor. I think he's even admitted to it.
When all that shit started coming, do you think back to the drip, drip, drip? First of all, the first drama was Matt Powerland and his gay acting fucking thing. Yeah. And so, yeah, so he's an actor anyway, you know. So, yeah, big, you know what I mean? Kel Surprise after that. Because, you know, every one of them started, there was always something. There was a drama. Do you remember the threesome with Sergeant Prepper in the fucking first meetup they had?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, with Orphan Red or Hard Porn.
Red, some other one who allegedly is his girlfriend. Then after that, you know, right, we know all that, and then we had the fallout with, you know, poor Patricia being, you know, put out of nose out of joint. Then you had the whirlwind romance and moving to England and that whole scenario where you'd be sitting there and on Antonio's couch and. Oh man! Then all the revelations, like, man, there is someone, albeit probably an apprentice, but they're sitting in some fucking room typing this shit out, and they want to be the next writer for the 9/11 scenario, but they just have to put up with writing flat Earth scripts for YouTube at the moment.
It definitely is a narrative unfolding, Del, and I talked about. Mark Sergeant Prepper being a big clue, you know, and none of this is by accident. And yeah, I think they know the truth as well. I think lots of people are privy to what's actually going to be exposed, I suppose, or you know, made clear. That's the way I see it. So it's all a game, and yeah. Go along with the ride, I suppose. Go along with the ride. Keep your antenna up though, and be aware that this is a game. And of course, look, you have Sergeant Pepper. I made the connection to Edgar Allan Poe and Alice in Wonderland and Lewis Carroll, and then you have Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. You know, they're telling, and then you have this Sergeant Pepper thing as well coming up. At the
Pete, the moon and the sun through the looking glass. As it fucking goes around.
Right, man. Now you have it. Nice one, Del. Nice one.
As above, so below. So the rabbit hole is below, but the fucking rabbit hole is above. Right.
Manifestation is above.
Looking glass.
Lovely. And everything, this is where everything is mirrored as well. This is where the significance of that comes in. And I think it's all the clues are pointing towards a description of our natural, if you want to put it like that, world. I don't think it's a natural world, Del. It's a broken. Sun is broken, right? And the system itself
it reflects the system below. Everything is broken around us. So why wouldn't the fucking heavens be broken? Why wouldn't everything be broken?
Right.
Maybe are we waiting for the renewal, or are we just literally here in the middle of the brokenness, the past deluges or muds and things and whatever else is going on? The clockwork function is starting to slow down, it's starting to fuck up. Who knows, really? We're speculating on that front. Well, I am. But, you know.
Beyond a certain point, it's all about speculation.
I will say why I think of it, though. Be your own LSC. Everybody is LSC. Turn your own water into wine. I wonder, did LSC ever fucking make wine?
That's one thing. I bet he hasn't, Del. That's one thing when you have on him.
No, he'd have someone bring him a bottle of it during fucking makeup before he goes on his channel and does his hangout, you know.
Let me tell you what I remember. I left you hanging the last time, Del, and
go on. You're going to
Yeah, and I'll just mention this one thing, but you'll definitely be able to appreciate this, because you remember the last time we were talking about the significance of 420 and you were talking about 42, and I've got that never occurred to me, man. So that's an excellent connection there. And I was going Googling then. So let me just bring you back to why I did this, right? So I, from 9/11, accepted that Kid A was the soundtrack to the 9/11 102-minute movie, you know what I mean? So at their 10th song was called Motion Picture Soundtrack. So I knew Radiohead were connected big time into all of this. You had mentioned then the 42 and the 420. So I just typed in the Dodo and Radiohead just to see if there was any clues there. And the first, I'm going to, let me share. I'm not going to go through the links because I haven't even gone through it.
No, I'll tell you what though. Yeah, but if you're going to share your screen, bring it up in Firefox. And then when you click share screen, it'll bring you and go to other apps, and you'll click on your Firefox then, and then no one will see your link here.
Okay.
And then you'll be
yeah, even if they do that, I don't give a shit. Leave them come in and snipe it. But I don't think that's going to happen. So no, I've just gone to, I think this works fine, application window, and click the appropriate one. But let me just, before I share the screen, so set the scene. So yeah, that's what I did. I realized that Radiohead had a big part to play with the 9/11 hoax and the greater story. 9/11 is, if you take it literally, you're getting lost. There's a greater story been told here in terms of allegory and metaphor and all this sort of stuff. So Radiohead I took to be an integral part in everything. And then after discussion, I was telling you about 420, and you broke it down to 42, which of course Douglas Adams talked about being the answer to life, the universe, and everything, which was brilliant. So
you dropped a zero, you know, like what is 40? Right. It's 42.
I didn't realize it though, Del. I didn't. It's just one thing that didn't. It just didn't occur to my eyes, you know. And now that you did recognize it, I was going great. So I went home, or sorry, not I went home. I Googled Radiohead and the Dodo, and this is what came up, Del. The first thing that came up. Can you see the screen?
42 things you didn't know about Tom York.
Tom York is the Radiohead lead singer, but that's not even the point. I was going, fucking hell, that's amazing. Just after what Del said, look at point number 5, Del. Wait till I get down to it now. We don't need to read this. Although I haven't even read the most link. When I got to this part, I said, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Did you check point 9 and check point 11?
Well, I didn't. I haven't even went beyond this. Wait till you see this, Del. And I just said, look, I'm not even going to go beyond it. This is all I need to know in one sense. Yeah. So I remember that I made the connection between, you know, 9/11 being the Kid A. Kid A was a 2000 album from Radiohead. So obviously 2001 it was before that. But yeah, it's the soundtrack. When you play the soundtrack, when you play Kid A, the album next to the movie, it's like the Wizard of Oz and Pink Floyd. You know, it's that gelled. So yeah. Anyway, Del, get to the point. Get to the point, says you.
Yeah, present everyone to Pete.
Point number 6, Del. Point number 6. Tom's brother Andy, nicknamed Tom York, him. Dodo. He was known as Salamander in school. Isn't that amazing, man?
Well, Pete, I'm going to give you a fucking freaky one, right?
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, well, I'll give you a freaky one.
Off you go, man.
My youngest brother, right? Well, he'd actually be my half brother, right? Because, you know, my mother married again after my father died. Okay. So my youngest brother, like, you know, he was born when, you know, I was like 12 or 13, you know, and, you know, what did he call me?
Dodo. What did he call you?
Dodo. Dodos.
Dodo as well.
Dodos. You know, when he was baby, he first, you know, Mama, Dada, and Dodos. I'm Dodos because I was so.
That's amazing.
It's fucking freaky that it's, you know, your man's name was Dodo, and then, you know, yeah.
That's amazing, man. And just thinking about that's all I read on that, Del. First of all, just the synchronicity, the fact we were just talking about 42, 420, and then to see Tom York, who is you know, a famous musician worldwide, called Dodo, yeah. And Salamander. Now that I think about Salamander salamander, the whole idea about the dodo is it was a representation of the flat Earth after the deluge, if you will. You know what I mean? So a salamander grows back their limbs, of course, when they give them up when they're under pressure.
I always remember linking dodos with Australia when I was a young lad. Where is that where they were originally found, or is it Australia?
No, one specific island, Del. It was Mauritius.
Mauritius, was it?
Mauritius.
Mauritius. Right.
And the dodo was called the wallow bird. And the wallow because it was an indication of man's wantonness, I guess. You know, we talk about the dodo being so docile that it was just used for.
That was the thing. It used to allegedly walk up to the hunters and look at the gun as they were being shot. You see, this is the thing. How you wouldn't get a stupid animal like that.
No.
Stupid. You wouldn't instinctively. You would see your fellow birds being shot. So the bang fucking stick that the man is holding, that creature is holding, is dangerous. So you get out of there, you know. But the fact that it's on one small island, Mauritius, it's very easy to contain. You can contain a hoax or a fake entity or bird and say, yes, we discovered it here. It's only on Mauritius. How come it wasn't on any other island?
Right.
I don't know why I always linked it with Australia as a young lad. You know, we've been taught in school about fucking whatever.
Early descriptions Del talked about. Here's the clue as well. And we think about Terry Pratchett here. Early descriptions talked about the dodo running timid and free and docile, but also giant turtles. You know, this is what was talked about, you know, in association with Mauritius. And of course we know the flat Earth in terms of you know, the back of elephants and giant turtles.
And turtles flying through the you know, the eternal fucking
exactly. So everything about it is pointing. Here's another clue, Del. I typed in Michael Jackson and the dodo, and I think I might have mentioned that. Some suspicion just came up in a Google search. Some suspicion. Well, we know I know Michael Jackson's death was absolutely faked. I mean, he's a player in the background. But yeah, some suspicion that this character that appeared, called himself the Dodo, was actually Michael Jackson announcing some dance thing or so. I have a link for it, like, you know.
Yeah, plus he's the guy who invented the so-called moonwalk.
Moonwalk, yeah. It's all connected. It's all, and just that thing about Tom York just blew me away because, as I said, that intimate connection with 9/11. And I guess most people won't understand that as well, but it's there. There's threads out there. I suppose I could link to a thread where they talk about how someone actually did that, and they made a thread about it, and it's been picked up by other people as well.
The music industry, as much as, you know, I love music, you love music, and most our listeners love music, and we all have our bands and we have our songs and times and think about and all that. But we always have to remember as well, if you go back, as it wasn't just at the time of the 60s and the hippie movement in the CIA in America with Laurel Canyon and you know, Jim Morrison and all that. It's continued on, and that's what it is now. Even to the point where there was a video, one of Sting's solo album songs, and what is it? An artist in New York, an Englishman.
An Englishman in New York.
Have you ever seen the video to that song?
No, it's black and white, I think.
Black and white. At one stage, he's on the ferry, and the camera is looking from behind him, and he's singing. And as he's singing, it's one of those frosty mornings, so the smoke is coming out, or the breath is coming out of his mouth.
Right.
He's going right across.
I know what you're going to say.
The fucking Twin Towers, because they were still there when that video was made. Go back and look at that one.
Jesus.
Maybe Denny Millennium will find it. Mum, as you call him.
Oh gosh, I remember that well now, Del. But it's all over the place. Isn't
An Englishman in New York, and the fucking breath is literally cutting the tower, coming out where the fucking smoke was.
You know,
it was already formulated, and this stuff was. There's even a special little documentary attached to him, to Sting, right? And of course, Stuart Copeland was the drummer out of the Police, right? The Police. They would have to call them themselves the Police. Stuart Copeland was straight out of fucking the military. His father was American intelligence or naval intelligence, straight out of Laurel Canyon, Lookout Mountain, all that, right? So they're there. I remember seeing a bit. It's probably on YouTube, man. There's this like little bit where they were doing a concert at the time when 9/11 happened, and you remember that, and they're all sitting around a table and discussing whether they do it or will we continue and blah blah blah. It was all lending some credence to the whole acts. Yeah.
Look well, again, we don't want to go down here, but look into what Radiohead were doing in 9/11, Del. That's, again, all connects. Radiohead were playing a gig in Germany, a daytime gig, and they announced it on stage that there was the terrorist attack in New York, and they continued playing. There's an interesting, just type in Radiohead and 9/11 into YouTube, anyone who's listening.
I noticed that nobody has really talked about U2 and 9/11. And I'll tell you probably one thing is because I never did a video about it, or I talked about it before on my radio and that in improvs and whatever. But no one else is, like, I've never seen anyone do a video and put it up, like a Russian Vids video or something like that. No, first of all, probably because you get taken down straight away if you show a glimpse of U2, unless you're a fan and you're showing
right.
You know, don't say nothing wrong about Bono and friends, right? But before 9/11, right, their last album that they released before 9/11, right?
Go on.
Was, oh shit! All that you can't leave behind. It was called.
I remember it. That was a great album, Del.
It is some brilliant songs on it, but their main song, the first single, was "Beautiful Day."
You're not the only one staring. Wasn't that the same album? You're not the only one staring at the sun.
Staring at the sun is on Pop.
All right, sorry, go on, yeah.
On Pop.
I remember Beautiful Day, yeah. Beautiful Day.
Beautiful Day was on this album, All That You Can't Leave Behind. It was also their last album. It was released in 1999 or 8 or something like that.
Was it? Of course, it was a plane, wasn't it? A plane on a runway in Beautiful Day.
On the video, they're there. And I even fucking analyzed this video even more, just sitting around watching it. They were on a runway. No, but it goes through the whole thing. They're on, at one stage, you're going through the airport. First of all, he's sitting around the airport. Then you see the bags going through the security. And you see in the security monitor a little love heart flashing in a suitcase shape, right? Bono falls down onto the fucking thing and goes through it himself. You know, like this bullshit, right? And all this stuff's going on. But then when it gets into It's a Beautiful Day, they're on the fucking tarmac of a bloody runway.
Right.
There's 5 Persian carpets on the ground, right? Just set out. The drum kit's sitting on where they all intersect, and they're all playing. You should look at the video, man. Or even...
Will I bring it up? Will I bring it up here, Dan?
Bring it up, but don't play it. Put it on mute.
Will I put it up? Could I even put it on 1.5 times speed?
No, well, the point is, you look, you're not a cop. You're not fucking. The only copyright you will get is they just send you a message saying, you know, you can't monetize, but you're not monetizing anyway, or it might be blocked in a few countries. See, that's what I don't like about when they do that.
Let me bring that up then, and
they stop people in Germany looking at your videos. I didn't know that half my chemtrail videos back in 2008 were not seen in Germany for years because they were blocked in Germany just because of the music I had on the soundtrack, even though YouTube allow you to play the music, you know. But yeah, to get back to that video, I think YouTube have been getting away with way too much in the system. They're part of this whole thing, but yet they're overlooked, you know.
So let me actually, this is what I'll do. So Del, I have the video here, so I'll just keep it on silent. Can you play videos like this if there's no monetary gain to be had from it?
you can play it, and all it will do is it's happened to me in the pub all the time, even in the background music. You know, the way that I've got this music, it actually says copyright claim, and such already has it, and so therefore you can't monetize. They already know I'm not monetizing, so it doesn't matter. But you can't monetize, but you know, if you agree with this, you don't have to do anything, and they'll still allow your video. You know.
Okay, well, we'll make it clear.
One of my the last hangouts that I did, right, when I showed some Catch-22, they fucking blocked that. They literally blocked that, man. They just sent me a message saying, you know, your video contains copyright material from whatever Paramount. Therefore, your video cannot be seen. It's literally blocked in every country, and that's because I just showed a bit of Catch-22, and then I played some music, and I was actually talking to, you know, your man Pal. What the hell is his name?
Paulo.
No, Pon.
Punch Pete.
No, Pon. Jesus, maybe he's in the chat listening. He's going to fuck it. He won't like it. I chatted to him, and he's a nice guy, but that video is blocked. Can't fucking, you know, show it. Ponadon or something. Eternal Ponadon.
Oh, Eternal Padawan.
Eternal Padawan. That's him. Yeah.
His name is D-E-E. Wasn't he down at the beach the other day, Del, in Plymouth?
I saw some of that. I saw some of that live, actually. I just happened to be able to be in a position.
Not other than Chris Effie, but he had just met him that day, so I
know. I was thinking to myself, fair play to your man, you know, like he's down there doing something, you know, not there trying to steer people.
That's true, and well, let me do this then, Del, because I have to just cover a Pete.
A bit of fucking YouTube bashing for.
Yeah, let me play this, and you can talk to the video or talk over it. I'll have it down low. I have it on 1.25 speed, and again, this is just for the purpose of the discussion. So let me share that, and I won't be a second at the toilet.
And don't forget to present to everyone.
Yeah, I will do that.
But if it's going, if you're going to the jacks, I won't be able to pause it and say, well, here, this bit here, if you look at this kind of thing. But we'll just go through it, play it, and go to the jack.
That's what so I'll only be a second, and then you can just talk over it. So can you see the screen?
Yeah, present to everyone, yeah? Make it nice and big.
Okay, hang on. And here we have the sun coming in at the start. So present to everyone.
Plenty of fucking sun. There's plenty of... And always remember that this was before 9/11. This was when everyone was lulled and in a sense of
lovely. So Del, excellent. Now this is great because I have never looked at this with those eyes, but of course you two are going to be part and parcel of it. Interesting that the sun. It's all about the sun, Del. It's interesting the sun starts us off here.
Don't get me tired about the sun. You too.
Can you hear this, Del? Now?
Yeah.
Okay,
just play it on fucking ordinary speed.
Okay, hang on.
Yeah. And turn it up a little bit.
Okay. Good song. Okay, let me go back to the start.
Yeah, it is.
Let me just turn up the volume.
It is a brilliant song, but we're just looking at it in the context of, you know.
Yeah, 9/11. Okay, let me go to. Okay, is that okay with the volume?
Yeah, that's grand, right?
Okay, seconds.
This is Bono, you know, pretending to be working class hero, which he never was, walking around and there he's doing his Mephisto devil incarnation, always hiding himself, his eyes and shit. And they're in Charles de Gaulle Airport. I was there once actually, and the chemtrails are very thick over that airport. The sky falls, you feel like it's a beautiful day. Now look, you wouldn't get away with doing that in an airport. He's also still in his crotch exposure mode. His Elvis fucking trip. Surrounded by yes men. But here we go. Into security. Submit yourself to, you know, we did have security before 9/11, but it was like, just like fucking routine bullshit. It wasn't like, you know, militarized bullshit that we have now. We'll do a lyric breakdown another time. Because after the floods, all the fucking colors came out. Now, here we are, Pete, with the fucking carpets and the planes. Now, at the time of my conspiratorial fucking, you know, each of those carpets represented the countries that they fucking went into or wanted to go into after fucking planes.
Imagine you drew a line around them, Del, and they made the shape of a dodo.
They probably do, and if we look at it now, and Edge's guitar always had a dodo's head. That's the Gibson Explorer too. I'd love.
I'm just after seeing loads of clues in this video already.
Oh man, it's a virtual fucking the two towers. Look at the stacks, the speakers there, man.
Wow.
And it wasn't referred to as a beautiful day that morning in America, in New York.
Of course.
It was a beautiful day. Now, you see, this is only part.
I'm going to go back to that in a second.
Yeah. Now, there's Bono following the yellow brick road to the end. Look.
Lovely, lovely.
And Adam and Eve, because he was going into the fucking security or into the baggage place eating an apple, if you remember. And the sun, so look at the sun, man, on the level plane. Everything is flat as well, by the way.
This is all encoded, Del. I just seen something.
It is. But I wanted to tell you something else, Pete, right? We just put that on the back burner for a second. That was the U2 song and album before 9/11. And then there was 9/11 and everything else, you know, the life kind of went on. But here was the thing, and I remember this at the time, it stuck out at me, right? When U2 brought out their next single, right, coming out for their next album, right, and it was called Electrical Storm, and the likes of the Irish DJs, you know, playing it on the radio, made like pains to explain. This is U2's first song since 9/11. 9/11 was attached to fucking their song. It's not me attaching it. Was RTE and whoever else was playing it, MTV. This is U2's first song since 9/11. Of course, Bono bought an apartment in New York as well. He even has a song called New York. Remember? This came out around after 9/11. And that song is called Electrical Storm.
Mm.
And in that one, it's another video, and we're on a train this time, and it's like that famous quote, you know, when does the next station stop at this train? You know, it's like that. And then you also have, oh fuck it, you've got crazy esoteric stuff, TVs coming out of the fucking water, man. They're on the beach, they're chained to fucking televisions. The whole thing is about Larry, the drummer, in the narrative, the story of it, the video itself. But when you see Bono and the rest of them in the band themselves playing the song, what's he do? He does the fucking up the arms up. You know, can anyone help a poor widow's son position? No. But do you want to go back? Do you want to put that one on the front boiler again, and we'll have a look at it again?
Sure. I just saw it briefly. Let me. Where is it? Excellent. I'm going to have a look at that again later on.
you want to look for the other one, Electrical Storm, the one that was actually, it was like fucking touted when it was released as U2's first song since 9/11, and let's all be sad.
I'm definitely going to look at that. Let me play it from here. All encoded, Dale.
You want me to play it, man? It might have a better sound because I plugged into the mixing desk.
I just want to find out. I just want to pick up one spot.
Yeah.
It's coming up. That's all. So we already heard it, but hang on now.
Yeah, you see the speakers there. You've got your towers.
You can see it there, can't you?
Yeah.
I'd be interested in. I've been interested in bringing up the lyrics, well, just to see exactly what they're trying to say.
Those feckin' rugs.
There it is. There it is, Dale. Hang on. 3:38. I'll tell you what that reminds me of now. Oh, just missed it. Hang on.
Yeah, the two.
The Russian Teardrop.
Yes.
You're with me, man?
I saw it. Yeah, go back. There.
That's it. That's what that is. So I'm not sure what that's supposed to, but that definitely reminiscent of the Russian Teardrop, the gift that Russia made.
It's the wisdom tooth as well, man.
No, that's interesting. That's a new context. Why would Russia give this? I haven't thought about this in years. Well, a very strange gift to give, the Russian Teardrop. But that's what that reminded me of. So probably nothing to do with anything, but interesting. I'm going to definitely take a look at that again later on.
There's another video if you want to follow sort of a thread of 9/11 related videos. Is the Foo Fighters learning to fly. That's another fucking. That has so much shit going on in it. It's unreal. Plus the transgender thing. Plus David Grohl plays, fucking loads of different parts in it, and a lot of them are women. It's very strange move. It's very strange video. And plus the two guys, your man, he has his own band. I've actually seen them. They've done support to fucking Metallica when they played in Ireland here. Do you know the two guys I'm talking about? They're comedians and musicians.
The New Zealand guys, is it the Concord?
No, Jack Black and the other guy.
Oh no.
Learn to Fly, the Foo Fighters. Have a quick look at that one. You'll get all the different agendas that they're pushing, the so-called.
Oh, here we go. Can you hear that, Dad?
No.
You can't hear that?
No, it's very twangy. And now.
What do I do in sound?
Do you want me to play it? Do you want me to try? I'll try to play it instead.
Okay, well, if you want.
All right,
I probably just have minor adjustment in sound or something, but
well, go on then. You do it then. Save.
What adjustment would I have to make in sound to make it come through a bit clearer?
Well, I don't know what way you have your sound configured. What volume is it on initially on the video itself?
It's pretty high now. Yeah, it's up to the level, and yeah, my own volume is high enough as well. It's just something to do with just one of the. Let me put it on not studio now. That wouldn't be right. I don't mind about the link there.
You don't have to feck up your sound. Just play it. It's the visuals we'll be looking at anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
But make it big so we can all see it, or present to everyone.
So when did this music video come out, or did this song come out?
I'd say this one came out before or after 9/11.
After it, okay.
I'd say, look, it wasn't. It would have been 2006, 7, something like that. I'd say. Okay. Or what's it say there on the video?
I'm just looking here to see. Well, it was uploaded 2009.
Right.
But it's definitely after. It's after 9/11. Okay.
Oh yeah, it's after 9/11, but just.
It's pertinent. Okay.
It's pertinent to the transgender as well, and the drugs and everything else. Just actually quite a funny video as well, and a good song. There's the first character David Grohl plays, the queer, that guy, queer air horse. I'm not seeing a plane, man. I'm just seeing sort of slideshow of pictures.
Are you not seeing what I'm seeing?
Well, I'm just seeing
Video.
Jumping. I'll look at it on the.
Hang on, I have a better look at that.
No, you're not presenting, man. I'm only seeing myself on the watch page. I'm turning off my camera too for a minute. I'm fed up looking at myself.
Hang on. Let me click on myself. Okay, sorry. How about that now?
Yeah, that's what I said. Present to everybody.
Sorry, Del. That was my fault there.
Yeah, and make it bigger.
Okay.
And then play away. You want to start it again?
Okay. Is that better?
Yeah. Yeah, it's moving a bit better, but it's kind of still going slow motion-y, you know?
Oh shit! I mean, I have a lot of. Maybe I should shut down a few windows.
Yeah.
Okay, let me do that. I'll pause that a second.
Yeah.
I'll stop sharing a second.
That's why I was offering to share it, because I, have a pretty fast computer there, and I don't have anything else running at the moment, so I can just fire.
Oh, well, if you want to do that, then Del, that's cool. If you think that'll work out a bit better.
Right. Well, if you send me can you just send me the link in the chat here in our box to the actual video, and then I'll present it. Hopefully it'll work.
Isn't it great, Del, all this modern technology, eh?
Yeah, you have to thank DARPA and the rest of all the boffins in Tavistock for their,
all the boffins in Tavistock. That sounds like the start of a song, Del. So I put that in chat.
That sounds like a fucking title of an album, man.
Yes, all the boffins in Tavistock. Is that a minor or major start? All the boffins in Tavistock.
Yeah, that could be.
What's your brains?
Yeah, you could either do a ballad or you could do heavy fucking "you bastards at Tavistock." To all you boffins at Tavistock or whatever.
Yeah. It's sort of like an appeal to them to stop the fuckery. To all you boffins in Tavistock, stop the bus. I want to get off. That's funny, actually. That's even doubly funny, Del, because we know that the 7-7 red bus exploded right outside Tavistock.
And as our Crane pointed out to us at the time, there was a poster on the side of the bus that said, "Terror. Brilliant, something or other, a beautiful,
bold and brilliant.
Outright terror, bold and brilliant terror," or something like that, wasn't it?
Oh gosh, I mean, it's hilarious, Del. And look, if people aren't picking up on this, you've no one else to blame but yourself. Now
I'm going to share.
Yeah,
and hopefully I got away with that. Right? Can you see that?
There you go, Del. Let me present you then.
Okay.
I don't know what I can do. I just click on you. Is that
yeah?
That should do it.
I'll make it big. Now, can you see that?
Let me just check on the watch page here.
And we'll test the volume as well. Well, the watch page will be a few.
There you go, Del. That's coming up good.
Right, I'll play it now and we'll see if you can hear it all right. And I'll stop it after a minute or after a couple of seconds to see.
This is for educational and discussion purposes only, of course.
Yes. And it's fair use because we're analysing this. We're
analysing.
We're
analysing the anal Emma.
There you go. It's an anal Emma of coffee.
I go anal Emma now.
Okay. There's Jack Black in an early role. Can you hear that?
Lovely, Del. I can anyway.
Okay, all right. I'll let it fling. Bag of weed into the coffee.
This could take all night. Think I need a devil to help me get things right. Hook me up a new revolution. This one is a lie. Sat around laughing and watching the last one die. I'm looking to the sky to save me. Looking for a sign of life. Looking for something to help me burn out bright.
Fucking transgender fest.
Looking for complication. Looking 'cause I'm tired of life.
Sorry, Pete.
No, I said you're right. It's in your face, isn't it? I mean,
Gender fest, and then on top of that, or fest, taking the piss out of, look, lots of fucking drugs in there in the coffee, and I've even noticed. Hang on, I've noticed that they've even fucking messed with that video. It's a Mandela trip. They've written something onto that fucking coffee. Let's go back to that coffee for a second. See
I've
this?
never seen this before, Del. Now, so
I actually have this video stored away. You know, in my video. Look, there's some. See this? That writing wasn't on the original. It was just a bag of grass. What the fuck is written on that, man?
okay, let me work that out. If it's an insert, it's an insert for a reason, Del. So it's a clue for the more
What's that? 151.
one frame forward, I guess.
Let me go back to 150. Right.
I think the last word is powder.
Powder. Yeah,
So
but
something.
he pulled it out before that, didn't he? There.
There you go. Or world domination, erotic sleeping powder.
Oh man.
What?
What the fuck? I go coffee now. Erotic. Man, so why would they take the time to do that even? And look, that is fucking
World domination, erotic sleeping. Maybe that's what we're all under, Del.
yeah, that's what they probably spraying. It's barium. No, it's everything. Oh, it's desiccated blood. No, it's not. It's erotic sleeping powder. Now, just enjoy yourself.
That's interesting because Aeon Tom was telling me that Space Cowboy was talking about phosphorus being in the chemtrails, and phosphorus, if you reduce your urine, Del, and sort of keep evaporating it off, the end product is mostly phosphorus. So is there any connection there? Who knows?
I'm just taking a picture of this because I need to fucking keep this one. That is fucking
You're
food.
certain that wasn't on the original?
It's not on the original. It was like a bag of fucking weed or something, man. I remember it.
Ah, Del, you're just a crazy conspiracy guy now.
Well, yeah, I could be wrong. I could be taking too much erotic sleeping powder from the. That is fucking weird. I don't even know what to call this. I'll just say Foo Fighters, and I'll know it.
WDESP. What? World domination, erotic. See, I have no context because I don't know what the song or the video is about.
Yeah, and with learning to fly, it's like it's Spanish fly as well. There's a giant erotic Spanish fly in the fucking.
Right.
No, they don't.
You're looking to get a high to.
Yeah, I hope the video is still the same video that it used to be. It doesn't turn into a big orgy or something. No, it doesn't.
Now that might be. I don't know where the source of that video is. So that might be the official video. I'm not.
It is the official. You'll probably have Vivo saying, ooh, but normally they just let you fucking play it anyway. It's more advertising.
Okay, play on, Del.
Right, well, we continue watching it. Sorry for breaking it in the middle of the song, but I had to go back to that.
You're good. Break it whenever you like.
Yeah, all right, well, we'll continue now.
Think I'm dying nursing patience. It couldn't wait one
I like the baby.
Give it all away if you give me one last try. We live happily ever trapped if you just save my life. Run and tell the angels that everything's alright. I'm looking to the sky, saving, looking for a sign of life. Looking for something to help me burn out bright.
Oh, we had the moon there.
I'm looking for complications.
Everyone on Dell's Mead was all right. Heavy metal went gay and started pushing the whole agenda. Very funny though, isn't it?
I'm looking for complication. Looking 'cause I'm tired of trying. Make my way back home and learn to look into the sky to save me. Looking for a sign of life. Looking for something to help me burn out bright. I'm looking for a complication. Looking 'cause I'm tired of trying. Make my way back home and learn to fly. Make my way back home and learn to fly. Make my way back home and learn to.
Odell, we have a warning. Google says the hangout on air will end if you continue broadcasting content you aren't authorized to use.
Oh, you got that fucking warning, did you?
Yeah, so I guess we better.
It's over now. Look at this. Now, how many times has that fecker been in that video, man? Or stop scaring it now. It's all gone, right? There we go. It's all gone.
Okay, well, I don't care.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, man. I was getting that when I was playing Catch 22, and I just said, "Oh, fuck is," and then they fucking stopped. So I've stopped screen sharing as well as, right?
Okay, that's cool.
Okay.
It's terrible to be told what to do by automation.
Yeah, but I've sort of reasoned that to myself. I know people freak out about YouTube, but at the end of the day, we go to YouTube. It's a free fucking service. All they're doing is harvesting our fucking information. And then they can tell us what we can't and can't fucking post. Hence, I still have the outside radio, even though it's not video, but it's radio. I've got full autonomy on my own fucking server. You know what I mean? Nobody's there telling me you can't say this or can't say that.
Right. And we made it clear anyway. We made it clear what we were doing, presenting this for, but I don't give a shit. I mean, even if they close down the channel, I can just do another one and
just start up another one, man,
Touche one. Or touche. How about that, though?
Touche. That is actually funny, That's good.
So I keep getting this blue box going. This hangout on air will end if you continue broadcasting. So what can I do anything to stop?
If you continue broadcasting what we were looking at, but it's gone now.
Okay, well, hopefully we don't just get shut down in case it thinks we're still broadcasting. But that's interesting.
Man, if they do by any chance shut you down, we'll still be in this hangout. I'll just start up my one and we'll continue. Yeah. And then we'll sort it out because you haven't done any fucking crime. All we were doing was analysing, just a cursory look at 2 videos.
That's it.
I would be really into analysing them, and I'll do it on my own channel, or we'll just create a channel, the analysing of these fuckers,
They're all in it, Del. They're all playing a game. They're all actors.
Yeah.
So they know. Again, I'm just convinced.
That was the shit we watched. Sorry, people. That's stuff everybody was influenced by. If you were into the Foo Fighters, you saw that video. And
never saw
it. Subconsciously, we all, watched it as like the way they used to show us other things, like fucking, Some Like It Hot, that kind of stuff. Or fucking, there's always a comedian in a dress somewhere. Dame Edna. Now, isn't it funny how, Edna, Dame, the first time I heard Evil Edna, all I could ever think of was Dame Edna Everidge. Now, I think even even down to the names that these people come up with. I'm sorry for bringing back up fucking, Edna or whatever, but you know, what's going on, man? You're sharing, are you?
No, I'm after still getting that warning up, so I'm just
Oh,
trying.
because you have it opened in your browser.
Right, so I'm just after closing that down then.
Close all that shit. Just send them a message saying, "I've closed this shit down." Oh, feck off.
Shut the shit down, yeah. So that should be fine.
There's a Jew, right, with the fucking ringlets and the fucking walkie-talkie. He's going, "Shut it down, shut it down."
Yeah. It's mad, isn't it? This technology, and of course, this all sprung up from after 9/11. Del, I was amazed to find that. Now it all makes sense. I was amazed to find out back in '98 when we had all access to mobile phones, that they weren't all over the States 20 years beforehand.
But
only after 9/11.
They weren't like the phones we think of now. They didn't have cameras, They just
No. They were always behind us in terms of the phone, which is strange. It's a flip of everything we've ever known. Ireland has always been 20 years behind England, and England be 20 years behind America.
If you think about it, though, P, in the so-called one aspect of the so-called Celtic Tiger at the time, right? Basically, like the majority of it was just more just money created, as you know, and then an arm and a leg interest that isn't created. So everyone's fighting to pay back the non-existent bit.
Yeah.
Which, becomes pretty real when you're left, the last one left with the musical chair, no chair to fucking sit on, that kind of shit. Yeah. Right. But if you think about it, and then back to what I was saying about, America being very influential in this country, is that you had all the so-called computer giants, IBM, fucking, what's the rest of them? The one that's out there in League Slip,
Oh, Intel
inside, Intel 1, 2, 3 Pentiums, could keep going on, all of that stuff was fucking built here, whatever they do to build them, or they were just transferred from, some spaceship in Antarctica, rents, you know what I mean?
This has all been slow fed.
A lot of shit going on in Ireland itself, Pete. Right under our noses, man.
We know it, and this is what I'm saying. The real reality is such a far cry from anything we can describe reality as being. I think the levels of technology are just beyond our wildest dreams, you know what I mean? So all this stuff has been slow fed to us. But again, the timing is everything. And we really have to consider changing our whole context as well. Again, from my point of view now, connecting the dodo into different things, connecting into the non-existence of the moon, if you will, Del, and just a greater mechanism. Everything has to be pretty much flipped over. We're only talking about a few wet 100 years that everything was different. So I think all of these, you were just talking about the Foo Fighters there. Yeah, all these things make sense when you have the key. You know what I mean? When you don't have the key, when you're watching at the time, you're baffled. You're going, "What's going on?" But when you look back in it now, like the Beautiful Day, very upbeat video, and in the end of it, wasn't it? He was walking into the sunset, jumping up for joy in the air.
Yes, but walking along the yellow brick road still.
Right, there you go, man. Along the flat horizon.
The tarmac macadam on a fucking runway is just like the dividing line we have on a road. It's a white broken line. But on a plane, you're going right down the middle of the broken line because it's just one fucking road for the one plane, right?
Right.
But at the end of it, the sun is still there behind Bono, and he's running along, and he's on the yellow brick, kind of like your background there with the lighting, your yellow paint. There's a strip.
I know, and look at the yellow lighting and the Twin Towers in the back.
Yes,
pure chance, man.
And here's one I have to remember: your first broadcast, which, by the way, I did. I actually posted it on the blog and converted MP3 and put that there. I don't know if you saw that. But
I didn't. Nice one, though. Thanks. I mean, I don't look at these things again after I do them, so I don't.
no, you don't. I'd say I'm your only archiver. You know, like who would have known about your trip about Evil Edna talking to him fucking 2 or 3 years ago?
No
Actually,
one would.
4 years ago now. It's 4 years ago. This is 2017. It's 4 years ago.
It's an ongoing saga. Yeah, it's a good story in itself, isn't it?
Yeah, and you just appear on the internet, on the ether. You leave your deposit and you disappear. And then if nobody else captures it or downloads it, now it's sitting there on Fakeologist as well. Anytime you've been on the audio chats, but you know other things like on the Hangouts, right? I capture that stuff and you know keep it and just say, here, you want to have a listen to that again?
Yeah, man. I mean, again.
Because it's out there, it's in the public, so I might as well archive it and fucking.
Nice one, Del. I mean, feel free to do whatever you wish. Again, I sort of view these things. I view this as me and you having a discussion here, you know, and it's cool. And I'm just looking. I was just trying to. I'm still getting that message, so I just went into my email to see if I got a sort of a notification or something. But geez, I'm after being subscribed to by a rake of people, Del. So.
Yeah, all these naysayers, and they're all like fucking insulting you and calling you even names and stuff, you know. And at the same time, hanging on your every fucking word, Pete, for some reason. Who's the crazy one? Who's the crazy?
That's amazing. Man.
All these people are calling this guy crazy, but they're hanging on his every word. Are they?
I got more stuff. I got more stuff to say, Del. That's an amazing confirmation in the sense with Tom York, isn't it? You have to say, Del.
Yes, definitely.
You have to say, like, and there's more to it. There's absolutely more to it than that. Yeah. And the way, just not to divert, but this is about us. You talked about how did you describe it with the mirrors?
What you were saying about the moon? How the moon is in the sun?
Yeah, no, but you mentioned a term tonight, and it was mentioned
like as it is above, so below. When everything is getting broken, like you've said, like the moon is kind of like, you know, the broken reflection of.
Yeah, but it was you said all that in connection to a term you mentioned beforehand. That when it was
anyway. Honestly, I was sort of stream of consciousness, you know.
Right, but listen, that's what we're all trying to do anyway, is to try and sort of paint this picture in our head of how this whole system is working. One of the big things, Del, is directions, and you might have heard me talking about this before. But if you're supposedly east of me now, right? If I was to point east, where exactly do I point? You know, because
I'd also be allegedly northeast of you because you would be southwest of me,
right.
Allegedly. Well, you know, if we're just looking down on our area that we're supposed to be on.
But you see, here's the thing: we're looking down on it, and we still have this ingrained in us,
in our mind.
On a sphere, we're thinking of it in terms of longitudes and latitudes and east and west.
Honestly, in locality, close as we are, we're on the one sort of landmass. I look at that as we're looking at a flat map, which we've always done when we're looking at, you know, orienteering. We're dealing with a flat fucking north, south, east, and west, are just the points on a square flat area.
Right. This is it, Del.
It is. I don't know why nobody really thinks of it in that way. But if you look at anything, this is why it always brings me back to that whole triangular map, because that's built up of all the said little squares of land. This bit's there, and then we stitch this bit on there because they do connect, and they're flat and they're together, and it builds into this giant triangular map. You never see that anywhere. Well, you do. You see it in small little places. What I'm saying is you never see it in top brass and trickle down.
Yes, and think of all local maps. All local maps are laid out in grid form.
It is. It's all ordnance survey. That's reality. Now, you want to talk about that, connect that little nugget of realization with water always finding its level, and there you've got the building blocks of to map where we are. And instead of looking at the sun, and we can look at that in a different context, instead of all that, everyone map out their fucking area.
You know it, man. You know it.
I thought it was bleeding obvious, but no one is saying it.
Here's the thing about the dodo, Del, right? So the beak is South America, right? Now, what we need to find out is the actual, see, Mark Sargent has left us loads of clues. Orlando Ferguson map is a big clue. Orlando, Fear Goson, right? So what we need to do is to find the correct proportion, continental sizes, you know, which are definitely somewhere. There's loads of maps, as we know, but they're not all right. You know, so one of them is right. We need to take that arrangement and overlay it on the dodo, right? So just in a broader point, the dodo's bill is South America, right? And it has a sort of a different relationship to North America than what we would think, but it's all the continents are wrapped around a central north. So if you think about it and place a chessboard over the dodo with the north center being at the very center cross, X marks the spot, then you have your true directions. Because look, if I point, I know you're northeast of me, right? And I know that if I point in a certain direction and I follow that line as straight as I can, I'm going to come to Del if I get the direction right. You know what I mean? That's a fixity. That's not varying. So when you lay the chessboard over the dodo, Del, east is east. From H8 to A1, or sorry, H1 to A1 is east, right?
Yeah.
A1 to H1 is west, and all the way up. A2 to H2 is east, or is east, yeah, but, and vice versa.
The thing was, the dodo was allegedly a flightless bird, but we're talking about as the crow flies.
Right.
So if we're talking about going straight through the topography and be like the people in fucking Switzerland and just drill tunnels through the fucking mountain and then do a weird Masonic stroke, satanic, it was all street theater when you think about it. It was just a bunch of actors dancing and parading half naked, pushing the agenda, goats, all the shit.
All it is, Del. It's all theater. All of it is.
Theater. It's theater to freak out the other people, and the other people then have their theater that they don't know about, and they all come out saying how terrible it is. And altogether, everyone's walking on eggshells. They're freaked out. They're worried about shit. And it's just another way of keeping everybody in. There's an ongoing war. And, it's like, even have people reading 1984. Man, I think they put all that there to us. They put all that there as well for us to fret about and worry about, stumbling blocks to stop us from fucking just thinking about things. And I know a lot of people might think we're fucking crazy having a free stream of consciousness thought. That's what I call these where I feel comfortable enough to talk to you and to talk to whoever's listening about it's not set in stone. It's just a what if scenario.
Lovely, Joe. Lovely. Oh. You have great information. And I love it when you speak sort of freely and openly like this, because, again, it's only when we express certain thoughts that things occur to us, or connections are made, that if you were just thinking them yourself, wouldn't come along,
That's where the no man is an island. A man is an island in his own right, but then no man is an island if they want to get forward, if they're trying to investigate something. Ideas bouncing off each other. And that's how it works, Pete. And when people trust is built up and earned by the amount of allowance of communication between each other. Where we
Brilliant thing just after occurring to me as well. I was talking, I don't know if you heard me talking about that. I was talking to two pilots who had stopped over from just a flight from America to...
I heard that when you were on, was that one of your phone, or was it on James? But I did hear it. I remember hearing that.
Yeah, I said it a few times. I said it to the other Del, the Scottish Del 2, I'm going to call him. There's only one Del. That was a very interesting meeting itself. I didn't put across the significance of it all, because first of all, you're talking with people, as I said, who went back that very next day, with the first question on their mind was, well, because I thought they were honest, you know. But what occurred to me there, just as you were talking, I was asking him about, did he have to constantly dip the nose, like, because you're going over sphere? He said no, he didn't. Yeah, one of the things he said, which was very pertinent, was he trusted all the equipment with his life. He wouldn't dream of putting anybody in danger if he hadn't full confidence.
But he has to follow the so-called artificial horizon. They call it an artificial horizon. It's a calibrated horizon to the horizon. It's not
all he's
calibrated curvature.
All he's doing is operating. He's a machine operator. He's following instructions, you know. And because these notions were made so ridiculous, the notion of a flat Earth, you know, that went out with the caveman, you know. But yeah, so it never occurs to people, you know, even if you're doing it every day. But now I guarantee you, when they were going back, the both of them, was a pilot and a co-pilot, they were thinking this. But that's what I was asking him. Did he notice the gradual, continuous sort of climbing over a sphere? He said no, but one thing he did, could testify to, is there's this constant horizontal turn. So this is where you have, as the crow flies, on the dodo, you have as the crow flies, or you have following the sun's path, you know, the circular, and it's not circular as well, Del, it's oval, it's elliptical path, you know. And if you think about the shape of the dodo, think about the dodo in your head. If you go around from the back, all the way around the front, around the bill, it's like a racetrack, Del. It's like your running track. This is what we're dealing with, man, you know.
You're running to catch up with the sun, but it's sinking and racing around to come up behind you again.
I know how the moon is working as well. I know how.
I just have to fucking pop out for a second.
Off you go, Dale. Off you go.
I want to say that about the whole idea of the dodo, the bird, right? Somewhere along the line.
Admiral Bird.
The bird, Big Bird in Sesame Street. I was raised on that as a young lad growing up in America, because, you know, I was over there for a few years, as you know, right? Before I came back home to Ireland, where I was born, right? But the thing is, you had Big Bird, you had fucking Admiral Bird, you've had Captain Birdseye with his fish fingers, and you've also had not only Big Bird, but you've also had fucking Roadrunner, right?
It's everywhere, man. Everywhere.
You've had fucking all of this stuff. So there's something at this, and anyway, you just cursory glance at even at the Orlando map, and you're seeing a fucking bird there, right? You're even before you join up the dots and everything else. We were looking at continental shelves and everything, Pete. Remember that night?
Yeah.
In Dave's hangout. You know, that must go back and revisit that one, actually, to get some of this stream of consciousness we were on that night, you know.
Lovely, Del, lovely. And I remember writing this down as well. But yeah, I made a connection. Admiral Bird, dodo, and aviation. So,
aviation. Yes. And we have aviaries around the place as well. It's pretty weird.
This is it.
Arbitriums. Put a glass pyramid on top of a building and it's called an arbitrium. Is it arbitrium? I'm tripping over my word at the moment.
No,
they're all over the place. They started with the square in Tala, man, and they put a fucking pyramid on top of a square, and it's the square in Tala. And you go look around all around Ireland, and on top of everything else all around Ireland, man, it's popping up, is ships. Fucking buildings in the shape of fucking ships. If you look at the council buildings, I call it the glass house up the town. They built it. It's a fucking, even the wall going right out ends in a point. All it needs is a fucking figurehead on it, you know. It's a ship. All the new bridges you see being built. When you're driving into Dublin, have you driven into Dublin lately? Even the aircon building, it's a giant sail. There's fucking sails.
I've seen that. I have seen that. Yeah, I have.
There's sails and ships, and the old Tower of Babel concept. That's the new criminal justice courts, all in the Phoenix Park. I'm telling you, man, we're living in Masonic fucking shit as well. So there's something there for everyone, you know.
Yeah, but Del, hang on. You see, this is the thing about we're not privy to the greater picture. So I think,
I'm dropping in on little mosaics, little tiles in the mosaic. Sorry, man.
No, you're good. And hey, listen, go and do what you have to do, Dad.
Back in a bit, right? Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I think they, in a sense, that you could read it a few ways, that the seas are encroaching on the land. Me and Del talked about islands and churches being located on islands. You know, of course, I think there's a distinction between admiralty law, which now applies on the land where it has no business being in play. You know, universal law applies on the land. And again, we can't even go back into antiquity to say, well, this was the source of that, this was the origins of that, and everything was built on that. The Magna Carta in 1200, this is part of the Dark Ages, which Anatoly Fomenko says are fabricated, completely fabricated, just swathes of time added to history, which just have no reality. So again, yeah, different rules apply in this game, and we are man. I am man on the land, you know, sovereign under the creator. That has to be our starting position, no matter where we move forward. And I think that will be respected. Dell has his own testimony here how to deal with any unwanted intrusions into your existence by corporations, you know, because he understands the nature of the legal name. And look, what I was thinking today, you know, they invoke the laws of necessity. We're still under martial law. I'm thinking, you know, so the rules of laws of necessity come into play. So we as the living can invoke laws of necessity as well, and can use the legal name out of necessity in our favor. This is the point as well. So it's not about just ditching everything. It's about realizing first the nature of the fraud and fighting back, I guess. So let me play a song where Dad comes back. I should have sing that one. Here's the song. I don't know when I've been so blue. I don't know why it's come over you. You have found someone new. Don't it make my brown eyes blue? I'll be fine when you're gone. I just cry all night long. Tell me that it is not true. It make my brown eyes blue. Tell me no secrets, tell me some lies. Give me no reason, give me alibis. Tell me you love me, but don't let me cry. Say anything, but don't say goodbye. I didn't mean to treat you bad. I didn't know just what I had. But honey, now I do. Don't it make my brown eyes? Don't it make my brown eyes? Don't it make my brown eyes blue? Hi, Del, just playing a little song. Hope that came through okay. You're on mute there, man.
Yeah, I muted myself. I was listening to that, man. Okay, back.
Hope that came through okay. You know the way it doesn't come through, or you don't know how it comes through really sometimes. Well, especially you. Especially you with your plugged-in guitar.
It's all my fault, isn't it, man? Yeah.
No. You know the way you can't. You hear something in a certain way, and you don't know how it comes across. You know.
I want to do an experiment, right? Would you indulge me in an experiment? Right?
Absolutely. Fire away.
As I told you earlier on, I dusted off outside radio and just started broadcasting. So it's just been playing music in the background while we've been speaking there all the time. But I've had it on mute. I'll just on mute for a second. You'll hear it.
There ain't no entertainment.
Could you hear that?
Did indeed, yeah. Leonard.
Well, Leonard Cohen, yeah, that's right.
Leonard died, Joe.
No, I'm let to just mute there. But what I wanted to do as an experiment, like it's been broadcasting all this time, and all it does is just been broadcasting the music. Nothing, we've been talking, but like I can click on the microphone, and people would hear us talk, and then I can lower the music. But at the moment, it's just playing music. And what I wanted to do was to test to see can anyone hear it. So if I put the link to the actual outside radio into the chat, and people can just click on it and tell us if they're hearing it. Not to go away from our conversation, but you know what I mean, just to see. And like I can actually literally, when they're there, I can just press play on it, and they can hear us over there as well, just while we're doing this experiment, just to see. Yeah.
You far away, Del? You far away?
Well, what I can just do is give them the link to the outside radio,
Okay.
And then they can just fucking tune into it. But
Feck off. They can feck off, Del. The feckers. They're all feckers.
They're all feckers, yeah. Well, that's what I just say anyway. Anyone, no, I just say feck to begrudgers. I don't call everyone feckers, I only call the antagonists feckers, I won't call our audience feckers, although some of them in there are feckers, and I have a wrench. I respect your policy of no wrench on the flatter. Guys, can you see that link there to outside radio? And I'll give them a minute to click on it and see.
I Del, 22 viewers.
Oh, what's with the 22 all of a sudden?
Went down to 21.
Yeah, well, back at 20.
It was about, when I just looked briefly, I don't care about these things, but I looked briefly, and there was about, for a brief moment, 53 viewers. So I said, what's going on here? And I just briefly went into chat, and I just saw Nora, No One's Flower, just said something like, Pete Shea was just being love bombed. So
oh yeah, that's
good for the love. I'm grateful for the love, no matter where it comes from.
Nice bit of love there.
Cheers, Dal. Is that one of your own brews?
As usual, man.
Lovely. Lovely.
I had to feck off that time to go to the Jacks and to replenish.
That's cool, man. I've had a few today, not too many now. I've had 4 drinks and a couple
in moderation, as they say. Right. So now here's the experiment bit that I wanted to do, right? Is that can anyone in the chat actually that clicked on the link and are listening to outside radio, they probably can hear music.
Waiting for the dawn to come.
Yeah, they'll be hearing Roger Waters. But see, what I'll do now, Pete, is I'll just stop the music for a minute, right? And then I turn the mic on. And now I want to see if we're actually broadcasting, So it's like a simultaneous broadcast, So, like, not only are we talking, on the Hangout and broadcasting through, it's also going out through outside radio. So I'm going to click back to the chat here and see, has anybody tuned in and are they listening? Although
what we're
oh
talking about now should be coming through on outside radio if they're listening. So
yeah,
looking for confirmation. Okay.
yeah, and guess who's in the chat, man? Typo error, typo from
Oh, yeah. I remember.
Hey, typo. I wonder does typo want to join?
I don't
Oh,
see any
sorry,
references in
man.
the chat anyway, but
Sorry, P. I forgot. It's your
oh,
pub.
no, I mean,
Yeah,
anyone is free to join Dell if they want.
yeah. Well, there he is. I think he is. I don't know. Oh, he's saying yes that the radio was working. So are you no one typo error. He's probably re-streaming this through Fakeologist as well. It's like a never-ending loop.
Like a big spider's web network, Dell.
Yeah. Well, Iron Fe, hiya man. He went to the radio, so you're hearing it. Oh, cool. Dave High is hearing it as well on the blog, so that's cool. So yes, it's a successful simultaneous broadcast.
A successful experiment, lovely. No?
It is, yeah. And you see, the thing about that with the radio is that automatically saves any audio file. So if we start broadcasting, right, and we talk like we have been for the past how many hours, and I only turned this on, there now, like the audio or the actual microphone bit, it's been playing music all night, in the background without us hearing it because I had it on mute. But the thing is, it saves all that as an actual MP3, So even if YouTube fucking, blocks, the actual show that we be talking about or whatever is saved, where we're talking, So that's
Cool.
something to bear in mind, man. I'm just thinking about that, I think, from now on, I'll just do that as well, if I am on a Hangout, just literally broadcast it on my own channel as well, and then that's saved,
Just looking out at the moon here, Dell. Wow. Brilliant sight to behold, but no, that's cool. You know what you're at there, Dell. I don't listen back to these things in general, only because I guess that encourages us to mean what we say, most of the time. Because if we mean what we say and we're truthful, then we have nothing to sort of fear, I don't have to look back on anything and go, oh, geez, I wonder what I said there, or should I have said something, in general. So whatever you're doing there, not that I give any permission, but I have no. I don't. Yeah, I'm clueless again.
Oh, I'm not doing anything untoward or whatever, It's just like
do what you do.
Yeah,
do what there's another one, Dan. It do what it do. It do what it do. Dodo.
It'd be, I wouldn't be doing this if we were in a private hangout having a conversation, broadcasting. This is a public hangout on your show, and I'm just, it's like cool, it's still working because, I literally had the radio on auto DJ for the past 18 months as well, and it was literally playing over the same stuff that I uploaded it to it then, just different things. There was like a various, there was bits of fakeology, there was bits of flat earth, there was bits of, other conspiracies and things. I even have announcements. I actually left him on it when I cleared all that today and put up all new stuff. I left Frank's thing, Announce Assault today, talking about the salting because I find that important information. So that's where it is, But so while I was changing all that, I was playing music in the background, and the music was being broadcast, So I have me auto DJ when I'm finished broadcasting. We're still actually just talking broadcasting on the radio now as well. When I finish that, I can, when I turn off this, I'll be turning back on the auto DJ and it'll be all new stuff, like even one of yours. I put up your thing, by the way, your first Strawberry Fields Forever. So that's in the lineup, the queue of the
Excellent.
auto.
I mean, I guess that they have had a few viewings, but again, I don't. It's just talking, I rarely go back, and I again, any conversation. I said this to you last time with the 420 thing and the 42. Any conversation, not to say that any of our conversations are dull, but you'll never know when you'll pick up something that makes it all worthwhile in general. You know what I mean? So that's the way I look upon these things now. And yeah, feel free to do whatever you wish, Del. And I mean, do you have that broadcasting all the time, the auto DJ?
It's been always broadcasting. Yeah, like it literally has been broadcasting the same fucking stuff. But when I say that, I had a load of stuff loaded on it. Like I had stuff from, say, even the likes of like Laurie Frary and
Right.
Lawrence, right?
That's cool.
Some of their audios. I had, all different stuff, right up to Fakeology, some of my own stuff, a wide range of stuff on continuous play, peppered with some Simon Chack songs and other stuff, other different songs. And I just left it there. And when I stopped posting on the bog, I stopped doing the radio. I just left the auto DJ playing in perpetuity kind of thing. But the funny thing is, there was always still the listeners. They were always just still there. So people obviously just tune in, leave it on the background, because you'd still find something that you mightn't have heard maybe for 6 months ago,
Right.
even though it's a continuous repeat loop, But
There's some fantastic information out there as well.
yeah, hours and hours of information, but it was on a loop, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and exactly what stuff is valuable to post, so people will always be learning stuff from this, and then rule out any source as well. As I said, even in the most dull of circumstances or conversations in general, a little nugget might emerge that you'd be so grateful for. That's the way I look upon all of these things in general. Not that I'm saying there's any dullness involved.
No, I totally agree.
Not me and you. I'm just saying with the Hangouts, anyone I'm talking to, I don't look upon anything as like a show or a presentation or anything. It's just a conversation with. If someone like you here, it's me and a friend, and if it's not, then it's just me to whoever, me to myself. That's the best way to do it, because that's what it is ultimately. But great strides, Del. Yeah, great strides.
No, I have to say, in all honesty, man, we've known each other now at least 4 years back and forth. And I don't think I've ever had a bad word to say about you. We've never fallen out.
Well, likewise.
We've just, and you know what it is? It's just fucking respect as well. We
I think so.
interrogated each other, through the thing,
Well, we've come a long way, and I guess we've shared a lot of the same path in a small sense. I guess we've obviously always been in our separate ways and separate people, but it's great. And look, I think we're very like-minded as well. This is all about investigation, and it's if you're in a search for an honest search for truth, you will go where it takes you, no matter how ridiculous. When I was talking to Haunted House today about Theresa May being a Tory, and he just goes, "That's ridiculous." Or Bill Hicks been.
That's like a knee-jerk reaction, isn't it? The Earth's not a ball. Well, that's ridiculous.
Exactly. And as I said, you can say it's ridiculous, all right, but look at the evidence and then say it's ridiculous.
Exactly. Yes.
And we respect that, and I guess we also understand that there's so much antagonism, as you mentioned the word earlier on, in this arena. And we've been through it, and pretty much everyone we tried to put the truth across to is antagonistic towards us. We've learned this from the forums, and you've learned this yourself, of course, from your journey through Miami shit and all that. So to have a conversation with somebody where there isn't this antagonism is a breath of fresh air, I think, in general. What do you reckon?
I definitely, like, I know it's a bit old-fashioned, but like, manners never cost anybody anything.
No.
And if you can even just, be respectful,
that's it.
You mightn't agree with everything someone's saying, but like, you've kind of lost the argument when you're calling someone a retard in the middle of, a discourse, and you
Yeah.
know, that's for fuck's sake.
So, yeah. Well, we know the arena we're in as well, Dal, and this is all about provocation by
All
the
in, yes, we know that, man. Yeah, it's the arena that we find ourselves
this is a,
both outside and looking in, and sometimes inside and
yeah.
around.
So you have to develop a thick skin. But I was only saying this to someone. Someone was saying it to me today as well. There's nothing wrong with expressing your range of emotions. You do that in real life, So
Yeah,
nothing wrong with getting angry. To an extent, how angry can you get with the computer? I would never get as angry with anybody as Antonio got with me, Del. I don't know if you listened to the second offering there, round two, but he definitely got angrier. But there's no, you have to stem that sort of anger. But there's no harm.
I actually, yeah, I didn't like the way that whole thing fucking was created, around you.
Yeah,
I saw that, and I literally, me being the audio guy anyway, I was listening to it, and I isolated that whole the time of the cockerel. to, I didn't go. I didn't. Even, I wasn't aware of even when the second part when you went into the other hangout, right, and it all kicked off again. But it wasn't as long or as detailed as the first one. You know.
right,
So
right.
I did. I fucking archived that as well, and I put it to some weird visuals. Just uh,
Yeah,
some weird pub disco in the British Virgin Islands live stream, and I captured that whilst playing you and Antonio and the whole thing. It turned out pretty fucking weird, but
I'll have to have a look at that, Del. But I didn't spot that. Or I didn't see that.
or just download the audio. It's on the bog anyway. But the point of it was just to show. I didn't make any commentary or anything like that. All I did was isolated that bit of the audio, which, by the way, was it was on Poncho's channel, but he all actually said before that I'm Creative Commons and blah blah blah, and plus all his stuff is all taken from different channels and shit. So it's just Creative fucking Commons, man. Fair use, and all it was the audio of you and Antonio, which are back and forth. You know
Yeah.
and it spoke volumes. Just I left it as it was and just let people listen to it.
I haven't even listened back to it, Del, because again, I'm aware of what I'm saying all the time, so I don't have anything to regret in terms of the
Yeah.
way I behaved. But I think he definitely exposed himself. And I was just thinking there as well. Of course, Vincent is associated big time with Antonio in terms of the sun tracking and all that. And shortly after that, then uh, Vincent came forward to Pete. And again, what's that about? He's monitoring chat and taking records of it to be
It's
used
like fucking
out of
robot.
context against you. This is not good. Not
No,
good. I think that stems from Antonio as well. And I did say to Pete at the time, I think Antonio has some sort of a hold over you, but I don't want, we don't need to go into that any further, but yeah.
all of that is pretty much self-evident if
Yeah.
people care to go and look at it.
I move forward with clean hands anyway, Dal. I don't.
No, I literally was disappointed with a lot of people, but yet again, I have to remember then. Well, they're obviously characters because with all the way it's going on, and I said I don't want to go on about it. It's there. You can see it. People can see what's going on. Whether they choose to join the different sides, the different roles, the different. It's like going to Joey and Maria's wedding. It's an interactive play, and I just choose not to play anymore. In that
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
As a real human man or real, me. I don't even like to use the word human.
No,
That's
no.
different,
Yeah. I agree with that.
different views of man, but just me as a man. Just me as myself.
And I'm of the same mind as well. And look, when Paper Ed and I came on Jamie's, that's what I knew that, look, you could cause drama about this, but this is probably what he's looking for anyway, to divide, you know what I mean?
That's what it was, yeah, the other bit of drama. So they're trying to drag you into the drama. Like,
But
it's like you're your own drama when you actually
trauma magnet.
point out the truth to the fucking, into the, you know, you're off, you know, you're not part of the script, but just you're like, you know, you interject into the script, and all of a sudden they have to deal with you, and hence you see the reactions.
Yeah.
Like people, they just get triggered. You
And
know,
it's mind fuckery as
they
well.
don't think about what you're saying. They actually just get triggered, you know, because you're fucking up bloody thing, you know.
Yeah, this is all Tavistock stuff, Del. But it's like when Paper Explainer announced his cancer. You know, for me to laugh on the surface would look very cruel of me, like, you know.
And I listened to that at the time live, right, when it was happening. And I seen the flip flopping, and he changed the different things. And of course, he's in remission now. He's there smiling at us with, you know, the fucking, you know, Clark Kent fucking glasses, and you know that air of confidence.
There's something about his eyes, Del. I don't trust the man anyway.
I know.
And I notice he doesn't look into the camera too often, but I did ask him to look into the camera when I was talking to him. But anyway, again, it's like you're going to be sucked into the drama again, and I'll come out looking bad.
We won't. No, I'll tell you why, right? Because I'm only doing fair comment on what I've been witnessing. And I didn't instigate any of the bullshit. It's like what you said that time when you were talking with fucking Antonio, and he was going to, you know, think about it. He's the fucking dude who the daytime, nighttime. All right, yeah, it was a prank by my friends. Friends like them, who needs enemies? No, it was part of your fucking promotional. You think about it, man. Like I said earlier on, this whole YouTube flat earth invasion of people that were there trying to establish themselves, right? And they're using and it's all sort of whatever the latest Tavistock bullshit, but they're all like false workers, you know, or you know, like
I was looking, Joe, at just like a video, and it was showing the Oxford meetup, and there you had Martin Leakey,
right. I know. Can I say something?
Patricia. But I was just going to say they were. I was wondering who was responsible. I remember asking you this question before. Who was responsible? Who do you remember first promoting or presenting Gleason's map? All of these people I have has been in line for the first to be them, you know, because they all had them.
That's if it's still up. Go and look at it, because that's what I was saying earlier on, man. This was the first time that Mr. Plummer from Antarctica was introduced.
Yeah.
And it was at the Oxford meetup, and Patricia was there sporting a Madeleine type straw hat, being very feminine. And Antonio was there complete with red hoodie. He didn't have the hood up, but I will give him the Academy of Award for the worst acting as someone who's looking surprised at the information that the John Major lookalike. That's what I'm sorry, Doomweaver, but from the first time I saw you, I said, he's a love child or grandchild of John Major. He's got the fucking looks, and he's a plumber that worked in Antarctica. Good for him. But anyway, Antonio, his eyes were popping out of his head as he was looking at fucking Doomweaver, as he was saying, I was fixing pipes down in Antarctica, and, you know, and do you know something? I'm not trained in any kind of psychology or shit, apart from stuff that I just looked at myself over the years, and I could see we were acting there. You know what I mean? He work with me. I'm popping my eyes out, whilst we're listening to the guy who just came from Antarctica. You know?
Oh, Del, you're on top of it, like, and again, all an acting parade, troupe of actors, I think.
Wait till I do
And
the book, man. But you know something? The book will be freely available. It won't be for sale.
well,
That's
lovely.
that's taking the piss on all the people that are
I
out there.
know, man. It's all about Patreon now, isn't it?
Yeah. Don't Patreon me, bro. That's what I say to anyone, you know, that's anyone, you know, like fucking hell. E- Electronic beggars. We just stop, right? It annoys me, man. It annoys me. Really annoys me.
Yeah, it's not good. This is the very thing we want to be getting away from. But again, there are people who are making lots of money from flat Earth, and I don't like that either, Dale. Have we progressed? How far have we progressed? I'm not sure. Have we regressed? I think we've gone backwards in a sense.
No, I think we're on an even keel
Yeah,
in a
yeah,
sense that, well, you know, who knows really what's going to happen today or tomorrow, you know? But at
yeah.
the same time, in the journey or in whatever, we're fucking collating information and trying to plug it into our reality.
Hmm.
I think no, we're not one step and two steps back. I think we're more on an even keel, but always continuous. You know,
Yeah.
uh,
Well,
we're continuing on. You know, we're going moving forward. You know, I think
again,
we are.
it's all about the individual, isn't it? But I definitely see a regression in terms of these hangouts where you have uh, ballers and flat earthers intermingling
Oh
again.
no, they were in stasis, man. They're just like the
Yeah.
fucking. They're the merry-go-round. We got off the fucking merry-go-round. I thought you were talking about where our sensibilities lie.
Oh well, yeah.
Yeah, we're moving out of the fairground. We were in the fucking roller coaster. We were we were in the ghost fucking train. The ghost train's a fucking great one. We'll have to get
we're in the whole magic mirrors now, Del. Eh?
I'm gonna have to play. We just been taking the piss out of U2 and the Foo Fighters. Dire Straits, man. The the album, not the first one, not the second one, the third one, making movies of all things. That's what it was called, making movies. I'm going to have to do a retrospective on that. But I was just thinking, we were riding on the ghost train, crazy underwater. You know that song? Um,
Crazy
oh,
on, no,
shit,
no.
I can't remember what it
I
was
was thinking
called.
about Crazy on the Waltzer. It's the life that you choose.
Do you know the song?
Oh,
Sing
that tunnel of love, is that?
The Tunnel of Love. That song, The Tunnel of Love, that probably explains a lot of the conspiracy.
It's crazy on the Waltzer. It's the life that you choose.
You know, I'm nearly tempted to plug my guitar in as well and do a pissed Mark Knopfler.
And a torture tattoo.
We were riding on the ghost train down, down, and the cars they were screaming past.
Don't know where I'll be tonight, but I'll always tell you where I am.
Yeah.
It's
And the big wheel keeps on turning. The big wheel keeps on turning. That's the sun and the moon. The bits of the tree that's left from your model, man.
burning up above. The answer's
And I
high.
get high on this world. Down, come on, take a low ride with me, girl. On the tunnel of love. Down, down, yeah, love.
That's cool.
Man, I'm telling you, that album is called Making Movies, and it just popped into my head as I was saying it. The fucking
Yeah, well,
cover of it even is the film. It's a film like the little clicks on each side, the little for putting into the reel.
imagine they all know this talent. They're all into
Yeah,
big connection
right.
with Bob Dylan and Mark Knopfler as well.
Yeah.
So
She's making movies on location. There's another thing, man. I was listening to the John Adams afternoon commute on the Hoaxbusters, right?
Is that still going, Del?
Oh, it's still going, right? I was delighted when I heard this one because it reminded me of something that I fucking remember at the time. Back in the 70s, when so-called Operation Gladio, but you had the Bader Meinhof, you had they were in Germany, you had the Italian whatever they were called, I can't remember the name of them, but anyway, it'll come to me. But here was the thing: when at the height of all that bullshit, right? You know, the kidnapping of people and all this kind of stuff, which was all Gladio, which was all fucking. They have one layer for the conspiracy people who still think that there's governments that actually run stuff. You know what I mean? Apart from, you know, the day-to-day stuff. I'm talking about the intelligence agencies and all the false flags and all that bullshit, right? They were actually, there was a thing going on at the time in Italy, avant-garde movie makers, right, where they would make a movie, right, without permission. They wouldn't even get permission from the local city, whatever, right? They just go in and start filming, and it'd have someone getting blown the shit out of or assassinated or whatever. Film it all in the middle of just the public going on, and the public, you know, would react and be freaked out and blah blah blah, and they'd be gone before the cops would turn up, which makes me think that it was all part of an operation anyway. Like the cops, you know, if you or I went into the town and started fucking shooting at each other and filming it, I'm sure the cops would be there straight away. But do you know what I mean? They were doing this stuff. They were fucking already doing it, man. Even back then, you know.
You know it, man. You know it. How
The Red Hand Commandos, I think, were the Italian crowd. No, yeah, weren't they the ones? They kidnapped some guy, some industrialist. They were always kidnapping industrialists in the 70s and looking for lots of money, or they were hijacking planes. Take this plane to Beirut. You know, they weren't flying them into buildings. You know, they never did. You know,
no, the scripts were
hijack the planes either. You know, it was all the narrative, all the scripts. But all they need is the idea, and to put it into people, and the better filming and the more outlets that they took control of. That's what has us in where we are now, man. Between the takeover of everything. Or
you plant the possibility, Del, and then when it happens for real, well, we've been made aware of the possibility, so we're more susceptible to accepting it. You know, so you can see how it makes sense like that. We're just being played at every level. You know.
Yeah. I think Typo Error was looking to come in, man. Did you see the chat? I've just looked into the chat there. Shout out to a few people there, man. You fucking got 25 watching that's from a 7 earlier on.
Will you do that, Del? And can you hold the fort for about 5 minutes? Is that all right?
I'll hold the fort for 5 minutes, man. I'll do a shout out into the chat. Why not? You know. We'll go back up along, but who's there already? You know, like Denny's there. You know, that's Millennium. PC, hello, PC. Flat Earth Alaska. Typo Error, you're still there. If you want to come in, man, we'll try to get you the link. Who else is there? Shanna Holmes, Shanna Honia. Okay. Ute is in the house. Hello, Ute. Welcome to Pete's Emporium. Lottie says LOL. Lottie does a lot of LOLing. Pepe Globe exit. Yeah. Black September in Italy. Yeah, it's probably the latest street theater, you know, but like I say, I lightly joke about that kind of thing, but the end result is the fucking acts and statutes that gives them more power. I get that, and I don't like it, and I don't condone it. I think it's bullshit. I really do. And I do in my own fucking day-to-day life. I have, my own resistance to this stuff and my own navigation system through it, like yous all have, I'm sure. So that's that sort of strength in individuality. I can't see any fucking, we're not going to, are we going to see the day when there's a critical mass inside the apparatchik of the control system? I don't know. See, Big New Brzezinski died the other day. And we're supposed to go, hey, or will I be honest? And it was kind of like, yeah, well, fucking never met the guy. He's got a lot of fucking bullshit attached to his memory. And, the technotronic era might not live on in the way that he wanted it to live on, but all these fucking guys, they're part of the fucking narrative as well. So I think individual fucking, we have our own sense anyway. We know it's bullshit, and you just say no and keep fucking saying it. So dead air. Yeah, I know. I can just play music, but then that'll just get Pete in trouble if he's not already in trouble. The fucking YouTube copyright atrons. So if you bear with me for a minute of silence, and I'll plug my guitar in and see if I can get a sound out of it. I will see. The ones who really love you walk up and down outside the wall. Some hand in hand, some gather together in bands, the fleeting hearts and the artists make their stand. And when they've given you their all, some stagger and fall. After all, it's not easy banging yourself against some mad burger's wall. I don't know if you'll be able to hear this, but I shall try. One, two. It's so far away. Let it go. So far away. Run away. Run away. Run away. I'm not sleeping. Oh no. Run, run, run. Run, run, run. Run. Paint your face up in your favorite disguise. Button down lips, roll blind eyes with your empty smile. Hungry heart, feel a fire rising from the guilty past. Nerves in tatters at the cocktail chair shadow. Yellow, better, down you go, you better run. Run, run, run. Run, run, run. Run, run. Better run all day, run all night. Dirty feelings deep inside, predicting your girlfriend. How can I better park the car well out of sight? So that you're in a backseat trying to pick a lock. Gonna send you back another other box you better run.
Nice one.
Oh, you're still there, man. I'm glad you're back.
Nice one. How you doing? I was saying before, I feel sorry for your neighbours, but of course you have that plugged in and on silent.
It's all in silent, and I had the microphone right up to my mouth, and I was kind of half singing and half whispering. So I don't think I woke up anybody.
No, we're good, and you're sort of restricted in that sense, but it is 10 to 3 almost. So
That is true.
It's only an hour till sun up. The sun comes now about 4:30, I think.
And I didn't even have my microphone on, or not my microphone.
What song was that, man?
That was one of the Pink Floyd, "Run Like Hell" from The Wall.
Nice one, man. Nice one. I wouldn't reckon. Even though I play guitar, I'm very limited in the number of bands, etc. I've listened to. I'm very green, I guess, in some of the senses. So
I suppose you could kind of call that one of me party pieces. The way you just love it so much, you end up learning it and singing it and playing it. And it's just one song that I can just pick up, even without practicing for a few, months, and then could still just come. It's like riding a bike, I suppose.
Yeah. You're like myself, Joe. You've been playing guitar for many years. I'm taking it. Yeah. Well, so we have loads of songs under our belt that I suppose a little bit of brushing off we could blast out.
I thought it was funny. I got new strings for it, and they didn't have any. It's funny. I've a Fender Stratocaster, but my favorite strings to play on it is actually Gibson strings, and even most shops that sell strings, you go, that's a sacrilege, but for some reason I like putting. But anyway, I was up in the local and I needed to get strings, and I was up in the local shop and they didn't have any Gibson, so I said, right, I'll have Ernie Ball, right, the super slinky ones. But they always have, he said, would you like a 10? And I said, no, I'll have a 9. And it was kind of like, oh, it's kind of looking left to right and going down underneath the counter to get a packet of these strings, because most people get 10s. I'll tell you why, man, right? Yeah. I thought it was funny, right? The first string is 9, right? They
Right.
come in separate little packets, right? With
Lovely. Posh.
numbers written in red. Sorry. The second one is,
Was that the way it came out?
that's the way they come out. E string is 9.
Well, what can you do about these things, Del? Where's number 10 gone?
I'll tell you what we do. No, I prefer 9s. See, that's the thing. I always use 9s.
What does 9 represent? I don't know.
That's part of the setup. And then, of course, in reverse.
Lovely. Yeah, it's all encoded. It's all in music as well. It's all about frequency, vibration.
That's as close as I could get to it. The magic.
I'll do 23 in reverse. 23 from 100 is 77.
It's 32, actually. It was one away. I couldn't get the... But, you know, it's all... I know. It's the way they put it in. They encode the numbers anyway, you know. But then again, I suppose the argument could be made. There's only, you know, so many basic numbers, so they appear everywhere. No, they appear in the dodgy places, you know.
No, listen, there's something else going on, Del. We can all testify to synchronous happenings, or, you know, just these strange events. So there's definitely something else going on. And 9/11, I mean, most people, when you say 9/11 to them, they have a certain, they jump to a certain sort of picture, you know. But I don't think that's the correct picture to jump to. I think we're jumping in a completely wrong lake or wrong direction in general, especially when we take it literally, like, you know. But yeah, cool. Thanks for holding the fort, Del. I just relocated downstairs.
I see that you're in the kitchen now. So is this an episode of Pete's Kitchen?
Pete's Kitchen. It's a bit dark here, isn't it? But it's light enough inside here.
Oh, you're grand, man. You're grand. It's still dark here, but invariably the fucking thing will start appearing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was calling it Pete's. Oh fuck! I can't even remember. I actually christened your show when you were gone, and I can't even remember what I said at the time.
Well, I just flat Earth and other I didn't know paraphernalia was spelled paraphernalia, but apparently it is. But I think we've spoken about flat Earth too much, Del. Have we? Are you still a flat earther?
You see, that's the thing. They put people in boxes, call them a flat earther. What does a flat earther mean? Does it mean what we've been talking about earlier on about the various fucking characters and the bullshit and the drama and the MTV generation? No, I'm not one of them. Thank you very much. I know enough already. I already knew that fucking NASA was bullshit. I already knew before the internet that the moon landings were fucking bollocks. There's people that are on fucking panels with us these days trying to tell us that the moon fucking landing went through, but they weren't what they were like. Give me a fucking break, man.
It is harsh for us to be expected to go back to entertaining such ridiculousness at this stage, like, you know. But one thing that is interesting, Dale, on the same day as the supposed moon launches, when you saying that or someone was saying that there was a top secret mission to the bottom of the ocean. So all little clues there. So we didn't get to hear anything about that, but yeah.
It was plain and an abysmal plane.
Even all of that, I mean, how can we trust? What can we trust? What can't we trust?
We can't trust. But here's another thing. The Australians are sort of like the periphery in more ways than one.
Right.
Well, we know they could be in the center of the tree trunk. We don't know, right? But anyway, just let's say Australians are where they are. John LeBon and etc. Right? Where am I going with this? I had a point to make, man. I'm sorry.
What was I talking about? Fucking man, it's that time of the night again. The beer and the smoke is sort of kicking in.
I know, it's setting in. Yeah, and the amnesia haze, of course.
I got some pretty strong smelly stuff as well. You know, I don't like the smelly stuff because it smells like a hotel. That's not good.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The Australian section of the plane is always included in all of this culture creation and all the hoaxery and fakery shit, right? Well, we know about all the psyops that went on down there, but I mean in an overall capacity, which brings me back to what I forgot about, but this is part of it, is the moon landings, right? They used the Australian thing to reinforce them because they had the big dish out in the outback, and they were the first ones to allegedly broadcast the transmissions back from the moon because they were in Australia and they were pointing in the right way.
Convenient location.
Back and look at that, right? So that's my first point that I'm making about this, the Australians in being part of this big site, right? The other one was they were the first to publish a day ahead before it happened that JFK was assassinated, right?
Right.
You remember that one?
I do indeed. How true that is now, I can't remember, Del, but I definitely remember it being quoted.
Yeah, it was always pushed around. But the point is, they were always included. You know what I mean? It's like they're the outer ring of the control grid of the sort of the intelligence of.
I guess. Well, just thinking about it, you definitely have to include all of the English-speaking countries, you know. But
of course, yeah. But what I'm saying is, India weren't sort of secondary to the moon landings, but Australia was.
right.
Or Africa wasn't secondary to the JFK assassination, but only in the controversy, they were, the Australians.
Right. And I was just thinking about the early announcement of JFK's death. It sort of rings of Sandy Hook, doesn't it? Early announcement of Manchester.
I have no animosity towards any Australian because they might have been descended from criminals. I'm more worried about the fucking descendants of the screws, the prison wardens, and the fucking the administration that was a prison island, basically, wasn't it?
Right. And these things pass along in the families as well, don't they? And
before you know it,
when you have a satisfied thirst for power at an early age, you sort of tend to continue along the same veins, you know. It's interesting. Exactly what is the shape and nature? Looking at the Dodo map, Del, I was wondering, in all the maps, they feature a parrot, where I think Australia should be located, you know. So I think that's encoded into it in that form. So but I mean, we definitely have to settle on what is the actual sizes and relationship. And again, I think they're all, it's not as if we have to do too much work. Now, one of the maps particularly will contain that information. You know what I mean?
It's Fender Stratocaster.
That's a look at that, man.
Fender Stratocaster Earth, and set within the scratch plate and the pickups is the known Earth that we're on. So we're literally living on a pickup.
Very good. I see it with my third eye.
It's the three pickups, and they form the magnetic, thing. And the sun and the moon is basically my plectrum. As it goes across, it reflects onto the ring.
Your circular.
I'm going in a downward thing, but to the people on the fucking pickup, it's an arc.
It's all about perspective, Alan. Observer position.
Yeah, from my perspective, I'm pretty, I'm quite happy at the moment.
There's a name I haven't heard in a while. My perspective. He's vanished. He's vanished off the scene. Do you think that some characters or actors that are just they're always been there for a set spell, and they leave their information and then go off? Do you think that's like with Bend Over or Aaron Dover, for instance?
They were the they were the block layers. They were the fucking builders, right? The foundation layers of, that's what I was saying earlier on. Remember, I was trying to say the serious fucking people, as far as I was concerned, when I came into Flat Earth and was looking at the stuff, right? My perspective, right? Well, he used to be Rory Cooper. That was his fucking video. And then he changed himself to My Perspective. He turned up once on one of John Le Bon's things, and then he actually did some of his videos after that with his voice, because before that he used to he had music, and he just had a sort of an animation thing going on, but it explained the points of what he was trying to you know, he got the points over. And he was fucking cool. Then he did videos, sort of redone some of his videos and was making more videos with talking over them. And then he just fucking vanished. You know, he just, boom, he was gone. And like you said, with Aaron Dover, that guy was doing some stuff into like the electricity, like all the steeples and things in churches and cathedrals. They're all just gathering up. And even just looking at the array of wires and stuff that are installed in them these days. You know, albeit for, you know, cell towers and whatever, but like they're basically just taking in fucking electricity from the air, you know.
Yeah, I agree, Dad.
So he disappeared as well. So, you know, he was gone. Sure, even the conference that, you know, the so-called, you know, top TV type ones, or even your man,
I think that's
Brian, what's his face? He was Brian Mullen, right? He was like coming across as, you know, someone who was doing experiments and all that, and, you know, everything's grand. And then now he's gone. Now some say that he's still around, but his channel disappeared, and he's one of the organizers of that conference thing, you know.
Yeah, fake. Someone said to me, if you type it into Google speech, it says fake, or it sounds like fake. And of course, we know as Irish what feck means, you know. But that's interesting. And regarding Aaron Dover, I suspect it just actor exit stage left. You know, the whole death thing sounds scripted. Sounds like
another someone else in the Philippines or wherever. Fucking, you know. Yeah.
It sounds like a another Breitbart assassination with the deadly ice gun, or, you know, some sort of nonsense like this.
Or falling out of a window, you know, or something like that.
Yeah, it's conspiracy candy. But I mean, I had a few just text or chat, you know, in his videos, and I talked about, he came out with the no floors on 9/11, and I said, cool video, man. But Let's Roll Forums did all this back in 2010. And he's going, what do I do? What do you mean? Show me the link, or else, you know, whatever. He got a bit aggressive about it.
He just realized it, did he? Like, he was there in the day. And he just realized this a few months back. I remember seeing that video.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, well, all of a sudden that one is there. How is that? You know? And he did a lot of hangouts as well, by the way, which I have yet to listen to, but I downloaded a lot of them because before they disappear altogether, you know, like his channel didn't disappear. It was like reports of his death and whatever, and but his channel is still there. So the stuff was still there, unlike your man, Brian Mullins, whose channel just disappeared, you know?
Completely, okay.
Yeah. So some people disappear, but their channel is still there. So, you know,
again, the way I look at it now, Dal, it's a gradual awakening. We're going to, all the information is out there. I do agree with it. If you think about lightning and how it connects from top to bottom, that air is already charged. So finding a mechanism to, like, we know that's what I've been noticing. I've been talking about the copper roofs on churches. All churches have this copper ironing conducting rod. So obviously that's for extreme cases. But if you can,
they all oxidize and they all look green. They're all green everywhere.
Yeah, it's
giant green domes.
It's like a trickle. If you can imagine just an all-prevailing ether or charged atmosphere that this is just constantly draining, and you could see a massive potential for a buildup of energy. So that's the way I see it. And also as well, the churches are used as the brainwashing centers, you know what I mean? So in the old days especially, they had large open null zones, I call them, Del, you know, clear of this invading ether, and the conditions were ideal for the brainwashing of people. You propagate beautiful harmonious music, put people into a suggestible state, and then preach from the altar, preach hell and fire and brimstone, you know.
I remember when you were trying to explain that on, I think it was on Jamie's Hangout, and I can't even remember who it was. They kept interrupting you and going on the point that they were trying to make out, because of the tuning, that's what it was, the frequency, that it was peaceful, and they couldn't get it into their heads that, yes, the reason why it's on that on that frequency is because it's lovely, and it's because it gets everybody in a nice sense of fucking lovely. And then they get the evil shit from the guy on the pulpit.
Right. That was my point at the time.
I got this. I know it was your point, Pete, and I'm just sitting there as a listener. I was just in the audience, and I was getting frustrated listening. You kept getting interrupted. It was like as if he didn't get what you were saying. I got straight away what you were saying. Is it just me, or there was other people out there that were getting it as well?
Yeah, it's pretty simple as well. You can see how it would work like that, you know.
A simple explanation of a particular little thing that has not, you know what I mean? It's just a piece of the puzzle, but for some reason, you were to be interrupted on that one. You weren't supposed to get it, but you're on your own hangout now, and you did get it through.
Lovely, and of course we're used to the interruptions constantly. But I think if I remember that particular person was genuinely mistaken. He didn't kind of get the point of what I was saying. But we can see that's exactly the system that they would use and take advantage of. You know, what we should be in such an environment is preaching love and all of the beauteous things in life, you know, whereas of course you have the opposite being shouted at you from the pulpit in soft words, if you will, and you're surrounded then by this morbidity, you know. It's amazing, Del. It's when you see through it. Jesus is the Son, right? This is where I'm at the minute. Jesus is definitely the Son, and the Son is on the cross, but the cross is a broken tree, you know. So this is it all goes back to a picture being painted.
They tell us in other stories that he was crucified on a tree, nailed to a tree.
Right, to do and
that was his cross to
hung
bear.
from a tree, hung from a tree. They say. So again,
because that's what they called hanging in them days. They either threw you on a you know, which is like impaling, but it was also called hanging as well.
Yeah.
You see, we can argue about the words and shit, but I think, you see, this is where you start getting trolled by the different religious aspects, you know.
Yeah, that's they're a dangerous bunch on the flat earth. I mean, and here's the thing, Del, and I said it, I made a comment, it was aimed towards Paul and Knowledge Scavenger, and I said it before, I always wondered why the Bible literalists were so vehemently against or hated the thoughts of giant trees. Couldn't understand it, because a lot of them are open-minded, and there are pure flat earthers, like, you know what I mean. Now I understand it, Del. Now I understand it, and they're a dangerous group as well. They'd keep us stuck in the literal. They're sort of 9/11 official storyers, if you will, Del. You know what I mean? They want us to take everything literal when in fact it's all symbolic. And I think myself now, the Bible, everything has been faked again, 400 odd years, but the Bible itself faked to give a reality to an ancient Middle East history. You know, to take attention away from the North Center where everything emanates from. I know we just spoke about this before, but I'm still of that firm mind at this stage, you know what I mean?
Armageddon, as they used to say.
I have some other clips to show you. We don't have to do it tonight, but again, once you have the, like looking back on that Foo Fighters, once you have certain knowledge in your brain, and then you're looking back, then you can see all the messages being portrayed or pushed across to you. You know what I mean? By insider.
That's unreal. Just go back and look at that, and it's like, you know.
I never saw it in the first place, Del. So as
yeah. No,
I'd have to look.
I'll tell you what we'll do this another night. We'll examine these in more detail. But what I'll do is, you know, we can do it on my Hangout or on yours, but when we're watching the videos, we'll actually just bring up actually downloaded versions, because that's the first thing with YouTube. They know that you're streaming something that you're playing as it's going along, you know, one of their videos.
Yeah.
Straight away, they have like a monitor for that, you know, the algorithms. Whereas if you're just playing something on your own, you know, playback, you know, Windows or whatever, it's not as apparent, you know. You won't be getting warnings. You know, I know what you're talking about. Those warnings. I only got them once, and that was with the fucking catch-22 thing.
Yeah, it's gone now. Anyway, whatever it was, it hasn't come back. So I don't see any notifications of any sort that I'm in trouble.
That's because you basically stopped, you know. Well, I stopped streaming it, and you also turned off it on your end, you know. So that was.
Yeah, that's fair enough. As I say, I'm still finding my feet here. So yeah, there doesn't seem to be any repercussions there. And as I said, even if it does, Dal, I'll just open up a new channel, Piche one or a touche, something like that. But
Piche Illuminations.
It's funny. I see. I'm just looking briefly in chat. Maybe I should keep an eye on chat a bit more. But Curved Waters inside. I mean, how you doing, Curved? You're persistent little bugger, aren't you?
And Ute is there, and Billy Sunday.
How you doing, Ute? Welcome. Nice to see you. And Mark, Billy Sunday. How you doing, buddy?
Is Denny still there, keeping a fucking?
Denny isn't. I don't see. Mum has popped out. So
he's probably passed out. He won't mind me saying he's probably passed out at this stage.
I love RNFE's maps. You know what we incorporate into our thinking is this contour. Or what I do, contoured barrier. Del Jeranism and Morgile mentioned one particular layer of the atmosphere indicated at being 4 kilometers high at the north as it rises up into the equator zone to 11 kilometers and then back down to Australia. That's exactly what I was thinking, you know what I mean, in terms of a contoured barrier. So when we incorporate lights moving around that, and we think in terms of this hall of mirrors as well, this is where the stars, the moon, the planets come into reckoning, you know. I think it really is just one massive light show. We can see by Venus as well. Venus is supposed to be a planet, but you look at it through your P900 or whatever, and you have what's more akin to a light. You know, it's the same at Mars. So again, we really don't know what well, I'm not saying we're not dealing with what we think we're dealing with anyway. I think, you know, these are not separate things. They're all parts and parcel for me of the sun and the light show that's going on around us. You know. Explains a lot. Explains the phases of the moon. Again, it's not against a planar mirror, Del. You know, we were talking about the carnivals, so we left the ghost train and we headed straight for the hall of mirrors, where you have many different style of mirrors, and then of course you have many different reflections facing you, you know. So again, depending on the shape and the contour of this mirror-like barrier and light path that it's traveling through, and perspective, this is what I think we're dealing with then, a big hall of mirrors and a singular light, you know. It's
a hall of mirrors, but it's like incorporated with a maze. So that's the different maze.
Right.
Different reflections from the different mirrors, you know.
This, what I think plays a big role in it as well, Del, is, and again, I'm taking this as gospel, because the person who told me, he was not a flat earther by any means, and he spent his life at sea as a ship's navigator. But the tide's always surging from the north.
Yeah,
is for me a big, massive clue, because that means that you have billions of tons of water going somewhere and coming back from somewhere. You know what I mean? So if we take into account whatever light projection system is in operation, maybe a floating island somewhere. I mean, this has been talked about in myth and legend as well. But yeah, when we take these things into consideration, then we have the spiraling description of what the sun is actually doing, you know. So it's venture down, you know.
You know, down in any swimming pool, actually, but if you know, down in Dingle, where they have that fucking water world thing that Spring Dick opened years ago. It has wave machines. It's just like a giant swimming pool, water park, indoor thing, right? But what I'm saying is, It's got the wave machines. It's got the filtration systems. It's got like the giant holes, you know, with bars on them, and they're on sucking in water, spitting it out. It's like a miniature version of, say, you know, like where how else does the water, right? The tides come, they all just come surging out from the north.
Yeah.
At a particular time. Well, that's the only, in my small brain, I can see that, and I can see the filtration system in a swimming pool, and I'm going, well, yeah, it it looks the same in concept, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you get into deeper questions, of course, but
I know,
if
but
you,
just on the face of it, just, you
yeah,
know, on the face
yeah.
of it, yeah.
We have to activate our imaginations, and again, we can't get anything from science to help us along, so we have to activate our imaginations and maybe look into more what's said in terms of myth and legend. And all of this stuff is mentioned, the giant whirlpool, the floating island, and again, I think I know what the sun is. I won't tell you now, like, but and look, if I said this to you before, and I think it might potentially be very easily proved. This is the thing about what I'm thinking, and I think you have some inkling where I'm going with that, like, you know, but again, if it could be shown, Del, that's game over, you know, because it will be verifiable by everybody, and then it will make great sense as well. You know, we know what we're not dealing with, which is the whole heliocentric system, the whole solid body, luminaries. This is nonsense. So yeah, it's pretty exciting stuff, you know.
It is, man. It is indeed.
Yeah, and I'm shit. I have no skills at making videos, but I know that it just takes a little quick tutorial as well. But yeah, I'm not in any sort of hurry as well, Del. But maybe I should put something down that's more solid, you know, collect everything and just put it out there.
Yeah. Do you know what you could do as well? Like, if you wanted to sort of make something like and continue it on, you know, not just do a live stream or whatever, you can actually broadcast privately. Did you see that in, you know, when you go live and it says public, or what's the other one? Just where
Okay.
you can send the link unlisted. It's public, unlisted, or private. If you do private one, it's the same thing, and it records it and all that, but it's not live. But you're able to
present it for viewing. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you can take that, you can download that, and take off what you want of it and put it onto other bits. You know, I can help you with that, man, if you need to do it. But that's just a good way of recording stuff if you didn't want to be trying to fucking record it through video camera and whatever, and then upload it and try to edit it. No,
Lovely. It sounds like a cool, good function to have. And I was just reminded of the other night there, just at the door. Did you hear me talking about that? I was at the window the other evening looking out, and next minute looking at the moon, there was a little star near it, and just next minute I looked, this bright light just started moving around the moon and suddenly started coming towards us. it was amazing. The only thing I could describe it as, Dal, it was like, for all the world, how you'd imagine the Star of Bethlehem. It was like a really bright star, just right fucking overhead us. And it just moved across the sky continuously until it, you know, we lost it. My neighbor saw it as well. He got out his camera and witnessed it. So that was amazing. And if that wasn't enough, then later on that evening, when I was going into bed, looked out the window again. Exactly the same type of light was over by the moon again and coming back towards me. And yeah, just.
It's like. You know, we see these things. I've seen unexplained objects as well. So I fucking, you know, I well believe you. Are you sure it wasn't fucking Globebuster's Lost Balloon by any chance? Wasn't
it? There's still an APB out for that, isn't there?
Couldn't help that. I'm sorry.
You don't have to be sorry, Del. Shit, man. I mean, not that now, I shouldn't say that, because even they still have some great discussions on globebusters, you know what I mean? But Jesus, we'll be waiting for the map, won't we, Dal? We'll be waiting for the
I know, man.
high altitude balloon launch. And you know, where's all this money? Bob was talking about tens of thousands of dollars at their disposal to do any and all types of experiments. I haven't heard shit about any of that.
At this stage, man, you know, I just say let them off. Fucking, they're on their own trip. I'm not even going to even think about it anymore.
I know, man. I know, and I'm of the same mind. But I do look forward to seeing some sort of results from night launches regarding the moon. And again, I think the moon will, just like the stars, at some point vanish. It's all observer dependent lights.
Look, man, it's like everything else with people doing their own stuff, and I think it's brilliant. But that chap who launches all those balloons, what's his name?
Dwayne Kellum, yeah.
Dwayne Kellum, right? He was like just out there doing it. I just came across him by accident because he's not promoted.
No,
he didn't have a big following, but he was just launching these balloons and testing out different cameras and stuff. And before even Globebusters doing their whip around for this, and I said it then and I'll say it again, that whole presentation the night of their launch, it looked like NASA on the cheap. They had tables and there was guys at tables sitting around in the desert fucking catering. It was like, do you know what I mean? It was, oh, Jesus.
You are really a hardcore conspiracy man,
I'm sorry, I apologize, but it's just my
Don't apologize, man. Don't apologize.
Put me in fucking room 2 and give me a drink, you know.
Listen. I mean, you know, we have to be suspicious of all things, but yeah, that's a big
I'm only saying what I saw. I'm not even adding any to it. I'm just, yeah, I did say, yeah, it looks like some sort of a NASA presentation. But what we saw was what I said. It was people sitting down in the night time, tables and things, and we're going to launch now, and we're over here, and you know, this kind of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, there was, I suppose, a few people involved. But here's what I said beforehand: don't tell. Why are you telling about publicly broadcasting the launch location and time? Remember, if the footage comes through from this and you do get up and you show that the stars disappear, that is a major problem for the people who are giving us the light. So you're going to take action. You know?
Don't want the spooks with their fucking, you know, pulse weapons fucking up the balloon. No.
Exactly. But that could have been part of the plan in the first place as well. Who knows? Like,
all part of Sergeant Prepper probably had to, you know.
Sergeant Prepper, that's a good one, man. And again, Del, look, that's a direct clue. You can't say anything else. Mark Sargent has no previous internet presence except he put out one Prepper's Guide. Come on.
Yes,
you know what I mean.
At least he didn't draw the short straw to be the gelding of the fucking story.
Well, who do you think did?
That's all I'll say. I'm sorry.
Who do you think did, Del?
I don't know. Someone who's trying very hard to convince everyone that they're a real person.
Well, you know, I said it to Martin lead key, Del. And Martin has some excellent information, and he's a very prolific and knowledgeable man, like, you know what I mean? But I had to call him out. I'm sorry, Martin, I had to call you out. What can I do, you know? But that doesn't mean that the game will go on, Del, you see. That's why I don't have any antagonism against any of the actors involved, you know what I mean? So the game will go on.
Oh, yes, it does.
But I definitely call out somebody when I have to. I called out Chris F.E. there. So what happens from there, that's out of my hands. But yeah, so Martin lead key.
At the end of the day.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, man, right? We're just two Irish men sitting around chatting on the internet, broadcasting on outside radio as well, by the way.
Lovely.
But the thing is, all these people have put themselves out there. They've been forefronting this a section of the truth movement known as the Flat Earth. And it's regardless, right? We fucking know, right? I know, right? Don't put me in a flat earther box, but I know the earth's not a fucking ball, and I know it's fairly flat where I live. I've often put up videos of me driving through the Curragh. You know how flat the Curragh is, man.
Yeah, yeah.
So I have no problem with that, right? But the thing is, all these other people seem to have the problem with you're not on the page, you're not going along with the program. That's what I don't like as well. You talk to him. Oh shit! Did you not see the latest memo from the latest fucking intelligence gathering? Did you not see the screenshot? Go play James Bond in your own fucking. You know what I mean? That kind of shit as well is annoying. Literally, we're just here having a chat. We're not putting ourselves out there like the people that were out there pushing all this stuff, right? That's what I'm saying, right? And that's why I can qualify it and say it, right? And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it, right?
I'm not changing it for the world, eh?
Oh, I'll change it if I get some more fucking evidence to the contrary. But at the moment, that's what it is. It's in the open filing cabinet. I don't have a closed filing cabinet. I have an open one where it's continuously updated because just in the sense of trying to be fair, to myself in my own mind. But in the overall, you hover over, a bit higher, the general lay of the land. But if we're talking about individuals and shit, well, then, it's like what you were saying, P. It's not the man, but if the intentions of the man is real. This is the thing. The likes of me and you, we're just here because, they built it. We come.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm trying to find other people like us that just fucking come to this thing, not the ones that are there building it already. Right. And the drama and all that's already, as far as I'm concerned, that's already put the fucking the separation there. You don't have to talk about camps and blah blah blah. I'm just talking as myself,
Yeah.
Fucking just saying what I see, so
yeah. And that's all the honest investigator can do. And Del, I've never heard you unwilling to talk about any topic, and I have heard that from a lot of people. I have heard basic conspiracy bread and butter stuff being sort of shunned, that been mentioned and talked. So that's gonna raise our heckles in the first place, or raise our antenna. We know it at this stage. Once there's a limit put on your thinking, you need to get out of Dodge, or at least express your thinking even a bit stronger. You know what I mean?
Because, I know. Yeah.
Yeah. There's no end line in sight here. This is an individual's journey. No one knows anything. I mean, we're sick of saying beforehand this is where we're at. This is not anyone else's truth. This is just our best guess, or as to what any particular situation is about. There's no one telling anybody that this is the case. And I can understand how it might seem sometimes, Del, that I'm pushing fakery down people's throats, but I'm not really. I'm just telling you to be a proper investigator and investigate the notion or the possibility that there is fakery attached to this. I have done that, and I think that you will find exactly the same as I find, is that it's all these events are steeped in fakery. You know what I mean? So it's not telling anyone anything. It's just sort of stating the obvious, really. But yeah. There's so many barriers put up in place, and we know that anyway. 9/11 fakery was always look at the work done the Clues Forum, Del. That should be the #1 site on the internet in a big sense, shouldn't it? But of course, it was tucked away in the back of the beyond, out of most people's reach. So I guess the truth isn't for everyone as well, Del. That's another.
Because of a lot of that, though, as well, man, with Clues Forum, right? And I'm not disparaging Clues Forum. Don't get me wrong at all. But there's an air of, it's kind of like a university in a way, right? If you want to call other places like a school of learning about conspiracies, this place is like peer review central. I mean, people, right? Some of them might great finds and whatever in their research, but this aloofness and grandiose airness, there was that attached to it, you know, for someone just coming into it and looking at it, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the information, the fucking the actual work that a lot of these people put into it, man, it can't be just dismissed in one little wave of the hand, kind of
No.
like Ali B did, dismissing you and fakeology. He just dismissed fakeology. He just went fakeologist. It's all, everything's fake, which is not fucking at all what where we're coming from,
No.
or where the likes of psychologists is coming from. But yet he seemed to feel the need to put that out into people's minds.
Right.
Right.
That's not good. We understand that they faked our, so they can fake, they're capable of faking anything. So when people are saying to you, look into the possibility of this being faked, what are you going to say is a reasonable answer? But yeah, sure, I'd like to know that, like, you know.
Yeah.
And this is where I don't get it, Del, in terms of I think I do get it as well, but this is where I don't get it in terms of the hoax. I mean, our children are being exposed, your grandchildren being exposed in school to being told about all of these horrors, you know, and terrors and children being blown up and all this sort of stuff. I think there's an onus on us if we realize it's fake to ease our children's minds. But again, we know that it's going to cause difficulty. But what are you going to do? Let them continue on thinking these thoughts that we know as responsible people are not true. You know, it's a difficult catch-22. You're screwed if you do, screwed if you don't. But I think there's only one way to go. Like, you know.
First of all, right, when people do send their children to school, they should make sure that children should not be exposed to any fucking political bullshit. And of course they are, as you know, right? But this kind of thing of, you know, traumatizing children, reporting all this stuff, right? That should be left to the family and the home. If the family want to turn their television on and be traumatized with the fakery, that's up to the family. But it shouldn't be in fucking schools. Right? Families send their children to school, so you've got children, you've got maybe 20 in a class, or you remember the overcrowding in Ireland years ago? You'd have 33 to a class.
Yeah.
When I think about that now, yeah, I was never in a class of 33. I think maybe 30 would have been the fucking most. But anyway, that's beside the point. The thing is, you send them to school to learn the 3 fucking R's: reading,
writing arithmetic. Yeah.
I know. It sounds stupid, but there you go.
2 R's and a W, but yeah.
I know. Yeah, but the thing is, leave the rest of it to the family, you know.
Right.
But don't bring politics into the fucking shit. But these days, it's just like that's all it is, you know. If they're not, it really is a television cultural mind fuck, and that is, well, that's what we're living in. But that is actually what they do in the schools these days as well. Yeah. It's taken for granted. Everyone is the same programming, and then the ones that aren't, they're the ones that pop up on the radar. You know,
I hate it, you know, I hate it as well. This is all according to the plans of some devious bastards, like, you know, who are setting up these curriculum worldwide. And I mean, even in terms of the 3 R's, I taught my own son the 3 R's: reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Yeah,
you know, this is what we should all be doing, and more, like sport, health, music, all this sort of stuff. This is all part and parcel of our responsibility. We shouldn't be giving it away to somebody else, and especially now that we know their agenda, you know, Common Core agenda, another CC, Common Core crisis care.
There you go, Common Core, 3-3.
And everything, you know, it is utter brainwashing of our children, our children's precious minds, you know, and I hate thoughts of it, I really do. But we need,
in the famous words of the actor known as Jerry Adams, they haven't gone away, you know. Of course, back in the 80s, if you were watching a news report, there'd be have you ever actually witnessed sometimes they wouldn't have a male actor, they just have some female fucking reading out what Jerry Adams was saying, and you'd see
Geraldine Adams. Now,
what about it now? The British government, they'd be standing in a graveyard. Yeah, they'd be standing in the graveyard in the pistons of rain, burying another empty box, and cut. And then they'd all, your man would turn off the fucking mountains.
Now that you mention that again, Dale, what do you think about the Oma bombing?
It was another complete. The very fact that it was promoted so heavily in the media, as if we even need to even explain that, and all the storylines of it. Oh, they actually made people go into it. And all that, remember?
Right.
That was another fucking staged drill where they brought in the street theater, they pulled off a show, and then these people. Do you know the other part of Gladio in the sort of the American end of it, where they'd have long-term like sleepers. And these people are not like someone programmed to blow up something in 10 years' time. These guys are just there. They work and act and live just like normal people.
Yeah.
Then 3 or 4 years down the road, there's some fucking psyop. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, their child is dead. But they never had a child. The child was just an actor. They're deep undercover people. Yeah. This is the shit that's going on. This is the real crap, right?
You're dead right, Dale. And this is something not too firm. Let's roll form to the thread on that as well. The different possibilities.
What I'm saying is, there's been actual cases of this happening. I'm not just pulling this out of my arse and saying this is what's happening. I'm saying it's not happening. I'm not saying that it's fucking all the time. But I'm telling you, it's fucking happened so much that it's too much to just fucking brush it off.
It's like the nugget of wisdom that Penn, or the bit of exposure, I suppose, Penn and Teller gave when they talked about the magic trick. As the viewer, right, we could not entertain the thought of how much work would really go into doing such a seemingly quick magic trick. You know what I mean? Whereas behind
these people are, but those people are representing the fucking. That is the propaganda machine. They're showing us stuff, but they're part of it. You know what I mean? They're.
Oh, of course. Of course, Penn and Teller themselves have a 9/11 theory.
Sergeant Penn and fucking Corporal Tenor, or Teller. You know what I mean? And Penn and Teller, they'll fucking write it down and they'll tell her all about it. It's hell and fucking Penn, man.
I look at them now. Well, I don't look at them, but when I had looked at them recently, just bored by them at this stage, Del. I can just see most of the magic tricks are all about build-up, you know what I mean, to hide the vital moment when the trick is done. But once you know what you're looking for, it's all trickery. It's like 9/11. Once you see through the trick, it loses all its magic.
I always fucking found him kind of irritating, your man who never talked. Yeah, that was like, you'd like to give him a slap in his jaw and say, will you fucking say something? You fucking answer. Anyway.
Again, they're actors on the stage now, and anyway, maybe they're playing their role as well. And they were telling the astute observer that 9/11 was a trick, because they came out. I remember them coming out so strongly against any talk of 9/11 conspiracy. It was like a bit Penn and Teller protest too much, you know what I mean? And this is where we can learn that we need to investigate more then. But again, them being magicians themselves, of course, we know 9/11 was a magic trick,
They're Americans in New York. They're not an Englishman in New York, like Sting blowing smoke on the fucking towers.
I never saw that one, Dad. I'll definitely have to have a look at that one.
Man, you'll have to look into that, but don't put it on now because you'll get blue messages from the.
No, I won't do that. I won't do that. But again, it's everywhere as well. So many references, and again, it was an operation.
That's what I
mean, involving thousands. You know?
Yeah, Pete, can I just say while I think of it before I forget it, honestly, when we're talking about the various machinations of this crowd, that's the other crowd is Common Purpose. And they are everywhere in the British Isles. When I say British Isles, that includes the lovely land of Era that we're sitting
Free
on.
land of Era, yeah.
Right? Yeah, just in our minds, right? It is in our minds because their idea is in their minds. So they can write a letter to Santa Claus if they want. I'm staying in my own reality, right? Fuck them. That's what we all should do. But
let no one shake you from that, man.
Yeah. But in order to be able to do that, you got to be aware of fucking this crowd like Common Purpose. And they are sponsored by the likes of the banks, Ulster Bank, and they also get government funding. They're a registered charity. And what they do is they go around fucking holding classes for people. Like people working in the banks, people working in council offices and whatever. All of a sudden they have to go through these courses and they're being NLP'd to the fucking nth degree. And they're also getting, this fucking programming. And it's a serious thing. I know it sounds fucking out, but look into it. That's been around since, I've been aware of it since 2007 and 8, Common Purpose. And I know it's pushed by rather dubious people as well. But at the same time, when I actually see it in, companies here.
What do you think the core purpose of Common Purpose is, Dale? What's the ultimate?
Just part of the culture creation, but like they're there to make sure that certain things are fucking
adhere to a standardized sort of script.
Like like we have all the political correctness stuff, right? They go into they steer all that kind of stuff. They also good governance, this governance fucking.
Yeah.
It's all elite, airy fairy bullshit, but the people out there are swallowing it. The ones that have no choice. Well, if they want to keep their job and they're already fucking in the system and brainwashed anyway, this is another layer of it.
They almost welcome it, Del. This is what they're.
But this is the kind of mentality that ends up having that people, a group of people can go to a one man's home and throw them out of it because of pieces of paper and an alleged debt, or an alleged, grievance. That's what it culminates in. And when they have organizations that are actually out there trying to spread it, it's spreading around like, I don't know,
again, as you say, social engineering at its finest, Del. And listen, Ireland has always been the sort of the testing ground in the big sense, the whipping boy. But you can see it at work in all sort of departments. The town itself here where I live, it's never looked so bad. You know what I mean? The infrastructure is pretty desperate. But yet
Tesco's and Aldi's on the outskirts, and the middle of the town is probably dying if it's anything like here.
This is it. It's exactly the same, and then you have all the refugees then been coming in, and they're being housed there, and then that's driving up the price of rent. The quality of life is drastically dropping, and then you have people with all of these different burdens and pressures on their shoulders, not to mind the fake terror and fake hoaxes and the effect that that's having on their psyches. You know what I mean? It's all fucking building up to put people on the edge, and
it's a steady simmer, and every now and again they turn it up and they have the turn it up to 22, and then it goes up to 22, and then they turn it back down to the simmer, and everyone's still going about their business though. But it's still, it just goes to show the people, the ordinary people as well, that actually think that this stuff is fucking real that's going on.
Yeah.
Just look at their reaction. that speaks a lot about the so-called general public or people that we're trying to wake up, or had been, for years ago. Now it's just like we all know it's like a bloody everyone. It's up to everyone. Everyone has their own alarm clock. They can fucking do what they like. But what I'm saying, in general, why isn't anybody up in arms about anything? They're not. To big Manchester fucking psyop, and then the next day they've got a football match, and then you know what I mean. It's like
what did that package say? World domination,
and erotic sleeping stuff. The erotic was in there.
Sleeping powder. Yeah.
I got a screenshot. Do you remember? I'll send it to you. Fuck this. It's erotic sleeping powder. Courtesy of the Foo Fighters and Jack Black and et al.
I mean, you talk about the Foo Fighters and the transgender thing. Youth was talking about that before with the Kinks, and they were onto this in the 60s, and Bob Dylan as well. I sang a song tonight, Joe, called "Ballad of a Thin Man," and again, I said it afterwards. There's been much written in the interpretation of this, but when you see it from the sexual aspect, it's a homosexual song. Like, you're surrounded by homosexuals there, and "Ballad of a Thin Man." The thin man is your penis, like, you know what I mean? And then when you take it from there, that's what it's all about. But Now,
there you go. Look at that.
Yeah. Erotic sleeping powder.
World domination erotic sleeping powder.
Well, who knows what they're putting into our food, into our water, again, into the chemtrails. Who knows how we're supposed to.
I have a good mind to go dig into one of my hard drives and find the video that I would have downloaded, yonks ago, and we'll play it and pause it. No, we won't play it because you might get fucking.
No, you definitely should do that, Del, because that would be definitely the origins of a Mandela type effect accusation.
Hang on, I'll stop screen sharing, right? And I will go and look for that. You
must have a ton.
I should have it here somewhere. I do have it here somewhere, but
you must have a ton of stuff that you.
I have got 4 hard drives. 2 of them are plugged out at the moment, so I hope it's in one of these. But it should be anyway. I'm just going to search Foo Fighters.
I can see something along the lines of a massive, maybe not EMP pulse, Del, but something destroying all of our hard drives. You know what I mean? That means all of our information.
I'll get a Faraday cage going. I'm sorry, when I got rid of my microwave, I actually literally brought it out to their electrical recycle place. I should have kept it just as a Faraday cage and just make copies of all my stuff onto hard drives and put them in the microwave. An unplugged microwave, mind you.
The best way to have it.
Yeah. Right now. Foo Fighters.
That'd be cool. Now, if you could bust the Mandela before it got any legs, Del. You could.
The thing, man, initially can be traced back to one website of a woman who had a dream, and that's bad enough. But it's like Fulford and all them. They just take fucking legs and run, and before you know it, everyone's saying Mandela effect, and then even the people who know it's bullshit, like us, and we make a laugh, and we're still talking about it. You know what I mean? And all the little clues or the little proofs of Mandela are all Hollywood bullshit, or books from years ago, and I remember them, and they just play on people's memories. And it's just such bollocks, really, So
there are a few cases which are
Mandela effect people there now, and even the Mandela, the actual dude that they're talking about, you know, he was sick and then he died and then he was alive. And then the thing is, he died twice in the 90s, or not in the 90s, in the just up to when his alleged announcement of his last death. Just go that far. His last death was like last year, because I remember that one. And
Well, who are you talking about? Nelson Mandela? He's still alive, though.
well, that's what the Mandela effect is named after, Nelson Mandela. Lest we
I remember all that stuff about Winnie as well. I remember it came out. He was
yeah.
he was put on the stage as a hero, and then you had all the scandal and child abuse allegations against Winnie Mandela, and she left the stage. More drama, I'm sure, there, isn't it?
It's the narrative, and then she, then they reinforce all that stuff as well with their fucking South African ANC.
Did you ever have
the other guy who was kind of like the Hitler side of it, riding on his white horse with
was it?
I can't remember his name, but anyway, they're all the narratives too, man. We were bombarded with all that bullshit, years ago. So, but anyway, trying to find the Foo Fighters learning to fly, it's just the video.
Do you ever have a thought and you say to yourself, did that really happen, or was that sort of a part of a dream? You have that sort of confusion about maybe a certain event or something like that. Did you ever have that sort of confusion? No.
I pretty much no, I can keep what I think is compared to what I dream or whatever.
I'm not talking about big things. I'm talking about small things sometimes, But anyway, I can see something like that applying to all of us, Del, in the future, and not knowing what was real or not being able to distinguish exactly memories. And I guess in one sense it could be good because we know that everything about us is fabricated, So in order for the real truth to come out, the fabricated old has to be sort of destroyed. So that's the way I sort of tend to take the positive from the Mandela. I think we're being prepared to accept all of these different possibilities. So when the truth is finally revealed, it won't be such a shock. That's the way I sort of look upon it sometimes. But it's definitely strange. But let me just say about the Mandela, there's some pretty compelling arguments to be made. Not in general. In general, most of the things can be proven, to be just mistaken memories or whatever. But there are a few cases which are compelling. When I looked into it last, anyway, people with old DVDs, for instance, original DVDs, which did show a different thing. But again, it can all be put down to fuckery as well, if we think about it. But
that's what I think. Anyway, man,
Yeah, it's
a lot of it.
We're in this new realm as well, Del, where everything becomes possible. This is the problem. We can't. We have to sort of maintain a grip on our own reality, whilst at the same time realizing we're swimming in this world of wonders, is all it is. This realm of possibilities. This is all I can describe it as. Anything becomes possible.
I found it, man. I can't believe it, but I found it.
Nice. That didn't take you long, huh?
No, well, I'm glad I didn't have to go, because I have 2 hard drives that are like real. They're the new ones, and they're like real small. And you just literally plug them in with the USB, and they're powered off the computer. So they're just there, right? My earlier ones are like the old solid state type ones, They're, they literally have a power supply and all that. So I don't leave them plugged in all the time. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Especially when I'm not using them. So funny enough, I have it.
Well, you have the timestamp, Del, so you know what point you're looking for. It'll be interesting to see what you find.
Yeah, I am fucking full of anticipation, and yeah, I'm going to share it, man, right? Because I can do that as well, if you don't mind.
Okay, I'm not sure if there'll be any problem with.
It's your hangout. I keep forgetting, man. It's your hangout.
No, you do what you want, but I'm not sure if we're going to get those notifications up again.
Oh no, you won't, because I'm showing this from my actual, just from my media.
Oh, cool. Off you go, Dal.
I hope it'll play the video, because sometimes the media player just goes black. So I might use the other one, you know, the traffic cone one. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah, it's a blank.
It's blank.
Box black coming up now.
You're only seeing blank, are you?
That's all, yeah.
Oh, I can actually see the picture.
No, it's not. It's not showing.
So that's not shown. Right, well, hang on. No, I'll be able to fix that. I will.
It's not showing here. Maybe it's showing on the watch page. No, it's not showing on the other page either.
No, wait, no. I'll sort this out now.
Watch page. Well, why do you call it the watch page? Well, because it's the page that you watch. Okay, thank you. I go coffee.
I'll see if I can open this with the traffic cone. VLC. And while I'm sharing the screen, am I still sharing, by the way? No, I'm not.
I know I can't see anything except you at the minute.
Right, hang on. Right. I'll turn off my camera as well. Maybe that might help. Now, can you see it now?
Yeah, there you go, Dal.
Oh, you can actually see the VLC video.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Now, if I make it a bit bigger, because it's very fucking small, can you still see it?
That's good, Dal.
Right. All right. I'll play this now, and I'll try to pause it when your man would putting the coffee in. Right. I didn't see any fucking close up. Did you?
I think it might be a bit further on.
No, it was at the beginning. See?
Further on there as well. I think it was they went back to it again.
Right. Well, we just let it play on then, will we?
Sure.
All right. Will I turn it down?
Yeah.
Have you been getting any blue signs?
No.
Well,
good.
I'll turn it down anyway, so that the volume won't affect it then, you know, the song.
Okay.
Right. Now let's watch and see. There's all the transgender stuff. Look at the state of him there.
Yeah.
And there he is again.
Definitely.
Look at all the parts he plays in this. Video. It's fucking weird, Pete. And there he is. That's another thing I wanted to say. At the time of the height of Friends, doesn't he look like your man out of Friends? The straight David Grohl, you know, playing himself there, you know.
It does.
Especially when he's singing, you know, on the television where you see him just singing the song there on that bit. It's kind of all too. And look, he's even all ogling his own arse there. Look. Oh no, that's the other dude, isn't it? The drummer or whatever, the other guitar player.
Again, I'm definitely going to have to take a look at this because again, it's the first time I've seen it tonight. So.
But man, I haven't seen that thing that is on the bloody.
I'm sure it's coming up now.
Oh, here we go. Look. Oh, look. It was there. Oh, man. I have to say, it was fucking there. Well, at least we got to the bottom of that.
Lovely.
Yeah, there it is.
There you go.
How come I didn't see that before? Anyway, I'm sorry about that, man.
Put that puppy to bed anyway, Del. That's
yeah. Anyway, still a fucking cool video. Oh shit!
When you're looking back at stuff as well, that you're obviously going to notice things that you mightn't have noticed the first time around, and it's a natural thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I honestly didn't see that before, but yet I spotted it tonight.
You always see different things.
Well, at least we dug it out, and then I proved myself wrong. I'm quite happy. Fucking, say that.
Stand down from Mandela alert. So you can cross that one off the list.
Stand down from Mandela
alert. What you call him? Van Helten is big into Mandela. I call Van Helten out as an actor as well.
Oh man, Jesus! Let's not talk about Van Helten, please.
Funny though, he's funny.
Oh man, that dude has his own sort of narrative around him and his own team of sort of controlled opposition and fucking people who make videos about him. It's another level of fucking craziness, which he's back on the scene too. He's been appearing on.
He's been in Pete's channel. He's probably one that helped to get me not ejected as such. But
that's what I'm saying. When I see the likes of these people, I'm sorry, Poncho, and I have to say it. I've never had a falling out with Poncho or a bad word to say about him. But the likes of these people that are there, fucking, come on, man. But anyway, I'm not trying to tell him what to do. He can do his own thing. I'm just staying on the outside of it all, and that's why I'm on Outside Radio and still going, by the way.
Lovely.
No, it's just radio, but I'm still sharing my screen. Do you want to watch the rest of that?
No, you're good, Del. I'm going to watch that in my own time now because, as I said, I've never seen that before.
I've sent you on a bloody. It's not a rabbit hole. It's just an aside.
Lovely.
I call it a sidebar of what's going on.
Yeah, and these things are timeless as well. The people who are in on these secrets, the secrets are always the same. You know what I mean? Transgenderism is an open secret in Hollywood, I'm sure, and everywhere. Anyone to do with the entertainment industry. So everything we look like excellent about you two tonight. That I'm definitely going to have to look back at that video again.
Oh man, you could spend fucking months doing a U2 investigation, pre 9/11, prior 9/11, pre-Masonic U2, before the new wave stuff, and then after, when you can see the change in them, and all the time pushing. If they weren't pushing the new Cokes, because they did this thing about the Unforgettable Fire album.
I remember it.
Songs about nuclear bombs and shit. They turned up there was a Nagasaki Hiroshima exhibition back in the 80s. I remember that at the time. Do you remember that? It was up in Dublin, and U2 kind of just appeared there,
And they also had something to do with Sellafield, didn't they?
They were they were always pushing some part of the mainstream agenda that the government was always pushing, and that's right up to now. The feckers are just established story. Yes. They might have came up with some really cool music or whatever.
They're big players. These are big brainwashing opportunities in terms of mass appeal.
Yeah, at the end of the day, they're still there, fucking pushing the narrative.
I'm getting a bit tired here, Del. What do you think?
Well, P, it's your emporium. That's the word I thought of when you were going to the Jacks. I said, I'm filling in dead air here for Pete's Emporium. So
that rolls off the tongue, doesn't it, man?
Del's Pub and Pete's Emporium. So we're in Pete's Emporium tonight.
Lovely, man. Lovely. I'll have to put some. I have to start putting some thought into naming the hangouts. But yeah, it's been cool, man. I mean, are you going to stay up for another while, Del, or what? What do you? Is there life in that dog yet?
No, I'm just looking at the time now, man, and you made a good call there. You know, it's a reason. Although we're on a bank holiday weekend, allegedly, whatever that means.
That's true. We look to the banks and the religions to tell us when we can have time off. You know,
it's like you get an extra Saturday night, you know, for anyone out there in the matrix, you know, that has to turn up.
Well, I'm not sure how long I've been on since, but I'm sure it must be maybe 10 o'clock, 9:30 or something like that. So that's a long spell for a chat.
That's a bit of a marathon, really, for the two of us.
But it was enjoyable, and we got a lot of stuff talked about. Maybe I saw Dave High in the chat as well. I don't think he was looking to come in or anything, but yeah, it'd be cool. Anyone is welcome to come in next time. Maybe have a more open chat.
Shout out to Dave High, and YouTube is there too.
How you doing? How you doing? Man?
He was there earlier. That's right. I called him out. I forgot about that, but that's due to the amnesia haze. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, man. Yeah. What's the Kush? Kush is what I got this week. Is stinky as hell, and it's pretty strong.
And you know what else? A big one as well to typo error as well. Yeah, I know you're probably here all along anyway, but I saw you earlier on. I did call you out, but I forgot about that, and then I just remembered you.
Yeah, I just said that to you. Isn't that a good one, you about the Dodo and Tom York? Remember, and you would have been aware of me talking about Kid A being the soundtrack to 9/11 and Radiohead having a major part to play in all this. But yeah, that's a great. I couldn't believe the synchronicity of that after we talking about the number 42 as well, and then just that nickname coming. Amazing.
Just when typo error is, slagging me, taking the piss about fucking my world domination erotic powder, A4 appears in the chat. Pete, you've made it now. You've established your setting.
I'd say thanks to A4 in terms of his spider god. I mean, that's the way I see the system working. The barrier is contoured, but you have a central zone as well, which I think is outside of the ether that we're under anyway. So spider god, another allegory, I think, for the shape and nature of these domes that are surrounding us, or barriers, if you will. So thanks, A4, and no worries. Yeah. What about Steve? Before I go, Del, what about Stephen Bradley and all that sort of scandal?
I'm not even going to go there, but I'll say this much about it. He probably really hearts probably sank when he got his latest installment of his script. Fucking hell. What can I say about it, man? I've seen the back and forths. Yeah. You know something? It's pretty fucking weird, and it's like as if it was set up. And where did this all happen? Like what we were talking about earlier on, new person like Jamie, and all of a sudden this shit starts appearing, right? Yeah. And more staged crap, right? It's not the first time a movie called Lolita or Lolita. Sorry. Yeah, they were all good fellas in them days, weren't they? Yeah.
Yeah, none of this shit is new, but yeah, for him to be so sort of upfront about it.
We're back talking about the narrative, man, and the narrative involves that section of, and there's other groups that just are always, they're quite happy when they're fucking jumping up and down, and once they have children and sex and abuse in the one fucking sentence, that seems to be enough for that nonsense. So that's another rabbit hole.
It is, isn't
it? Where they just, you know what I mean? You could be talking about anything, any subject, making wine or whatever, and the next minute one of these comes along. Mark Taylor was doing it in your hangout first night. yeah, and you see, oh man,
And I didn't want to, but I had to ban Mick as well, because Mick
they're all,
hand in hand throwing shit my way, which when I found out at the time, it was I thought it was a grand conversation, a pleasant conversation, you know. And when I found out that she was 14, I immediately said that it was inappropriate. I thought she was older, and but I didn't know anything about what was going on. I knew there was something going around, but I wasn't witness to anything, nor did I hear anything specifically, you know. So I did what it's not appropriate for
as
14.
far as I'm concerned, it's still another part. It's a character thing.
Yeah.
Another fucking something for everyone to go on about. I even saw that he made up his own hangout, and people were coming in the chat going, you know, either giving out about it or whatever. And then he was just being there defiant, saying, you know, tell me what a pedophile is and blah, blah, blah. And
in terms,
to me, it's just more the fucking drama and the more, so it's leading people around the place.
Yeah.
And
so Stephen is another character. Stephen is another actor, and I suspected it as well. So yeah, no surprises there. I won't lose any sleep over it, Del. But
no, but a lot of people just seem to, that's their focus then.
Yeah,
all of a
they
sudden,
want something to stick on you then. Yeah, this is
you want to go into that rabbit hole and get stuck in the tar pit of that bullshit, and you're completely away from what's really going on, and you're just stuck in this little episode of a fucking corner of YouTube. How about that? Right? There's no dinosaurs, but there's tar pits. Stuck in a bog anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, what a murky world we find ourselves in. Speaking of bogs, it really is. At all corners, there's a possibility of attack. You know, you have to be aware of that. And this is what it's all about: this discredit. Mark Taylor is famous for that, of course. He's just trying to discredit you and demoralize you at every hand's turn. You know, but I'm sure he's well paid for his efforts.
I saw. Back in the day, when I say back in the day, it's only fucking 2 years ago. It's funny the way people talk like that, me included. But I remember the first time I saw the entity known as Mark Taylor.
Yeah.
And he was in the chat, in Sensi's chats, you know, the Flat Earth debates, as he, you know, when he started off. The first week that he started it off, before he went on holidays and gave it to, you know, fucking, what's her name? But you know what I mean, Yvette. But, you know, and then that was the first bit of drama shit flying after, you know, in that one. So, like, the writing was on the wall even back then. But going back to what I'm saying, like that, it was the hangout with a chat box. And then all of a sudden, this Mark Taylor guy, and he was just basically calling everybody, whoever was in the chat, disappeared out of nowhere and was calling people names. You're a stupid cunt, whatever. He was just there. And like this was going on then for weeks. And like that's how he got known and got the reputation. It's just an abusive guy in a chat, which of course Sensi was like the original no wrench on flat earth. And he was just letting people abuse everybody else in the fucking chat boxes, right? And that's where this Taylor character appeared of.
Right.
It wasn't till later that we got the two sausages up the nose voice. Before the voice was this abusive, you know what I mean? I couldn't even fathom how people allowed him on when he did finally appear. You know, that's the way it was.
So, actors with many faces. Del, you know, it's funny at this stage. Sure, we know exactly what Mark Taylor is. We're taking no notice of him, like, but yeah, again, there's always newcomers coming in, and that's who these people are playing for. They're playing the part. Some of us who can see through them, we'll discard them. And again, I don't like the way old sort of allegiances, if you will, are sort of re-sparking. You have Tim Osmond talking about IPS, Antonio Subrats is involved, and it's all sort of been made light of. But yeah, again, as you say, Dale, it's all drama, and we recognize the play for what it is.
And it's still an ongoing thing. You know what I mean? It's like it's like the politicians. You're wondering why the masses are still going voting. They're still talking about politics. You're going, why haven't they copped on you? It's the same with all these characters. Just like, another hangout's opened, and lo and behold, everybody's still fucking there. Same old fucking same old.
Yeah, we don't progress too much in our thinking, really. We should be, again, thinking in terms of a more complete picture, and we're not. We're being diverted away from core issues, I think. So we have to be aware of that. But,
man, listen, it was great catching up with you. You see, that's good if we don't talk for a couple of weeks or whatever, because then we have something to talk about.
That's true as well, Dal, isn't it? That's true as well. And we definitely have more to talk about. So I look forward to our next chat. Anytime the pub is up. I keep missing your messages as well when you have a pub open.
Yeah, I did invite you now. Anytime I did open the pub, I always send you the message, as you know.
It's always probably pretty late. And I remember I was talking a few times beforehand as well, and I didn't probably check my email. I don't have any notifications set up, so I actually have to go into the email. So, but yeah, I'll take heed the next time. I assume you're not opening a pub tonight.
Oh, no, it's too fucking late now, even by my standards.
You need to shut down the outside radio now.
That's what I was going to say. It's still on outside radio. I just actually, before we do go, seeing that you is still there, if you're still are there, you could you do me a favor and check outside radio to see if it's still going out, or can you still hear it on that end? Just before we go, P.
Okay.
Or I could just play. Actually, just check.
I can do it myself here if you want to.
Yeah, and I can do it myself too here. But if I have my broadcaster going, I don't want to start echoing. It's still encoding anyway. It's telling me it's encoding. So if I press play, it might fuck it up. I don't know. And check outside radio to see if it's still. Yeah, it is.
Nice one, Dal.
Yeah, it better remind me to turn it off and put on the auto DJ before I do.
I'll remind you right now, man, because bedtime. So it's been great, Dal.
All right.
And thanks very much, man. It's great to throw around ideas as well, and it's great to have an ear that's open to listening as well. And I always have an ear for you as well, so that's brilliant.
Yeah, sorry, man. I turned off my camera that time when we were sharing the screen, but turn on my camera, turn on my light.
Yeah,
there you go. Right, I'll say good night to you.
Okay, buddy, and thanks again.
And anyone in the chat as well.
Yeah, I'll say good night to all as well, and tune in next time. Okay, Dal.
Thanks. All right, good night.